How the f could you ever be ahead of me? I'm adapting you. Yeah, then carry you to hell with me. All the hatred you give me just powers the monster within me. I always be yours, so before I fall, I make sure I'm taking you with me. Yeah, I should be praying for all of my enemies to keep giving me all of their energy. I'm everything that they can never be, everything that you will never be. Champion, I'm never gonna stop. I'm a champion. I'm running to the top like a champion. I'm never gonna stop, never gonna stop, 'cause I'm a champion. Oh, I'm a champion. Oh, I'm a champion. Oh, I'm a champion. Oh, I'm a champion.
Title, no time to idle. I'm finna get it, put that on the Bible. This is survival. Gotta treat every move made like the final. One by a mile. Nobody believe it, they all in denial. Hey, look at me, look at me. Still in the show, that's the crook in me. They want me gone with the hook in me. Asking why is he here like I shouldn't be. I've been on grind since I old. 10,000 hours the motto. They see the bag is coming out and flocking to me like I won the lotto. Dancing with the devil, there's no recital. I'm killing competition, ain't no revival. I shoot it to kill it, I'm aiming for vitals. I'm showing no mercy when facing my rivals. Snakes in the grass, they getting exposed. I know they be lurking, I'm watching them close. Acting like friends, but really they foes. Saw they be scheming and said adios. Yeah, I gotta get it. By any means. I gotta get it. I gotta get it, the mindset. Hey, back with a vengeance, back on the grinds, back to the business. Hey, God is my witness, they watching my moves like shows they binging. Hey, best keep distance, all of my haters send best of wishes. I get to the bag with the quickness, no I don't need no assistance, no. Yeah, no playing said let's get it, you say not today. What can I say? You ain't gon' go for it, get out the way. Yeah, got no time to waste. Can't be with me if you not at my pace. You not at my level, you not in my race. One foot on the gas, I'm pushing the brakes. Dancing with the devil, there's no recital. I'm killing competition, ain't no revival. I shoot it to kill it, I'm aiming for vitals. I'm showing no mercy when facing my rivals. Facing the crabs, they getting exposed. I know they be lurking, I'm watching them close. Acting like friends, but really they foes. Saw they be scheming and said adios. Yeah, I gotta get it. Get it, don't mindset. I gotta get it, don't mindset. I gotta get it, don't mindset.
Look at my shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like wall. Time's right, and I know they see us walking in the limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high risers, high tide. My crown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Game now, me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way, you wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way.
Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. Hit the gym, flex. Run me my check. We on your neck. Shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win.
I need a dub for shoulder, bag and trophy, I need to go. You cannot match the glow, I'm covered, I'm shining from head to toe. Y'all ain't notice, excel like POTUS, and I stay open. Hold up, flex getting coldest, crept down the court, bought with the fade. Like, I don't even start for the win, I don't play. Got a coat for the rain, y'all boys brace for the storm. We tsunami informed, and it's best that you stay informed. We run plays without no script, hey, that's light work. Hey, that's light. We make bands just off our shot, but what's your net worth? I cut ties for all my team with all this drip, but no canteen. Now y'all boys can, but no sardines. We off this wave for all 19. I don't, yeah, got no words, don't say too much. Clock on 5 and it step like clutch. Team G6 and the league say ayy, gotta hit that flex like a rep, we cut, we
hit the gym, flex. Run me my check. We on your neck. Shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. Hit the gym, flex. Run me my check. We on your neck. Shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. I gotta win it, yeah, I just sprint to the finish. I'm pop on spinach, I cook like I'm frying up chicken. And ain't no debate on the hood, man, and catch it, I ain't even fishing. Yeah, they tryna eat off a layup, but beating it, yell out to come out and get it. Ooh, yeah, oh, hot, first out the skillet. Yeah, busy, I got a whole lot on my plate. Busy, I got a whole lot on my plate. You busy looking on IG, it won't get you nothing but fake love and whole lot of hate. Look at my life, get you motivated. Came from the bottom, below the payment. Shout out to God, man, we finally made it. I know some people that probably hate it. Ooh, I ain't worried about your opinion, I'ma live my life. In the studio in Georgia, finna kill a mic. Quarterbacking money plays, you should take a hike. First down, first down, first down, first down. Running through you about a mile, stiff arm you on the ground. Knocking heads off now, and I know you hear that sound. And it don't stop, and it don't stop. And you getting mobbed, sideline pop. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. Hit the gym, flex. Run me my check. We on your neck. Shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win.
Just me and my team. Just me and my Just me and my team. 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 Yeah, I know they be tryna watch the moves. Couldn't run a mile in the shoes. I ain't got nothing tryna prove. Win some, I got lose. I'm an animal, but too much for a zoo. I'm the one that's usually breaking the rules. And to make everything work, I got the tools. Living on my journey, just me and my. Just me and my team. 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 Just me and my. Just me and my team. 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 Just me and my team.
Just me and my team. You can never come between. All I got is family, and you know they got me. Whole lot of loyalty. Do you know what that means? Do you know what that means? When the going get tough, you can count on me. Trust and believe. Can't nobody else compete with me and my team.
Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my. Just me and my team. 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 Just me and my team.
I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I am no regular citizen. Do you understand what you witnessing? go get it, I'm punching and kicking. I keep on moving, they offer me. Just do it and stop at talking G. I'm not expressing no modesty. I can't see nobody stopping me. If there's a problem, I gotta solve it. Straight to the top, I can't see myself falling. I gotta grab it, there's no time for stalling. Number one stunner, don't have other options. Now I'm fired up. I'm sorry, brother, your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. I came from the ashes, I rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I want it now, and I ain't never gonna back down. I want it now, and I ain't never gonna back down. I gotta go for the goal. I need to switch up the mode. I'm gonna win on my own. I'm in a whole nother zone. I reached the pinnacle. I don't have time, this is critical. It's time to finish you. I don't care who I just did it to. I gotta go for the goal. I need to switch up the mode. I'm gonna win on my own. I'm in a whole nother zone. I reached the pinnacle. I don't have time, this is critical. It's time to finish you. I don't care who I just did it to. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta. I want it now, and I ain't never gonna back down. I want it now, and I ain't never gonna back down. I want it now, and I ain't never gonna back down. I want it now, and I ain't never gonna back down. Said I'm fired up. I'm sorry, your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. Came from the ashes, I rise up. Rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I gotta rise up. Yeah. Ooh, here we go. Back again, same scenario. Win, 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 yeah, we on a roll. Yeah, 2, 4, 6, we like 10 and 0. I should probably tell them something that they didn't know. Back then we was down with nowhere to go. Might have been down, but we didn't fall. Now we running it like some intervals. Ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. This is my time. You hear the crowd. Yeah, we need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu. This here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb. Told them we the one. They would count us out. Now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they be throwing up the ones. Like they was always rapping. I believe them if you want. Now they show love. Came with a dub. It is what it is. It isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Ooh.
I'm the underdog, yeah, I'm the underdog. I'm the underdog, yeah, I'm the underdog. for your spot. Can't nobody stop him. I'm running off the block, please somebody block him. I'm the underdog, yeah, I'm the underdog. I'm the underdog, yeah, I'm the underdog. I'm ready for battle anytime we go to war. I'm ready for battle anytime we go to war. I'm the underdog, yeah, I'm the underdog. I'm the underdog, yeah, I'm the underdog. I'm ready for battle anytime we go to war. I'm ready for battle anytime we go to war.
Yeah, I'm the underdog, but I'm still above y'all. Every single time I'm on top of the scoreboard. Got nothing to lose, so you know I'm down to die for it. About to take flight, call me Luke, cause I skywalk. I don't play around, I get to it, skip the dialogue. Load management, what is that? No days off. In my own lane, cast away, all I know is ball. We are not the same, not at all, you need to knock it off, yeah. MVP, that's the go call, yeah. Every time I do it, I make them applaud, yeah. I'm an underdog, I rip it apart, yeah. I go for the kill when it's time for war.
I'm the underdog, yeah, I'm the underdog. I'm the underdog, yeah, I'm the underdog. I'm ready for battle anytime we go to war. I'm ready for battle anytime we go to war. I'm the underdog, yeah, I'm the underdog. I'm the underdog, yeah, I'm the underdog. I'm ready for battle anytime we go to war. I'm ready for battle anytime we go to war. Always stay moving, I don't wait round. Coming for the ball, it's a takedown. There ain't really nothing left to say now. And we got them on their heels, throw the fade now. Yeah, watch how I step. Cause you ain't really wanna like that. Oh, you ain't know I was running like that. I get the ball, I'ma run it right back. I get the ball, I'ma run it right back. I get the ball, I'ma run it right back.
Just a youngin' from the block, I'm just running non-stop. We ain't stopping to the top, no. You ain't standing in the way, giving work and no play. Time to clean them on my plate, yeah. About to feast up, I'ma eat. Run these patterns in my sleep. Want to sell clean sweep, ain't nobody can compete. Leave these haters out of reach. They can't touch me with my wings.
Always stay moving, I don't wait round. Coming for the ball, it's a takedown. There ain't really nothing left to say now. And we got them on their heels, throw the fade now. Yeah, watch how I step. Cause you ain't really wanna like that. Oh, you ain't know I was running like that. I get the ball, I'ma run it right back. Watch how I step. Cause you ain't really wanna like that. Oh, you ain't know I was running like that. I get the ball, I'ma run it right back. I get the ball, I'ma run it right back. I get the ball, I'ma run it right back.
drip. Can't f with no art. Drinking my cup. Pour some rock. Stay getting lit. Yeah, till I drop. Oh, na na na. 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 Oh, na na na.
I'm going and going 100. It's going down like the 300. You hear the same, feel the thunder. Dribble that ball like I'm a drummer.
It's getting hot in here, no summer. Whole team going dumb in here, no dumber. Belly aching, got that hunger. If we going OT, I'll go under. Running gun this game without no gunner. But my squad a pack of hunters. All in the family, no Archie Bunker. Chop a team down like a stack of lumber. Run the pipe on them, no plumber. Jersey stripe, you know my number. Check the score, you know the sum up. Another win, we never run up. Been around and on the come up. Putting work, sun up to sun up.
I'm going and going 100. It's going down like the 300. You hear the same, feel the thunder. Dribble that ball like I'm a drummer. I'm going and going 100. It's going down like the 300. You hear the same, feel the thunder. Dribble that ball like I'm a drummer.
Still going and going. Energizer. Never beef on the court, but I keep a tenderizer. Case the temper gets short and need a rectifier. But you ain't seen my support, all my troops ride or diers. Lord is my side, yeah, we got that holy fire. We bring it in into every game, court look like a fry. Kingdom of God, hail to the empire. Whole team feeling alive, no amplifier.
I'm going and going 100. It's going down like the 300. You hear the same, feel the thunder. Dribble that ball like I'm a drummer. I'm going and going 100. It's going down like the 300. You hear the same, feel the thunder. Dribble that ball like I'm a drummer. Going and going 100. It's going down like the 300. You hear the same, feel the thunder. Dribble that ball like I'm a drummer.
Yeah, show you how a real chick's supposed to. Get a brand new fit, cost a rover. And I'm real slim, fit, Coca-Cola. Why you thirsty for a pic? You a poser. Evian on the chain, bubble bath, champagne. But from Spain to Dubai, I guess hot on the
Welcome back to EMEA.
Takedown already in.
He gets 2, right?
Doing what he can in the back lines and actually overextend.
On the side they go, Nivera. Finds the first kill. And the flag.
Two clutch players now.
Oh my God.
Oh, Mystic.
9 HP.
Get ready for playoffs.
Long awaited, here it is, finally, it's time for playoffs. Welcome everybody, one and all, to the best region in the world. That definitely is the case for us here in Berlin. Live again, this time with our playoffs, week 1 for EMEA. 5 grueling weeks are done aside, and now we're left with 6 teams. That's our prerogative for this weekend. I'm Milosh, your host. With me on the desk are the beautiful and wonderful Jess and Ryan. How are you guys doing today?
Oh, it's great to be back. You know what's even better than being back here watching the playoffs is having Ryan back by my side.
I feel like you say that with everybody. Like if it's Kukuka, if it's Lo-Fi, it's like, you're my favorite.
I've missed you, man. I have missed you.
We've done one physical desk together, which sounds weird, but yeah, it was.
In fact,
okay, it was for one of the teams here as well with Mech.
Yeah.
So yeah, we get to see how far they've come since.
So we got a few things to talk about today, but I think our first one is something that just happened literally last night as all of us were kind of landing in Berlin and getting ready for it. New map just dropped.
Oh, yeah.
By the way, Pearl. For those that have gotten to play it, great. Let us know what you think about it all. But here's what it looks like. We're just going to ask if you guys had the chance to kind of take a look. Here's some gameplay also our wonderful crew here actually got to capture in the test.
For me, it felt weird to be watching content creators and not being part of it myself, you know?
Yeah.
So it's like, I got to watch a bit of Sliggy, Thinking Man's Valorant, all, you know, thinking about what they can do at his map. A lot of warm bangable spots as Sliggy was highlighting consistently. And yeah, this is gameplay, by the way, from like the runner show manager, Andre, and there's a big error that I want to highlight from him that I'm not a fan of, and it's the fact that he has the new melee, which is amazing, but not upgraded, so we'll see that shortly.
I mean, geez. You know what? I don't know if you get the same vibes as me, but I get Ascent vibes from it. Not because I'm seeing Phoenix, but purely out of the fact that a lot of these corners and the sort of layout of it does give me sort of Ascent-esque vibes. However, I feel that the layout is a little bit more freeing than Ascent currently gives.
It's a very CS-y map, I suppose.
Yes.
You know, like, I think there's elements of like...
There it is.
There it is. There's a melee, not upgraded.
Yep.
And yeah, I think that you have like the shot and arrows that remind me of like Inferno. This whole map reminds me personally of Ancient, right? It's sort of the same vibe. So I feel like for those expecting like insane gimmicks, I think this is a tactically sound kind of map, and it's going to suit a lot of those pros that were in overtax shooters like we've seen.
Yeah.
There's a lot to talk about in lineups, I'm sure, in the future. I know a lot of you are looking for them. So let us know what you think about it. Though, let's start talking about what happened in our last week. To prep for our playoffs, here's the top 5 pistol plays of week 5.
Clean as can be. CNED, Headhunter, 1 headshot, but Tom, that's his last bullet now in the chamber.
He needs 3 kills with 1 bullet, or he has to use another gun, and while Angel's gonna headshot him through the corner of the wall. Much pressure on Liquid.
Liquid feel pretty breezy about this one. Navera, he's not quite landing these shots though. Now he's landing those shots.
Sorry,
calibration shots, pardon me.
Well, Chronicle and Reg are in real trouble.
Not quite on for Scream, but the damage is done. Chronicle 2 HP, that's stun, pinpoint, and Navera just as accurate. So many players to nade down. Monster's running forward and getting a double. That's unbelievable. Xiao's gonna do it all, and he's coming close. Monster left to deal with. Both players so low. It's Monster that has to defuse, though. And that's where the difficulty comes in. Still with a Haunt to play with. Xiao doesn't even need to peek at this point, and, well, he's realizing that this one could be nice and easy. Out goes the Haunt, revealing him up, and, well, actually not revealing him. Xiao almost fell for it.
Not even.
Oh, that was almost a big bait. But Monster goes down in the end. Wow. You're only really going to have Vong to take this initial fight, and I think he's about to peek for info. There we go, plenty. 3 players spotted. The stun hit him, though. 10 seconds left. Player walled out. Vong's got to go huge on the site. 2 kills as he dashes around the pillar. Absolutely destroying them. 1-0 for Focus. Survived quite a while there. Flash is certainly contributing to it. The damage done is significant, but they need someone to follow up on it. And as of yet, OG London United haven't pushed all the way. Now they try, and Yugi's there to greet them. 4 kills on the board. A shutdown.
Hell of a final week that we had in our group stage, but this leads us to, I guess, the important bit. Everybody's been waiting for it, finally, the playoffs. So what did our scorelines look like for that week 5, and what was the final distribution for the group? Group A, of course, the Fnatic, Ascend, and FPX move forward, and we're going to talk about them in detail once we get to their matches. Of course, G2, London United, and Focus unable to move through, as we saw, 1-4 for all of them there. Big surprise with G2 for a lot of fans out there. Of course, Guild, Liquid, and M3 Champions, they take those 3 spots. BBL, Navi, and Big just behind. Any surprises seeing now these teams today, Jess? These 6 making it forward in the bracket?
I don't think so. I think in the first couple of weeks, it looked like maybe there could have been a shake-up. I said that in stage 1 as well. There were surprises about FPX. Look at the bracket right now, though. I think that's a really good encapsulation of the top teams. We oftentimes come back to those teams. Maybe a fresh face. You know, FPX isn't really a fresh face anymore. So maybe a fresh face could have jazzed it up a little bit, but it's going to be the names that we know and trust.
I feel it's like the placement as well, because you might have seen like Fnatic and Guild get a bye, and they only need to win that one best of 3 against the winner of today's games to qualify for Copenhagen. Fnatic you sort of expect, but Guild, they were in, I think they've been in every playoffs that we've had, stage 1, 2, and 3 of last year, and obviously all of them this year, but now being 1 win away from their first international event. They have to sort of beat out the 2 teams that we're going to be seeing first play today, Ascend and Mech. That's, Guild are in a good position for once.
Potentially so, and you see it here. Group A and B, Fnatic and Guild, like Ryan was just saying, are the top of their group. Ascend, FPX in Group A, and Group B with Liquid and M3 Champions, Mech. These are our playoff teams. And like you said, it's all best of 3s, but because of that first seed, you basically have only 1 game to win. And that really puts a lot less stress on you in some ways too.
I feel like it would give me more stress. I don't know about you, but I would be standing there and I'd be like, all right, boys, it's just, 1 best of 3. And everyone goes, yeah, but what if we lose?
Yeah.
And everyone's like, well, that's okay. We'll get another go at it, I guess. And then it's like, we got a double elim, so it works.
Yeah.
But at that point, you've dropped the ball. Everyone's feeling really bad. You have to pick it back up. That's where the mentality comes in.
I think EMEA has got to send its best. Come on.
I mean, fair.
I mean, I think that's the theory, right, of like Fnatic, because they haven't lost at all this group stage. If they lose, what happens? Do they sort of reform themselves, bounce back? Same with sort of Guild, right? Like they've got such a good position, but these teams that are in this sort of first round to play into those games, some of them are really starting to come into form, and others you always expect to be there because of the pound-for-pound performances that they get from their players.
Now, from our 6 teams, we also like to dig a bit into details, and one of those details are pistols. You saw them in the top 5 last week. Jess, can you talk to us about this?
Yeah, I thought I would dig a little bit deeper into how teams perform on their pistols specifically, because there's someone on a certain team you'll see today that said they suck at them, and I wanted to show you how much they suck. Top middle right there, 31% for Ascend. That is a bad number for those who aren't good with numbers. Let me just say that is not very good whatsoever. Fnatic undefeated, 75% of their pistol rounds they win and convert, which is huge. That's actually abnormal. It's not usual for teams to be able to convert that many pistol rounds. That is an anomaly. But the rest of the team sitting between, sort of the 40 to 60 mark is that sweet spot for teams to sit for the pistols. So there are teams that need to pick it up a little bit, and there are other teams that are excelling. So I think that's something for us to look at a little bit, because there's extra couple of rounds. We spoke about eco. We spoke about how that sort of tumbles into something of a better position in the round, and a lot of these games have been close in round diff as well, so that's the difference maker.
Yeah, there's a whole weird thing about EMEA as well, where a lot of teams are losing on their map pick, and I think the big thing about it is most of the time they're attacking first.
Sure.
So if you can pick up the attacking pistol on your map pick, you set yourself up nicely, but we've seen a lot of very one-sided halves, but then end in a 13-11 scoreline. So pistols, they are only a couple of rounds, and literally just 2 rounds in a series, but they can be incredibly impactful to getting you on the right foot, especially if you're attacking first on your map pick. You need to perform there.
It really sets you up properly, because a lot of people will take a look, oh yeah, you won the pistol, you're probably going to win the next round. High potential of that actually happening. And then you can snowball it until finally the buy round comes up in round 3. There's a lot that can happen in that way. And that's kind of one detail that you don't get to talk about a lot, because for a lot of people, you look at it and you took up the average, it's between 40, 60, let's just say 50% of the time, you're going to win them.
Right.
That's why you look at the outlier.
The toss of the coin, but the anomalies are the important part there. I mean, if you can be a Fnatic and you can win 75% of your pistols, you kind of guarantee yourself with some cash in the hand. You can hit it up in the bank later. I'm just saying, if you can strive for that, it's good.
All right. Well, this is our first playoffs week. So we want to hype you up properly for it and give it what it needs. Because EMEA, we got it all. We got all the hype and we want to get it started. Here's our teaser for week 1 of playoffs.
Enjoy the playoffs, guys. It is going to be amazing.
Ascent has managed to secure their second seed.
It's good. I want to face them, actually.
Oh.
What are those headshots out from Soulcast? I think it's the best roster you'll have had since starting the project here. Imagine, like, we win this. That means we can reach Masters. Like, we will get ready for the BO3 and fight, because this is the most important game of the season, at least in my eye.
Enzo, no! It's sticking inside the smoke! It's still gonna kill it, Enzo!
Yeah, so I wanna play against Ascent. They are my ex-teammates, and I wanna teach them a lesson.
Guys, we ready to tune our match at Friday against M3 champions. I hope you're gonna cheer for us, and we're gonna try to make sure that you're gonna see this in Copenhagen.
All right, let's take a look at this mech roster and look at what we can expect from this side.
Yeah, Team Liquid versus FPX. I will pick FPX to lose the game, so Team Liquid should be clearing this 2-0 easily.
You should tune in to see a Liquid match, because Artis will knife someone and he will drop a 30 bomb.
I hope you all tune in for playoffs. It's gonna be a banger.
There's gonna be a lot of clutches and a lot of banger stuff.
It's gonna be super fun.
This team beat Liquid on Friday.
Well, if you're tuning in right now, it means that all of our pro players are very happy with what you've been doing. And this leads us to the matches that you can expect for today. Will be put up on the screen for you, and you'll see Ascend will take on M3 champions Mech first with Team Liquid versus FunPlus Phoenix, FPX right after. Ryan, your thoughts on the games quickly?
I mean, I think both of these sort of matches have teams that can very easily qualify. I think there's firm favorites, like certainly Fnatic, FPX even, but after they lost last week against Ascend, who have looked better, yeah, I think all of these teams have a real shot of making playoffs. If you're expecting this to go to plan, you've not been watching the EMEA, because it's been chaotic.
I don't like scripts. I don't like being right with my predictions. I want to be proven wrong. So I have clear favorites. I won't tell you just yet, but I have clear favorites. I'm kind of hoping those clear favorites are broken. So we'll see. We'll see if the surprises are in hand.
We'll talk about the bias once we actually go into the match, the pre-matches themselves. But got to sit a bit with Doombros and ask him a few questions from FPX to see what do you think about the games and their preparation for the day. Take a look at what he said. Hello, everybody, and we'd like to welcome our interviewee, the coach for FPX, Doombros. How are you doing today?
Hey, I'm doing fine. I'm doing fine.
Not too warm, as we were just talking about the all that's happening around in the EU. But let's talk about Week 5 first before we talk about our playoffs. 2-1 loss to Ascend. Everybody knows them as big hitters in the EMEA. What do you think were lessons that you learned from that matchup?
I think for us, it was a bit of a wake-up call to fix our fundamentals and our team play and our discipline. I think we dropped the ball a bit on certain maps in terms of playing tight and doing the basic stuff that you need to do in Valorant. So yeah, that was really the wake-up call. There are a team that kind of takes you into that space of uncertainty, of brawling, of aiming. So yeah, we definitely worked on that this week.
And you talk about it, we worked on that in the past week. There's only 1 week between Week 5 and the playoffs. And obviously there's a lot happening. You got 5 weeks of competition. How do you really keep the spirits high of the players and keep them practicing without losing, that energy that you need to keep going through playoffs?
I mean, our goal is always champions. That's our main goal, and everything we do, we're working towards that main goal. So sure, we have some matches, maybe we have a Masters, maybe we have a playoffs, but our main goal is to become as good as possible and to win champions, and that's it. So we're just keeping our eyes on the prize and just keep on working.
Well, for a lot of people, Suigetsu is kind of the not-so-secret weapon of the team. How do you think, though, the entire squad enables him to perform as well as he does in game?
I mean, So Getto is kind of, I like to say it's like he's like silent but violent, you know.
That's a good way to put it.
He's actually, yeah. He's been evolving in a really good pace this year. Like when we picked him up, he was kind of rough diamond. I think he's one of the most skilled players in the world. And yeah, lately he's just come into his form and he's becoming more comfortable. He's become more confident. So for us, it's more just not enabling him, right? Because he's just a piece of a puzzle in a team, but making sure that he understands what needs to be done and what are the goals. And yeah, that's it. Just let him play and let him explore whatever he wants to do.
Well, thank you very much for the short interview. Good luck in your game later on today against Team Liquid. A very much fated match, a lot would describe it. Till then, good luck in the game.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Bye-bye. And that's what we got to hear from Doom Bros. Thank you very much for joining us for the interview. That's kind of setting you up for game number 2 today. No, our first one, Mech. Let's see what they have to show for our game. And we turn to I guess, CNED. Whenever you think of Ascend, you're thinking CNED, you're thinking of the squad. How do they face up against Mech today for Ascend?
Yeah, I mean, this is the rematch of that Champions Final for one. And I think that different stories for them to get there in the first place. I think for Mech, they had won Masters 3, they had looked maybe a little awkward in some series, brought to best of 3s, I think, in all of them, and obviously had that game up against Crew in the semi-final. You're expecting Mech to be the favourites here. But Ascend, sort of silent dark horses for the event, came in, beat Team Liquid in the semis, came in and reverse swept their way back into winning a full best of 5 to be the world champions. The concern, I suppose, overall is just like the pressure that's immediately on them, right, Jess?
I just don't... When you hold a title like a world champion, you are the only world champion in all of Valorant right now. There is no one else that can hold that title bar you, and you also want to reclaim it. I think for them right now, that is such a far-away goal. It's not in arm's reach just yet. They really have this as a proving grounds. This playoffs for me is, can Ascend use this as a proving grounds that they are worthy of international play again, and that they themselves in a reformed new identity have the opportunity to go back to the international stage and stake a claim. That's where I'm at with them right now. I think the title is, we did it, and now we need to do it again.
I think the key word is identity, right? Because I think both teams have been on a bit of a downhill slope if we look at their form, even just in this stage. Like if you look at stage 1, it was again awkward. Ascend didn't even make playoffs last time. And Mech, they were 0.02 seconds from qualifying if it wasn't for the Meching, I suppose you could call it, where they played up against Fnatic on Split and it was a 21-23 scoreline. But both these teams have sort of struggled. Certainly Mech has not really lived up to any expectation. Losing against Big in week 4 was a massive surprise considering Big hadn't won a series up until that point. For Ascend, I feel that because they made those roster changes, there's almost like a new look to them. And we even have like how long these two teams have been together, and it's pretty big difference between the squad. Vac
Ryan,
Monster.
That looks like two very different numbers there.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that you see Vac and Monster coming in recently at the start of this stage, Mech have had this squad since Christmas Eve 2020. That's how long Redgar's been part of this team, replacing Sunset. And I think the big thing overall is Ascend, when they brought in Vac and Monster, they wanted those players to fill the boots of Bone Cold and Keyless.
They did. Yep.
But then I think they realized that we can never be that champions team ever again.
Correct.
Because we made these roster changes. The meta's changed up a lot, for example. So now they need to be Ascend 2.0, change stuff up. And so I'm looking at Mech, who have tried to, keep Nats on the Cypher, try and instill that magic that they had. It's two teams, Ascend going, we're going to do something new. We're going to adapt and try and be better. Mech are kind of going, we want to recapture that magic somehow.
Yeah, I love Ascend as a roster now. When you change players, not just one player, you change multiple players, the risk is so high. And you're talking about that it's something I call a synergization period, where it can take anywhere from 3 days to 3 weeks to 3 months, most often than not, at least a month. For these players, they came in and they performed. And shout out to them having to fill some big boots there. So I think there's a lot of opportunity for this roster.
And now that you mention Ascend, how about we go even deeper into what they have, specifically about some of the players that we might be expecting to really show up for this squad? Because by all means, this is a really good team that has so much to show. And like you two were saying, all you need is Ascend 2.0. It's so much harder, to keep the crown that it is to actually just get to it the first time.
Yeah, I also feel like to an extent when your players like Monster and Vac, they've looked best in the last couple of weeks in comparison to the first few, because you don't have that, you need to be world champions form. It's like, we brought you in because you're good at what you do. Go do what you do best. And I think that that's where both these players have started to really sing. And I think especially this series against FPX last week, that's where Ascend really started to go, okay, I can see them qualifying. I think the most common prediction is all three teams from Group A, that being Fnatic, FPX, and Ascend, are the three teams that qualified, because all of them have looked really good in form, have some really good ideas, and now leaning into their strengths.
I still just harp on the fact that you can change, a quarter of your roster and still make playoffs. I think that we didn't give them enough props for doing that, for taking a team that was so well known for being regimented and having the same players for so long and being world champions, to coming in and moving two really integral puzzle pieces and then putting two new ones in and still making playoffs. I want to throw that out there and say that's a really good performance.
They made playoffs, but one thing's got to be worked on, those pistols. And unfortunately, they take a while, don't they, Jess?
I mean, look, Zeke himself, we had a couple of interviews with Ascend because guess what? They won games and they deserve interview time, and that's what Zeke gave us. And he said something very specific that I think is important to point out was, I think pistols are our biggest weakness right now. If we start winning pistol rounds, I think nobody can match us, except maybe Fnatic. And I'm glad he added that at the end there. Bring the graphic back up from the pre-show to show you how bad those pistols have been for Ascend. Dead smack, top middle there, 31% clearance rate. Their win condition for pistols is so dire that it's very hard to work out, but I did, you'll be happy to know, watch all of their pistols, culminate what I think their biggest loss condition is. Surprisingly enough, they're playing their pistols like a full buy round. And I think that they don't understand that the time that they're taking in the pistols, they are not getting that first kill, or rather they are and they're dying, until about the 50 to 60 second mark. And upon which they do that, they almost don't trade it every time. So they're trying to pay it like a sort of a pick and prod, rather than let's hit sight, it's pistol, overwhelm in numbers. They're not doing that like other teams are. So that's where their biggest weakness is right now on their pistols. And if they start winning those, I think look better.
It's the negative side of Ascend recently, like their series, just slow starters.
Yeah.
I think generally speaking, I think they were 5-1 down on split up against FPX, but then they come back to win the half 7-5, like in that first one. That's important. And again, it's like if you have a map pick, you need to perform an attack first. And it makes sense. If they're trying to default pistol rounds, it's because they haven't had the time to go into the lab and make specific strats for pistols like a lot of teams have had the chance. Most certainly Mech have had a long time to think of some pistol strats.
Well, one of the players that kind of enabled their victories is Struxo. So what has he had in terms of pure numbers? Because we can just put up there it is. The screen is up on it. Ryan, what are your thoughts on this player?
I think that he was one of the shining stars of Champions. Like you look at Zeke, who was MVP of the tournament, but I don't think Starzo was that far behind. Certainly with how he was playing the Astra, when he was playing Sky. Now he's on that duelist role. Him and Zeke have swapped in positions, but they're still playing off each other tremendously well. Their comms can never really play them because they get pretty nasty with some of their language, but the fact that team works so well together says a lot. And I think Starzo being that tip of the spear for the team now that CNED's moving over to more of a chamber role is working out a lot, as Tom was highlighting in the cast. Starzo is not scared of anything.
Bless Starzo for being able to take the mantle of the duelist role, because I begged to see CNED on the chamber. As someone who loves chamber and loves to see players who do well with it and op well, it's CNED. Give him an op and then give him another op and then see what happens, and I've been very impressed.
And now on to their opponents. Ascend does not have an easy way out into that upper bracket game. They're going to have to go through Mech on the other side. So, Jess, how tough is this going to be?
I mean, they're called M3 champions for a reason. These are maybe not the world champions that they're going up against, but they themselves have just a wealth of firepower. You saw Ryan bring up before he did a deep dive analysis on how long these players have been together. Was it 540 days?
540 days.
540 days they've had to mesh together, bring that chemistry, and put on a show that I know they're capable of. Unfortunately, something I dug into them 4 weeks ago, their attacking side is absolutely abysmal for a team, especially one together for that long. They keep relying on their defensive side. They need to stop doing it, clean it up a little bit, and slowly things are looking better. Not perfect just yet.
There's moments of brilliance, and I think that's what makes Mech always fun to watch, because you know that they can come into a series like this and absolutely blitz an opponent. I think even going into that Fnatic game, that probably the best of 3 series we've seen in the EMEA bar none, Mech was still awkward. And then they go into that series and they put on a world-class performance and a match by Fnatic. That's what you want to see. The other thing to mention as well with Ascend, like making this adaptation and being a fresh team, fresh blood is something that Redguard did mention in an interview with Yinsu. Like, if we don't make playoffs, that might be something that we have to consider. So it is a case now of like, Ascend have gone, we need to reinvent ourselves. Mech, I think this is their last chance to recapture that magic and try and get to Copenhagen.
And there is a lot of potential for it. A lot of people looking at what they're doing and listening to what you guys are saying. Like, yeah, Ascend couldn't do it, but Mech, they're just so regimented in a lot of the things that they do. And Lothar even talked about it a few weeks ago with this CIS mindset, the way that they play that's kind of seeped into other teams that are not here with us at the playoffs.
How well did that go, huh?
Well, that's an interview that we'll remember forever.
Yeah.
Though, Nats, a player that we definitely have to highlight in this case.
Ooh, please bring him up. I got some nice things. Look at the ACS. For a man that is not a duelist, for a man that's not expected to put up the big numbers, this is as close over to his, not his champions, his Berlin Masters performance that we saw. I have all of the numbers from all. I calculated the average in the world, Ryan. For Viper players, he is the top-rated Viper player in the world since Berlin last year. That is, he has held them out. There's only 2 players in the world that have ever, in international events, outranked him. One was Dapper from Sentinels, and that was at Champions. The other player was Soulcast from Team Liquid, also in the playoffs at the moment, and that was in Stage 3 EMEA playoffs. The only 2 players in the world to ever outdo him on that agent. There is no one that encapsulates Viper better than Nats, and no one who has been put back onto the Viper who is now feeling himself.
And those kind of stats, whilst only winning 4 maps out of 11, is still like to
unreal.
perform that well. Like, sure, there's other sides of it, and I think you can never look at Nats being like the problem for this team.
No.
People might point the finger at Defo, for example, which I think is unfair. Like, he does his job. He's the entry. He's meant to be a bit out there when it comes to his plays. But like Chronicles, been throwing stim beacons at people's face, like ultimate frisbee kind of style. Shados, I think, has been the worst performances that we've seen from him recently, and he's such an integral part of making this team click. And Redguard's calling has been easy to read, to the point the Big were adapting very easily to these mid-round plays on Ascent, for example, when they played up against Mech a couple of weeks ago. There's a lot of players on Mech that you can point to and go, you need to like lift up this performance, but then they can go the next round, the Chronicle could get a 4K, for example. It's so inconsistent. It's painful, but brilliant to watch at the same time. It's entertaining, that's for sure.
Definitely entertaining, and we're hoping for more of it today and through this week, should Mech actually make it through and actually fight in the upper bracket, because remember, this is double elimination. But we're preparing ourselves for best of 3, and they're all best of 3s until we hit the grand final of the upper and lower bracket, which turns into BO5. I want to kind of look into your heads and peer in and see what's going on in there. So there's some things to hide. I'll give you a moment to go incognito in there. But specifically on here, what is to look at maps-wise? What's the potential for these 2?
I mean, there's one that starts with B and ends in Eind, and it goes with a particular team of which we said never to take them to that map.
Oh,
can you get the puzzle?
Yeah, I think it's Ascent Hind. I love that map.
I also like that map.
I think that it reminds me of the Champions Final again, where Mech pretty much permaban Haven until they didn't against Guild and they lost, and then they started permabanning it again. They went and banned out the bind because Ascend's bind was like a 22 map unbeaten streak. Now it's a very different story. Like, I think that's the big thing. Like, when these 2 teams last faced, they were arguably, or not even arguably, they were decisively the best 2 teams in the world. Now they're just sort of trying to struggle to get over to the line to make playoffs for an international event. Never mind win them. So like, for me, it's the case of like, this map pool could be very different, and both teams still trying to find what works for them.
Yeah, I don't think there is a necessity for either team to ban the best map of the other team at this point. Purely because you said a very important note there, is that they're just fighting to get through the playoffs.
Exactly.
Make safe bans. This is not an opportunity or a time for you to really be doing something out there. If you do get rid of the bind, guess what you leave open? That is a huge risk. That's the kind of thing that we're looking at here. Is I don't think we'll see anything crazy. I don't think we see the Fracture. I don't think we see the Haven, for example. These are the kind of maps that I don't expect us to see.
Well, we don't have to hope for anything. We got the map ends ready, so let's put them up on the screen for you again. Best of 3. We got Bind, Breeze, and Split. What are your thoughts?
I mean, if we do get that third map, I think Mech are going to be sweating a little bit because the last time that they played Split was against Fnatic that time in stage 1. For Bind...
22-21, was it?
Yeah, 23-21, I think.
Oh my
so yeah,
God.
It's a long night.
And it was a long time ago, all things considered. But Ascend, their form on Bind has been really solid recently. I think this has been the best map example of them going, all right, we're going to play the Ascend comp, right? We're going to play what we used to, put Monster and Vac on those agents. Oh, it didn't work. We need to do something else. And so there has been a change. We've seen Staxo go over to that Raze, and it's been working a lot better with nice wins over G2 and FPX. So, like, that's a great place to start if you're Ascend.
Oh, since our agent ban, or agent select, I guess, is going to be a bit delayed. We have a PC issue from the players. Don't worry about it. We'll be in very quickly. This gives us more time to theorycraft about what could actually happen. I want to talk about Bind first. Of course, it is our first map. What do we expect in this, agent-wise, but also in terms of pure team play and gameplay?
I mean, Mech's starting on defense. And you just pointed out before how important for certain teams, aka Ascend, who are struggling on pistols and everything, for them to win attacking side is. I know we're talking about agents and whatnot, but just from a top-down view, do you think we could decide that map on the first half alone? Knowing that Mech rely heavily on defenses. I'm throwing this out as a postulation because we have time, and I think it's an important question of just going, knowing what you've said, knowing what I know about Ascend and pistols, and knowing Mech's attacks. How does that weigh up? Do we know in the first half?
Yeah, I think when you look at Mech, like, because they lost to Na'Vi, that's the only map that they've played of it so far this stage. Both their attacking and defensive side was equally bad. Like, their attacking side a little worse. So I do think that you could have, like, a 9-3 half, let's call it, in favor of Mech on that defense. And I still think there's a chance for Ascend to bring it back, because that's been consistent and common, right? But I do think that Ascend, I could see them going 5-0 down and still being able to pull it back. That's what they've been able to do. I think it takes a while for them to adapt to what the team is playing, but Ascend have changed stuff up. Mech is still sort of running what they used to. Maybe there's like a fade in there, for example. Considering it didn't work the last time they played, are they going to sort of keep the nose to that specific grindstone or change their comps and agents?
Well, that is a question that's on our mind. And you know what? I want to ask what you guys think about all of this. We're always running polls on social media to see what you're thinking of it. And I wanted to see, all right, 55.4% going for Ascend, 44.6% on Mech. I call that pretty darn equal now that we can... Yeah, that's the question.
I think there's a lot of hopium there for Mech. I thought it'd be a lot lower, but I do think that that's because people know, like, Mech are that kind of team where they struggle through it, but like I can see it where like Mech qualify for Copenhagen, they kind of go, and then they just absolutely obliterate everybody to get the top seed. That's just what they do. They look wonky up until they get to like a threshold where it's qualifying for a Masters event or even Champions, and then they just slap everybody above them. It's that this is the most pressure that they feel. If they get that off their shoulders, I think they've got a good chance to beat Guild. I think both these teams can really take it to them in their playing game, for example.
You know, I once called Mech one of the most resilient teams I'd ever seen, down to a micro level. Like, they would be down an atrocious amount of rounds. Their round diff would be atrocious, and then their faces wouldn't change. It'd just be dead still, and they bring it back round after round after round. I truly think, maybe without analysis of some of the small, more micro regions of the world, that they would be the most resilient team I've ever watched. So I do think this is an opportunity for them if they start off slow, even though we've, nailed them on the attack. There's still possibilities.
Yeah, I'm just overall wondering, like, okay, we've seen some stuff like Shados' performance has been really weak. I think he has the worst KD on this map, specifically when he's playing the Sky. They have tried a bit of Fade, for example, with Redgar, and it's something that actually Ascend haven't gone for, and a lot of teams are starting to move over as well.
He's such a good Sage.
Yeah.
Really, you know what I mean? Just put him on a comfort. You need it now.
All right.
Now, later than never. Okay.
Chronicle on the Raze just immediately.
Okay.
I think, so Ascend typically playing what they usually do, but this is a massive change.
What?
The only team that we saw playing Cypher on this map was FPX instead of a Viper, so Mech, this is like the CIS direction, I suppose. It makes sense why FPX were playing it, right? So Nats on that Cypher needs to sort of make that space, right? I think Soigetsu struggled when he played up against Ascend last time, up against Ascend the other week. So I think Ascend are looking at this comp and going, well, we dealt with FPX playing this. Mech look a little bit worse than them currently on form, so we can take this.
Oh man, I'm so excited. Oh, baby, I'm excited. Look at that. I mean, wow, you got Redgar, Omen.
Yeah.
I mean, this for me is just a playground. Think about how well and mechanically well Chronicle's been playing. I know he has those rounds where he really does drop the ball utility-wise, but just think mechanically, if we take away the utility, I truly think he's been doing a pretty good job with the gunning department.
Yeah.
So It's not.
I think they've taken a leaf out of Mech's book, Ascend's book, even of just like, oh, we'll swap the roles. We'll put Chronicle. He's the one that's popping off. We'll put him on the duelist. I think it's one of the first few times we've seen him on Raze, but like this could be the thing. This could be the opening for Mech.
Oh, this could be huge.
It could be it. It could be it, and we'll have to see how it all comes down on Bind. We got Mitch and Tom to take you through it. Enjoy.
Thank you so much, Milosh. Wow, Tom, this is going to be a monumental matchup. We have got champions from Champions and from Masters 3 here. I mean, you got to be excited to kick this one off.
Yeah, we got a rematch, and we get one of the maps coming up first that actually wasn't played within this grand final. So it's going to be an absolute banger. Hopefully, it's going to be a 3-mapper. But firstly, we got to meet our teams.
Well, Tom, we've got a fresh face to send coming into this season, but I was expecting to say, you know, Mech, they've kind of been struggling, and I want to see something different from them today, but it looks like they've come in with some new intentions. I'm excited to see what they've got moving on into playoffs.
Yeah, I think the change of, like, some of the minor changes, obviously Nat's going on to an agent, which has been his bread and butter basically since the very beginning of the game, so I don't think that's anything too crazy. Redgar going back onto a controller again is not the most mind-blowing thing in the world. Defo playing Sky and the switch for Chronicle to now take over that Raze might give him a little bit more space to sort of play as that secondary role, but it's not something he's really done much before. It's always been that sort of pure duelist. The Jet is what we put this guy forward for, so it's going to be intriguing to see if it works for him.
Yeah, it definitely is. We're diving into this first round. Ascend on the attack, moving in for a little bit of control over Lamps. They've already put their Trailblazer through, but Shados goes down right away. Redguard now trying to answer back up. Good for 1 kill, but that is all. Mech really not putting up a good hold on the site. Chronicle can't get back in there, waiting for his teammates. They'll try to retake this control together, but a tough one ahead of them now that spike is planted.
Oh, okay. Nats has managed to quickly swing and give them a man advantage. Great flash. Should be a trade, but never mind. Vac's not going to get anything. And Nats has come to party already. 3 kills in the pistol. It leaves Monster. He's been a superstar so far this tournament. A first goes his way. Looking to try and isolate the Jules, but he can't quite close out Defo.
A good attempt, but it's Mech to walk away with it in the end. An impressive retake, and it's off the back of their consistent performer in Nats. This guy has been delivering in every single game. It doesn't matter whether it's been a victory or a loss, whether it's been a strong Mech or the weaker face that we've seen slip through sometimes. Nats has been that consistent factor for them. And he comes in here with, I mean, sure, 3 kills overall, but it's that double to get them right back in. Like, we're saying, oh, the spike is planted now, it'll be tough. And I'm thinking that's because they get to go to post plans, but just as they try that, Nats just swoops in and saves the day.
Yeah, I think it's also going to create a very different dynamic on this map because firstly, you're going to be moving in with a single controller, which it definitely have its difficulties. We see how he actually likes to lurk through when it comes to those takes in towards the A site, but it also changes how the attack's going to work out for Ascend because you've got a very different defensive setup that revolves around a lot more information in terms of having not only that double initiator, but then also having Cypher, which kind of works as a quasi-initiator anyway, and all of his traps, which are going to cause you issues when you actually try and make your way in.
Ton of difficulties there for Ascend to deal with, and in this round, well, there's a whole bunch.
Nasty. It's so nasty.
I think he seems to have dealt with the first bit, and he's able to get out of there for free at least, so not the most horrendous of starts. A trap play avoided, but Monster's gone down, trying to sneak his way through on A. You know, that's a play that I think I know Nats for the most. Again, this guy just constantly putting his wall up, moving down into Lamps and taking the control on the attack side. So no surprise that Mech are ready for that kind of Viper play on the other side.
That's a little bit whiffy from Chronicle. He's someone who's going to be in a much more aggressive role for, I guess, one of the first times. Like, you have to bear in mind, he did also pick up Chamber for a bit, and that was incredibly aggressive. Like, I still remember his split play was basically just him running down mid and then trying to TP back out again. So it's not anything too wild, and I think it's a role he can definitely take forward. And again, though, I am liking already. Like, as I said, if you were even a Nats fan going back just a year, you will have loved to watch the way that he would set up into those cameras. Like, almost use it as just, I'm going to sit here until somebody peeks me, and then they take that information and run with it. And even just the little trap setup they had there, it's not something mind-blowing, and especially if you have someone like CNED who has the ability to escape, it might not be too impactful, but it is going to allow you to hold on to quite a lot of ground.
This goes here.
I'm sure there's many more setups in mind here for Mech. They're going to need to deploy some of them to deal with the Sens round, the buy round coming out of them here as they power on up that economy. Camera getting a ton of information for them. Yeah, and the thing is, they're again playing the same as they were on long. They got the cam up top, got a nasty position on it. It's going to spot them. Maybe they don't even destroy it. But there's an immediate flash coming out from Defo to take a kill or disorientate those players either way. It's a fantastic setup. The problem is Ascend have left a trap outside of Hookah. They don't intend to go this way. They're moving over towards this A site, taking an orb, slowing the round down completely, and they don't intend to make any decisions just yet. Still 1:05 on the clock.
Yeah, patient in their play. And a lot of the reliance in these sort of entries is going to come in onto Starzo. Was thoroughly impressed with how he played in their game versus... oh my God. I was going to say versus FPX. Monster's already down. That's a huge issue. One of your controllers already gone. The one that's likely going to give you access into the site. And he has to flash up! Oh, it did so nasty, these combos. This is why you have Defo switching. It's so that he can play aggressive just around the abilities of Nats.
Lots of control. Being bought back by Mech. They've managed to hold on to Lamps. So Ascend, as they get this spike down, there's not really anywhere safe for them to go. Crossing back over to mid, still needs a couple of fights, but they've got to be quick. Okay, there's the fight one with Redgar going down. Starzo's just walked in. He's just taking control. There were two players in there. I thought maybe that could surprise them. And despite the fact that both are low, Starzo's getting the heal. There's a flash up, a run out, and a knife to close the round. Starzo's taking out the blade, and 18 HP left, Tom. The heal that he got just moments ago from Vac saved his life.
He must have had no bullets. There's no way that was his decision making. There's absolutely no way, because that's the most minuscule of differences between the round going the other way. Yeah, he sprayed. I don't think he hit a single bullet and then just went for the knife instead. I can't believe that's the first way that Ascend are going to get around on the board. And Mitch, as a bonus round for Mech, that's incredible. 18 HP is the difference to winning it.
Yeah. 1 second on the play, you cancel that heal, you make that player hide 1 second earlier when that flash comes through. Completely different round. Like, that's just wild. Just wild. Coming in round number 4 here, Mech. They've got their buy up, as you said. Fantastic round for them as they now set the scene, set the stage to potentially ruin Ascend's economy completely, leave them with nothing. Nice swing by Starzo, though. It's a good opening. Flash through. Here's where Mech really go back out and fight for the site. The kills are going their way. Redgar unchallenged on the long peak, and Defo's able to double up. This is a secure site for Mech, and an almost impossible clutch for CNED, Tom. The spike is down. It's easily under Mech's control, and look at the agents that he's up against. You're going to have a smoke back up in a second to secure Hookah, and then flashes coming online over the next 10, 15 to deal with and get that information. This is tough. Correct me if I'm wrong. Did they flash long and clear him? They know where he is now.
Okay, timing's gone a little bit off there for Redgar. He had the angle correct, but isn't going to manage to catch him. Now, bear in mind, CNED could take this spike and run. Like, it's a relatively long time in terms of rotation, but he has enough on the clock to actually do it and can even just try and bait them out. Try and confuse them, but you're not seeing any sort of rotation just yet. Both players looking to try and stick this one together. Nat's been spotted. There's still one man to go, though. Defo waiting, ready with a flash in hand. He's been so good at hitting the timings on all of this utility, but CNED's going to cross into the site instead, try and bait him out. He's going to have to stick this one, though.
Hoping he could force both fights out there. That would have been a big mistake by Mech, and you can see exactly why. 2 HP left, but the timer had already ticked, and Mech have secured the round 3-1. Hey, that was a tough clutch, and he came damn close. A few extra seconds on the clock, and maybe he can get it done. But coming into this round 3-1 with a bunch of ultimates online for Ascend, That doesn't really change the outcome, though. We said previous round was fantastic. This one's a win for Mech.
The problem is the money, though. Like, both teams are kind of in a weak spot. CNED's going to have Tour de Force. You've got a Showstopper, that rifle that he saved, Seekers, and then the other two online. Like, although weaponry technically favors Mech, I am not convinced with them going into this round. The only real bet, like, if they were on the attack, I'd almost say it favors Ascend. But because they're on the defensive side, the Judge is viable, and so is the Spectre.
Yeah, so they can definitely bridge the gap on some of those weapons, but yeah, I see what you mean, man. A Showstopper off the back of Seekers, for example, a rifle in the background, a Tour de Force, one kill,
alone.
one plant, anything like that. You've got a potential Viper's Pit to play with. You can see Spike moving over towards Labs. Now there's the fight, and Monster's got the kill. That is going to be the Pit online. The Showstopper connects. Nats is down. Weapons can be upgraded. Starzo's in the spawn. But he's gone down, Tom. That could have been a critical error. CNED's at least recovering something and making this a little bit better. And a Judge inside a Viper's Pit. I mean, Monster, it looks like he might even have this locked down himself.
It's going to be left all onto Chronicle. Yet to really see him turn up in this game so far. First goes his way, but bear in mind how low he's going to get over the next couple of seconds. Almost has to try and back out of there just to give him a chance. And while Monster as the executioner, it's almost alt spam to get the round over the line for Ascend. But when you see the economy for Mech in the next round, you can see why it's worth it.
Yeah, we have to be clear. That was a huge commitment. In an ideal world, you don't want to go into a round, use a Viper's Pit, a Tour de Force, a Showstopper, and Seekers all at once. That's a huge risk. And if it's because you're going to ruin your opponent's economy and take control of the game, sure. And so the reward is there for them in that regard. They get to build up a little bit of money, but it was necessary for them to do that based on the mistakes they'd already made. That's a huge recovery of an early stumble out of Ascend, and now a chance to really reset this and come in with fresh faces on. That's an aggressive push out of Redgar. I like the attempt when you've only got pistols, but Ascend were more than ready. You can see, look at this. They've just spread the net on this. They want to catch any aggression out of Mech. Take no risks.
That single kill alone will almost pull an entire rotation. Again, though, it's going to be the cam placement of Nats that keeps them in the right position, but Defo already gone, and unless there's going to be some real pistol magic, this site is going to fall.
Oh, nice shot out of Nats. Maybe we won't count out the pistol magic just yet. Shados, maybe with something else to say? Nope, not quite. Round secured decently in the end. Ascend coming out with a kill on everyone. Getting those ults back online. Slowly but surely, chipping away. And 3-3. But look, this is it was a weak round out of Mech. They get a little bit of damage. It's so-so. This is where things really matter. And again, they're coming in with even footing in terms of the economy. As in the hardware they're bringing to it. Their shields are a little bit lighter, but they make up for it with those ultimates. Problem is, they're not the 4 heavy punchers, heavy hitters that Ascend have. You've got a Cypher and an Omen in there. Not going to help that much.
No. Redgar again trying to play a little bit more aggressively deep into mid. It seems to be a spot that they really want to challenge for, but it is quite intriguing that a lot of the way they're playing this is firstly not so much around like the one-ways, which is really what we sort of testament this agent to, but also it's not like there's any sort of stack up. Like most of the time it's been this play around Defo and Nats that has been the aggressive sort of push, and then you've had Chronicle sort of as this rotator, which again is maybe a little peculiar considering the agent he's currently playing. So we'll have to see how this one goes. Again, a lot of information found by the Tigers on either side, and already they're starting to pressure into B.
Yeah, they're spotting some players, but it's not really actionable info just yet. You've still got Cypher utility on the site to deal with and a bunch of corners uncleared. This is really just poking out of Ascend to see if someone's going to bite and if they can catch a stray bullet into the head, but it's not happening just yet. 35 seconds, you know, this strategy, you can't really keep deploying it all the way down till 0. You got to go in eventually. That's when the trouble starts to brew. Showstopper comes into play, and an easy closeout from Mech so far. Players diving out one at a time. Ults to separate them, utility to execute on. They were not in trouble at any moment during that push.
Yeah, solid hold. And I do think that so far, when you've looked at the defensive side, this B site has been a lot stronger for Mech, especially, as said, with that Defo Nats combo. It's the other side where I'd actually like to see Ascend pressure a little more. Now, we are in kind of a weird situation with this map, because I feel like in most cases, when you go into a map, like, for example, Split, you go, okay, if they do well on the attacking side, that's great, because most teams will do better on the defense, just commonly. This map, Mech, I would say better on the defensive side, Ascend better on the attack. So this first half, as it was sort of alluded to on the desk, might actually play a lot more overall than you expect. I feel like Redco's got nearly all of his kills from just random smoke spam.
You could be right. You could be
random in quote marks, because obviously he knows where he's aiming, but he doesn't. He's just guessing when they're there.
Now, I've got big respect for the Guardian plays around lamps. The sprays through the teleport obviously can be massive, and same way through that wall. When you're rocking with a Cypher, the flexibility too. If that cam's over towards A, if the traps are there, exec can off it. So far, it has been pretty like, well, B-sided, but not one-dimensional, right? The utility on Cypher is constantly swapping up, and sure, look at the B hold. It's the same as what we've seen before. Like, we've had this exact same hold from them before. With the camera inside of Hookah, the player to flash and exec off it, but so far it hasn't found the value. Like Ascend haven't spotted it, they haven't really lost anyone to it, so just keep rocking that, and I think it's going to come up for big value later.
CNET died to it once. Like, that was but I don't think he may have even known that the cam was there.
Yeah, I don't think
it was
they
used it for information. They haven't popped it within a distance. They also had another setup on the other side of the map, which involved a deep cam in towards the showers as well, which again, it's exactly the same setup every single time. It is just allowing Defo to basically flash into someone who has no idea he's there. And it's working so far. I will say this round, though, it was a little bit more disjointed. Like, I didn't enjoy this one from Ascend. Like, okay, you lose the first player initially, but then every other kill was almost 1v1s. You're just handing a battle. Like, you saw Vac swing out of showers and just hope to take a fight. That's not a round that you're likely to win. Also, I don't know if this is new. Is the timeout thing new? I don't remember that being there before, and I really like it.
It's definitely new. Yeah, it wasn't there before. And I, too, am a huge fan. Yeah, it's nice to see. That timeout called in here. It's Ascend who have called it. There we go. And I mean, it's no real surprise, but a tough round ahead of them. Last time that we saw this, obviously, they had the 4 ultimates that are now offline, and that certainly makes a big difference when you're coming into a shaky buy. Still going to see a rifle in play, the Vandal for Vac, by the looks of it. Can't really afford another. Like, it's going to be such a shaky buy.
Oh, this is a nice spot. That goes there.
Okay, so we got another setup. This is the thing whenever I watch Nats. I'm sure there'll be people like, oh, he sounds a little bit biased. I just genuinely enjoy watching Nats' setups. This, though, from Starzo, hyper-aggressive flash is not great, but I guess it technically got him out of there. If you blind your teammate, maybe you blinded the other team as well. Seekers, I believed, also was just popped very, very early on. So, considering there's still 1 minute 20 left on the clock, I don't know, maybe that's a little bit overzealous.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think Seekers was a big panic. The rotation to the A side, it's so that you have this from the Cypher, much more passive play based on the fact that Mech know they're up against the low buy. They want to take some control over mid, some information early. Over on B, push out of Hookah, flash out, make that noise. They're seeing players there. They're feeling the push. They fall back. I don't know if they just expected it to be an all-out blitz from them with the pistols or something like that. But with the information that they got, they kept the 3 stack there. Info's decayed now, right? Like, it's been a long time. They rotate over. Now they're stacked up on the right side. Surprisingly, Hunter's Fury comes out, lands nothing, doesn't even delay them, really. I mean, it's a lot committed out of Mech already for basically no results. Nats is the one to step up. Only 1 kill under his belt. Trades out immediately, but Mech get there in the end. They get it done. Strange round along the way. Certainly not clean. I think up until the fight started, Ascend were doing a lot better than I expected in terms of the ults they managed to burn out.
I also just think the timing. Like, so for example, you know that Nats has a setup which has a trap on the side, which is going to catch the person who's planting. Hunter's Fury, then that's an insta-kill. Like, that person can't go anywhere, but there's also no real way for Nat, without just wide swinging, to actually kill that player off. So I feel like you almost had some guaranteed free kills, and instead you went for the gamble. I guess it kind of makes the team a little bit more disjointed and forces them into the angles that ultimately Nats want. So there is still value held, but yeah, 2 ults burnt out for ultimately not really doing too much, but I don't think Mech are going to mind too much. 6-3 up on their opponent's map choice, going into Breeze as well. Bear in mind, Breeze has been the one map that has still looked incredible for them. Like, whether you've sort of been disappointed by this team or not, that's the one map where you go, okay, that's old Mech.
I do think as well, you know, for Shados, I wonder where that Hunter's Fury gets used. It pushes them forward, so they don't maybe have the time to clear out those traps. Maybe they run into them a little bit more carelessly with the time as well. They're like, let's just get in there, let's get it done. I don't know if that's the intention, if it was to delay them and allow for more rotations to come in. Either way, the round ends up in Mech's favor. A little bit less, you know, some fewer tools than we wanted to see maybe coming into this, but Ascend sneaking over with that same wall orb. Haven't had value from it before. Haven't really had the success, I think. A nice Paranoia going to catch Chronicle completely. He's behind the box, but Starzo still catches him. And Starzo's been fantastic at those kind of duels. I almost believed he was going to take that across the line right away. Although Redgar survives, he's still got players everywhere. He's surrounded, taking damage through the walls even at this point.
He still gets another, though. He's taken out Monster. Okay, the reposition might have been a little bit audacious, but he's given his team a chance here. Flash through. It's going to be followed up by Nat, but Vac is holding his ground. A couple more players. He's even pulling out the classic, trying to get a gun. And once more, it's left on to Defo. We've seen him in a clutch situation like this before, but this time, the crossfire is far better from Ascend. 4th round on the board. Again, an ultimate or 2 committed, but ultimately a pretty damn good execute from them.
Yeah, all things considered, that was fantastic. And a much needed round as well. Their economy was on the rocks. Losing out on that round would put them in a really bad spot. But coming in now, 2 behind, can easily fight to equalize this at the half. And the problem being, Mech have got a wealth of credits. They've got so much they can invest in this round and easily come into the next doing the same. So for Ascend, it's going to be a little bit of a grind out on this one. Showstopper to start. You got Zeke with the From the Shadows.
Woo!
Huge. Round already secured. But Redgar can counter it, Tom. He's got zone. Oh, the flash is good. Hey, we're playing anti-flash, baiting for the run-up, and then TPing out. That's so smart.
Oh, they predicted it. Well done by Vac. Just making sure he's not going to be able to get in anywhere. We're not going to see much out of the first showstopper. Second one, though, and there's Shados. A multi-frag to bring them back into the round. Vac, though, has done very well so far. A chance to isolate the duel, but more importantly, a chance to just run all the way back onto the A site. And there is no fast rotation here for the other side.
It's kind of funny because right there at the end. So first of all, I think Redgar just faked the TP with his own little teleport. I don't think it was heard though. I was on back. I didn't hear it. So that's unlucky. But the From the Shadows ended up saving his life. Zeke's life. Now Vac left in the 1v1 up against Redgar. Flash out. Not going to catch him with that. He knows he's a little late. He's heard the steps, and the swing is so damn perfect. 5 kills in this round, and Ascend push on. 1 away now.
Yeah, I think of all the players that we've seen within this roster so far, Vac has been the one that almost seems to be, or was further away from what I'd seen from him before. Like, just because he's been put into that more supportive role and not necessarily that flashy star, but definitely still showing that he's got it in his back pocket and able to ace that round. And that's the thing, a lot of that came down to trading, but also just being able to take some of those positions back. The isolation of Jules was perfect, the counter flashes as well, and as we've sort of mentioned already, I think that was a round that you're looking at the side of Ascend and saying they kind of needed that one. They've shown time and time again that they perform better on the attacking side. Now, a lot of the time that is because they start on the attacking side, but that's beside the point, especially with this new composition versus G2 8 rounds versus FPX 8 rounds. The best they can get is 6, but even getting closer to that is important.
Back with the timeout. This could be, I think, 6.8k on Redgar. Haven't seen the operator necessarily come through, but when you look at the roster that Mac are fielding in terms of agents, it's not too much of a surprise. I don't think they're going to get quite the same comfort, though, when they go over to the attack side. think Ascend are going to have a field day really with CNED. And the way he's been using some of these teleports, baiting out the flash play on B long, it's fantastic. Like I said, Zeke ended up from the shadows. He used that to get away from Chronicle. Got shot in the head by Shados, but he used it to get away from Chronicle and the Showstopper, so that was good.
Well, for the final round of the half, both teams with a pretty decent buy, but ultimates, there's only one. You've got yourself the Viper's Pit. Shados, in theory, might be able to get towards the Hunter's Fury, but not been the most impactful ult so far. Now, this is one of those setups we've not really seen, and I'm intrigued to see how it works, because as I said, every other one that we've had from Nats involves a cam and then a pop flash. This one almost just seems purely for information purposes, and he hasn't actually activated the cam yet. He might be about to see their entire squad. It just depends when he chooses to use it.
Well, here we go. It's time for them to start making their way through. The trap's already being destroyed. Nats is here spraying away, taking down one. Reloads off as well. Even got a drone coming up to cover his right side from his teammate. No, in fact, they're fighting together, and they need to. Shados not able to land the shot. Chronicle steps up, but he can't get it done. Not on for the triple. Defo's got to now come back in the 1v1. The spike retrieved. Zeke on his way to B. He's made it out of here.
30 seconds left.
Smoke down.
Thing is,
cover.
With the position that was there for Defo, he's actually there a little bit quicker than he might expect. 2 flashes online as well. He can almost just burst. Now he's just going to run through though. Zeke may be expecting a little bit more of a sound cue, but the timing from Defo was sublime. And while Mech, safe to say, I think they deserved this first half.
It was really smart of Zeke to get up close. I think he maybe thinks he has a second or two longer. And also you're expecting the flash to come out. Like 9 times out of 10 in that situation, a Sky is going to flash out of the smoke, pop it up high, try to blind you, and at a minimum get the info. You're not in hookah, you're not wherever. Like, that is the play. And Defo almost plays into that. He just takes the expectation and subverts it completely, blitzing out of the smoke like an absolute madman. And well, he caught him by surprise. Sometimes the confidence play is the one to go with. 7-5 at the half. The lead for Mech is pretty solid. We'll see, though, as we come on in. As I said, CNED for me is just such a scary player. When you think about him being able to set up on this chamber, TP out, and they've already had some ideas. And I know there's going to be plenty more this time around. Shorty already in his hands.
I think the other thing as well is, this is where I think we could see some of the dangers of the composition from Mech, because I think defensively there was never any doubt that Nats was going to do a good job, like switching over to this agent. I think that they had some cool setups which involved Defo as well, being able to sort of pop flash to take space. Fantastic. Now, how does this work when you go on to that attack? Because firstly, Chronicle needs to continue to just do damage, like basically take that space and be more of the entry which Defo used to be and was good at. Like, I think that's one of the other things where we've been very critical of this roster. Defo was still finding opening kills in the majority of their matches. They just didn't convert a lot of those rounds. The other thing as well is you've lost your second controller. You've lost the player that was basically going to give you those angles to sneak your way in through onto the A side. Probably one of the most common screens you'll see in every single game of Bind whenever there's a Viper in play. So now I want to see what Mech have decided to alter that. Now, of course, Nats can throw his cages over the top and try and make a similar scenario. He's very good at lurking through that, but I do feel like it's a very different game plan to what they were playing previously. Maybe it's something they saved to try and face off against the top teams in playoffs, which I would say, considering their position, was a pretty bold thing to save. But I have to see that. I have to see what they're doing first, because I have a lot more faith in Ascend's defense, even though we haven't had to see much of it, rather than the potential of Mech attack, which I have no idea about.
Well, Tom, I got a little bit of a technical pause, I think you will have noticed. And for the viewers at home, I can let you know that there's a little bit of a PC crash over on Ascend's side. Someone tabbing out at the halftime to change their music or something. Who knows? As a coach, MBS. Oh, changing the track, wasn't he? Getting himself hyped up for halftime, and now
he was sat there and he was going, I know what the problem is. The reason we're losing is because my shirt isn't quite flowery enough today. So he kicked out his cable, walked off, and now he has a shirt with even more flowers on it. And yeah, now they're gonna win.
I think he's I've seen MBS. He can rock a flowery shirt. He's a big fan of the Osmosis ones, though. He really likes those, and I'm a fan. I'm a fan. He pulls them off.
MBS shirt analysis. I'm sure this is what everybody tuned in for.
Hey, listen, it's a technical pause. We got to do a deep dive into the player whose PC crashed, so we can sort of figure out where they're at mentally. But I'm figuring out that he's back on the server, and that's because the timer is ticking away again. Looks like technical pause has subsided. And Ascend will be getting tested on this defensive side shortly. Now, CNED having a shorty in his hands because he's got a headhunter in his back pocket. 4 shots to play with, headshots any range, and he can get nice up close and personal inside of lamps where he's got a TP to fall back to heaven for range. And then, of course, his trap. And the thing I love about this trap, Tom, it's not actually in Bath. It's on the back of Triple. So this is actually, he is solo holding the site right now, but also not like, if it's at Bath, one guy can walk up and break it. No one's going to be solo walking out to there and breaking it to fake. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and what this allows is basically the rest of the team have completely stacked up on this other side of the map. This looks like a hard readout from Ascend of where Mech are wanting to play their pistol. Already the paranoia through, but it hasn't connected onto Redgar. He'll take one for free, and the counter flash means nothing more comes of it. Nade out as well, but Monster from the top rope comes flying down to take out Chronicle. Now they go pushing back into the danger man. CNED with his shorty.
He hasn't been spotted. He hasn't been checked yet, but surely the spidey senses are tingling right now. You're realizing there's some nastiness at play. Here comes the shorty, and nothing is found. 8 HP left on Defo. Now, unfortunately, he's the only guy that can heal people, so he can't heal himself. Oh, big flash in. They're going aggressive. They're taking the fight right to them. The boombots come in to save the day, though. Starzo able to take one. Low HP, reload on, and Shados falls. And now, all that's left is Defo on 8 HP. The man from earlier, he survived the shorty blast to the chest. And now...
Oh, he's screwed.
Well, I don't think he's going to be getting away with much more. He is being guarded. That defuse is already through. And, well, he's been nice. He has been... Starzo has gotten a knife kill. This is... What is this game?
So the first round they got in the first half, and the first round they got in the second half was... No, because I think it was the third round. It was the third round. But, so... Both times that they have won a round, like the first round they've won, has been him finishing it with a knife kill, which is, I don't know if that's a stat that will ever be recreated.
Absolutely ridiculous. Just to run in there with your knife out. He's 8 HP. I guess you know he's low. The temptation's too much. Surprised he didn't think he was coming up against a shorty. Maybe he did, just didn't give a damn. I don't know. Either way. It's worked out for the round. And possibly the equalization here. Ascend looks set to take 7. Chronicle, though, putting up a good fight. Vac is able to deal with the player on long. Retakes the space, but the flash was good. I like the idea from Vac, but Defo had the contingency. And now they've got a little bit more control. A little bit more damage done. And they're going back to long, though, Tom. They want the heal. Defo's going to be able to bring Chronicle and Shados right back up. Reset into this fight. And another kill goes their way. Starzo's 50 HP, and he's being swarmed. The blast pack keeps them back for just a moment. And Mech haven't got the plant down, and they can't get it safely. Defo on the site, practically stuck. He wants to heal on range, and another kill is found. They just wait for Ascend to make the mistakes.
Now it's left on to CNED. A few tagged players, that's for sure. And he's almost got the healthy one. Chronicle coming out with a 3K from the pistol. A round that definitely shouldn't have gone in their direction. Now they've reaped the rewards of picking up those Spectres, extending their lead. And, well, on the other side of things... The purchase is not going to be good, if anything.
I mean, what a devastating round to lose. Considering what they come up against there, it just should never end up in that position. And a lot of those fights are close. The numbers advantage that Mech have brings them through them, but even still, they end up losing a player and then taking like 80 damage each in these trades. But the heal is there, and it's brought back into the round twice. You get players being healed up. Chronicle and Shados, and then later just Shados, I believe. Ascend lost CNED right away. He's got his orb, whether he likes it or not. And we're going to go into the late round with Ascend stalling it out, not moving. And I guess as expected, though, right? This is the kind of play that they should be making. Just hoping that Mech push into one of these angles where they can exploit them.
Yeah, this round genuinely just looks like Ascend doing whatever they can to get orbs. Like, Starzo's already managed to retrieve one, he'll die and get his showstopper. CNED did exactly the same thing, 2 orbs for the round, and now everyone else is just playing close angles, hoping they can get a kill or 2. Like, that's all it is. It's all about damage. Winning it seems unlikely, but that's the spike down. Now, I'm sure there's plenty of time on the clock, so it shouldn't be too much of an issue. But again, it allows some of those players to reposition back in towards the site. You've got one holding on into the teleporter as well, just in case. And it's just whiff after whiff. These classics are managing to take the round home. Nice shot from Chronicle, at least. We'll be able to isolate and retrieve the spike. But again, there's a chance for them to move back around. Low HP, in fact, just 6 remaining for Shados, and he has no idea. Starzo even still has his nade. If he goes for a plant, this kill is free.
Oh, this is perfect. Where does he bring the drone, though? Clearing that box. Oh, he hasn't gotten all the way around. 10 seconds left. He seems to suspect it, though. He was on his way to clear it with the drone. He's looking at mid. Sooner or later, he has to plant. Going for spawn. It's the save for the angles, and it's the correct one. Nade coming through, though. He's low. He swings, and Starzo catches. Oh, the round goes to Ascend in the end. The showstopper for the next as well. That's a huge win for Ascend. After the way they fumble that second round in this half, they definitely want to get back into this half as quickly as possible.
I have absolutely no idea how they won that. Like, I think a lot of it comes down to Monster. Like, just being able to consistently reposition from where he was with the Classic. He drops the spike from behind, but then they also just delay a ridiculous amount of time from that point. Like, normally if a round like this slips, you're looking at a team trying to execute with like 20 seconds left. They walked into that site with 45 seconds, and he drops the spike and probably wastes about 15 seconds on his own. Like, it's silly, and it's something that Mech... you got to be absolutely kicking yourself for, because now you got a Viper's Pit and a Showstopper to play off against, and not even a proper fullback.
It's again those weaknesses that we've called out on Mech this season. We've seen the drop off. We've seen these the synergy not quite be on the same level as it has been in previous seasons. But they've still got that firepower, and it's carrying them through some of these fights. Lead. Oh, all right. That's ambitious out of Redgar.
See, I want to say there's some sort of miscommunication, like there should have been a flash, but there was no one in position, well, defo, that could have actually given him a flash.
Well, he flashed elbow. See, the thing is, he flashed elbow, but I'm just going over my head. Like, they had hookah.
Well,
did they assume someone was hiding inside, or like
they took hookah?
They thought maybe someone was hiding in hookah.
So, yeah, I don't know what happened there.
There's a big gamble. Nobody was sight, basically, and there was somebody sight, so they paid for that. Man down, traded. Good start. Zeke goes down. No, okay. And the showstopper's going to be used. They respect it and fall back. They give the space.
I've got your train. 30 seconds left.
Oh, Nuts just got stuck on the way out, and what it somehow turned into a 2 versus 2. Trap destroyed, and the plant looking likely. A rotation already in from CNED, though. He might be able to try and catch someone if they peek, but maybe a little bit wary of his position. Just trying to escape back to a more passive spot. But the swing out, Shados maybe expects to be watched, but he will eventually get the kill. Trade not even going to come through either, as Shados comes out with a double. These rounds have been peculiar, been weird in the second half, but Mech, I guess technically, have managed to bring it back again.
That they have, Tom. That they have. The days have been weird. Yeah, I feel like we see a lot of these games where it's back and forth, round to round. I think it just speaks to, sure, there are some cracks there, for sure. There's some moments where the polish isn't visible, but then you see these moments where it just absolutely is, where they just fly away with it, Tom. They take it to outer space, and it's been gorgeous. Now Mech have the chance to double down on this, to push it even further with what they bring into this round. Better weapons, even a bit of a safety net in terms of the showstopper, and they're going to call a timeout to make sure that they can chain together a second round. Which, I mean, look, there are still some dangers. 5.8k on Starzo. Where's that going?
Yeah, and you've also got CNED's Tour de Force as like a guaranteed issue. And like on the attacking side, it's one thing. On defense, they can go back to the same sort of setup they had, where he's almost just a solo anchor and they can gamble elsewhere. So, yeah, there's always going to be dangers when that's about. He definitely hasn't had the best of games so far, which, again, there's a lot more depth in this Ascend roster that you don't necessarily just need CNED to pop off. But in this sort of game where you're having like solid performances from nigh on everybody on the opposing side, like Chronicle currently 17-12, looking fantastic, and probably one of the reasons that they're currently competing within this game, because as I said, there's been a lot of peculiar moments. Nonetheless, there's going to be a couple of judges and that tour de force.
No, big commitment. Whole bunch of utility used that in mech. I feel like this is a showstopper round. Yeah, if you're committing that much to taking over control, even what? I gotta say, Chronicle. I wasn't a fan of his orbital strikes. Showstopper didn't really do much for them there, but he's coming in with the rifle, trying to pull this across the line. Redgar going absolutely ham. And Starzo left alone. He's been here from the start. Sat with a judge in hand, waiting for someone to come into Lambs, but Tom, nobody has. They're just leaving him alone at this point.
Oh dear. Well, the only position left to clear. Chronicle also coming around from behind, and while this is a battle you're never going to win with the judge, it will be a 10th on the board for Mech. Especially on a map that has been formidable in the past for Ascend. They're looking fantastic. I also want to say, like, Mitch, you know when you play like racing games and you have that like turbo button, which basically you have to wait for it to build up over time. I feel like that's Redgar with his aim. And just every few rounds, or like maybe even every 5 rounds, or even just once a game, he'll press that turbo button, and just whatever he does in that round is straight BS. And that was this round, because that was just like running into the site. They sort of evenly traded, and then he just went, all right, lads, I'm going to kill everyone, and we're going to move on with the next round.
Yep, sometimes you got to just fast forward. That's what Redgar was up to. TP out, taking Trailblazer, but they're going to go for the space, re-peek into the operator, swing on in. Good nade trade at least. Cancellation of the ult here out of CNED. Going to maintain the control, keep that operator in play for the ranged fights.
Oh no.
Nats is snuck through. Oh, they've spotted him. He can't quite thread the needle, and he's able to get a second. CNED knew where he was. He swung into him. The tour de force in hand, but that is not enough to deal with Nats. Oh man, he has walked into the B side and just made it his own.
A high impact kills as ever. Not sat anywhere near the top of the server, but just how much this man is able to do, and he's just gonna swing. He's had enough of this round already. It was Redgar last round. It's Nats in this one. And I won't lie, I panicked in that first kill. I was like, okay, he might even die here, just trying to get a little bit too greedy. But the fact he comes out with 3 kills here, manages to close out onto CNED as well. And that's the thing, like, those are moments where I would almost gamble everything on the fact that CNED's going to get a kill there. He's been very quiet this game, and that is odd. That's really odd.
Maybe this timeout can help to reset it. I have to agree with you. I think we can see a number of games where CNED's bringing the value to the table without putting up numbers. You know, we don't always need to see him up there at the top, but this time around, a chamber on a map like Bind, and looking at some of the fights he's been in, I agree. I think this is not the form CNED that we're hoping to see, that we need to see.
Yeah.
If Ascend were to have a chance right now. Because, look, coming in today, I didn't have that much faith in Mech because they've been up and down. I didn't know what Mech was going to show up. And the criticism we've had is that, you know what? Every game, Nats is there. Nats is pulling the weight. He's like the lead reindeer on Santa's sleigh. And the rest, they haven't been hooked up. You know, they've been left behind. He's pulling it on his own sometimes. But this time, he's bottom of the scoreboard, Tom.
Yeah.
I don't think we've seen this Mech all season.
No, and sometimes that is the best iteration of Mech. It's just you have so many superstars that, well, if you ever get all of them popping, the game's over. That doesn't matter who you are. Like, we've even seen that versus the most recent Masters winners. They faced off against God tier Mech, and that's why they're the Masters 3 champions. It's because they just obliterated anybody in their path. I also think there's a very strong argument that when they get to land, they're even better, but getting there didn't work out in the last split. Now they're desperately trying to recover after what was a poor season. And while in this map, I think they've given a lot of people hope.
If this was Mech's pick, I'd say, well, they've spent the last week working on this. You know, I don't know what they've got up next, though. But this isn't Mech's pick. This is where Ascend wanted to fight. This is a map that we know Ascend to be incredibly good on. That just last week we said maybe they were looking like they're returning to form, to the bind Ascend of before. And now, well, Mech are close to closing this out. I love the setup from back, but he's going to be caught anyways. Defo in with another before he's shut down.
Spike down A.
Still, these pistols ever deadly. They know exactly where Starzo is, and that's going to take the time to isolate, and the remaining players rotating in the second Zeke peaks. His head is gone. C-Dead now left. 1 versus 3. It would be one hell of a time for the God amongst men to show up, but as said, today has not been his day thus far. It knows roughly where Shados is, and whoa, so did the last guy. The last guy might have had an idea. The same result.
Match point.
Always seems to be the way. 12-7 we go. Mech on Ascend's map pick have come in swinging. Their defense was good. They lost the pistol round to start out the second half, and despite that pistol, and then a thrifty win in round 3, Ascend have got nothing done. And now these rounds are starting to look fantastic for Mech. And we're seeing, look, as I've said, Ascend have got a more explosive ult econ, but it's not online right now. And they need it. It's 12-7, 1 round. Needed 5 in a row for Ascend. They've got some Seekers to work with to start this one out. That's about all, and Chronicle is going to be dropped right away. There's CNED stepping it up.
Well, it's a start, but there's still plenty more to go. Seeker's already going to give them that extra little bit of information, so they'll have the knowledge of where they're going, or at least they think so. The TP's been utilized, but mainly just to spread this back out into more of a default. Nats, well, we've seen him in this spot many times before. This time, though, not on the Viper, so it might be a little bit more difficult.
I don't know what his plan is to get across. What? Redgar is making some crazy TP plays. I mean, this guy, not quite as bad as his B-site TP on top of the pillar, but it ain't it. Mech is gonna try to find something else.
There's almost a part of me that thinks he should just unbind that ability and just stop using it, because there hasn't been any success with it so far. Nonetheless, 25 seconds, 3 versus 5, 3 players on the site, 1 locking them in. This should be an impossibility for the remaining players of Mech somehow, though again, just Nats explodes into the round. 3 kills in a matter of seconds. I feel like Starzo's almost scared to peek at this point, not wanting to face off against a man in form. Hits the dink for Shados, and they have the time. He's just holding the angle, but Monster just about gets away with it. 11 HP, trying his best to save the game, and he's not going to be able to. Mech close it like that in Mech fashion.
That is a convincing performance. Ascend's map pick, and Mech did not give a damn. This rematch is already looking juicy, Tom, and delivering exactly as we had hoped. Break is up next. And what are we expecting out of Ascend? Do you think this is a map that they can bounce back on?
I think they have to know it was coming, so I hope that they've put in some hard preparation, because there are not many teams in the world that can beat Mech on Breeze, and that's what they have to do to stop themselves going into the lower bracket.
Yeah, it's going to be a really tough battle for them. That's coming up in just a couple of minutes. Before that, though, we're going to have our analyst desk coming up right after this break.
Get ready for playoffs.
What if I told you you could win a VIP trip to Copenhagen to watch Masters 2 in person? Well, by playing these 3 new AIM Lab tasks, you can earn a chance to win a trip to Masters for you and a friend. The more you play, the more chances you have to win. Train your aim for a trip to Masters. Are you in?
Red Bull gives you wings.
What you gonna do? Who you gonna be? What you came for? Are you gonna bleed? You know the game. You gonna take the pain. Make them say your name. Others have tried and they failed. When they got heat, they just bailed. Second place need not apply. Cause everybody knows, everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ra-ta-ta-ta-ta, it's gonna be mine. Get out the way if you ain't gon' play. I ain't messing around, ain't got all day. Others have tried and they failed. When they got heat, they just bailed. Second place need not apply. Cause everybody knows, everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who? Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner.
The bricks feel different on the spine. This is it, Tony Hawk. I'm getting on my grind. It's all in the mind. I don't even need a sign. Come back, get applying pressure from behind. I ain't got no enemies. Turn them all to allies. Face painted, no cat eyes. Ship never been capsized. My rationale different cause I made it. No street sweeper, I just gallop off the pavement. Money Mayweather, yo, I came in trying to be the greatest. Not the only, but the latest. Had to keep it like the cadence. If the planet needed saving, I'll be in the conversation. It's amazing how the plan come together like a compilation. If they counting on me, then I hate to keep them waiting. Let's go. Our backs to the wall, but they counting on me. They waiting for the fall, but the parachutes.
Big focus. OG, BBL, Mech, Ascend, TLG, Get ready for playoffs.
Welcome back, friends. And yes, it did happen. Mech taking map number 1 under Ascend's noses. What a match.
Ooh. I don't think I expected that. Not on Bind. I think maybe there could have been arguments made for the series. But I think on Bind specifically, this could be done in 2, knowing with the map coming up next.
I think it was smart from, like, because we said it before, like the last time they played in a Champions Final, this was a map that Mech were terrified of Ascend on because Ascend was so unbeatable on it. Now that they go there, they go and win it pretty comfortably, I think. Like they did, I think Tom said, like they deserved the first half 7-5, which I'd argue with as well. I think they were the better team. A little bit sloppy at the start of the second half, couple of pistols and Eco's lost, but ultimately we wanted to see and recapture that Mech magic from before. We saw not everything out on show, but glimpses of it, and I guess most importantly, confidence from this Mech team.
And a new composition that I kind of liked. I'm not going to lie to you. Did I think it was going to work on attack? No. I don't think anyone did. I think we were missing a certain, wall, it's green, etc. But I think overall, if you're looking at the agents on your screen, you can see, and I know, Ryan, you're probably looking at Vac's name there. I criticized him heavily in the first half. Why? He almost didn't flash anything.
Yeah.
There were multiple times there could have been a really good attacking half from the side of Ascend that was lacking purely out of, sort of abysmal utility usage there. But Mech, I mean, they did pretty damn good with theirs.
Yeah, I also just think that it was a case of like Redguard made me like, not only did these knife kills come in, but like the plays that Redguard was going with the
Why
TP.
was he doing that?
He still had five first kills. Like he had the most first kills in the server, so he was finding these openings overall, but it was just out there, and I guess that's kind of what you want to see. I think the switch over to put Chronicle on something more aggressive kind of allowed Defo to think a bit more. His decision making, the way that he was playing the sky was really strong, and he was alive for a lot of clutch situations as well. I think that this mech team sort of went into this sort of feeling like they did, like the way that they're executing onto sites, the spacing. This felt like a Copenhagen level team for sure.
Oh, okay, we're throwing that out there. I like that. I like that.
They need to win 2 games, and they're already 1 map up in this one.
Okay. You know, baby steps, baby steps.
Exactly.
I will accept this as a very good baby step. In fact, maybe the first baby step you'll ever see. You know, the one you get in the camcorder.
As they're walking.
Yeah, exactly. That's the
hey,
one.
mommy's very proud of you.
I will put that out there because they've been able to come out and accept that maybe Chronicle is the one that could be the tip of the spear now. Do I think on Ray specifically? No. But I think overall, his movement, his gun skill, it is something that is very possibly able to maybe shake hands with Defo and go, thank you for that, let's trade.
And actually, let's just put up on the screen exactly what Chronicle was doing, because he's our player highlight for this game specifically. 264 ACS, 1.6 KD, but this man is more than just pure numbers, Ryan.
It's the fact that he's been able to be so strong across multiple different agents.
Yeah.
It kind of felt like a team where you had Defo being your typical entry player overall, that you just stick him on that. Chronicle, he can play the Killjoy, he can play the Brimstone, but now that they're sort of trying to find something to find an opening and a way to snowball, putting your best player on a duelist when Defo's looked a little more off makes a lot of sense, but it's not something I expect to see on every map.
No, and just to point out there for everyone, Raze has not been played by Chronicle, at least I go back 90 days. So that's a new agent. Yeah. It's been a damn long time, and he did okay.
Dr. Ryan, you're being called over to the Ryan's rounds.
So I think we look at Bind nowadays as like, you need to have a Viper, otherwise you throw in. I think FPX brought something interesting to the table with a Cypher. Didn't quite work last week, but we do get to see what ultimately makes this composition strong and why it's just so suited to Nats. We'll start off with like a basic, straightforward round to get us started. This is just a typical sort of setup that you'd have, camera up to be able to watch anybody that's going to actually cross through on the attacking side. And really the camera's just there to sort of let the person peek. As soon as Nats gets that information, the flash combo is going to come in, and Defo can set himself up nicely to get a kill. Like, this is straightforward stuff. This one I really like on the defense because it was somewhat similar. Again, you could sort of see where the camera is, what information it's getting, but as soon as the camera gets that information, it's actually able to set up a real nice play with Redgar. Here's the Paranoia ready to go, but look at how well they're lined up in time. So you're going to see the Paranoia actually coming through just to get anybody that's playing from short, but also the Hunter's Fury is going to come down right behind it. So if we sort of play this through, you can see it all come together. Everybody gets flashed. The Hunter's Fury is going to come through. Doesn't quite get the kills, but you can sort of see where Nats is moving. He's now onto the site. He's scaling forward, trying to be in a more aggressive position to play in. On the attacking side, it was a bit of a slow start. We saw Mitch and Tom mention that he was bottom fragging for a while, and I think one of the reasons is because of these kind of playstyles. This is an execute that's coming in from mech. It kind of goes wrong very quickly, 2 deaths very early on, but I really wanted to highlight how Shados really enables Nats to get into this position. So this is straightforward stuff. Again, it's a heavy B execute coming in from mech up until it sort of falls into a bad position. But Nats has actually managed to sneak his way into this little cubby that we all know and love from playing ranked. But what I like about this is this shock dart that comes in, it's purposefully placed to stop CNED from peeking further to the left-hand side, so he actually sees where Nats is. So this shock dart is all there to basically go, you can't peek anymore to the left to see where Nats is playing from. And with this one way, it really allows Nats that little bit of an opening to actually sneak in onto the site. Clearly, as Zen don't expect him here, this is a bit more of an awkward fight, which I'm going to still let it play in slow motion, because whilst I did say that Mecha looking Copenhagen level, there are a lot of like awkward rounds really, and certainly with the pistols and ecos that they lost in the second half, you go, that doesn't look good. But the fact that they almost bounce back instantly, that's what makes them so scary.
There you go.
You could never count them out.
No. And I love the fact that, at least for the side of mech, the use of Cypher isn't just, we're going to use Cypher for this particular. How many times did he move the cam? Yeah. Round after round after round. He had a placement for everything, so really well done.
Well, that was map 1 with mech taking the W. How about we take a look at Breeze? At this point, it's warm, it's sunny everywhere here in the EMEA, but specifically for this map. What are the shots now? What's the chance for Ascend to come back and take it to map 3, Jess?
I mean, we heard the casters already reference the fact that obviously there's an expectation that Breeze is going to be there. If you don't ban it, of course, Breeze gets to be picked, so you have to be prepared for it. I don't like that discourse purely out of the fact that a lot of teams will prepare for their own and then the third, and then try a small counter on the second, knowing their map pick of a counter, unless they go hard counter. Do I think they're going hard counter? No. I don't think this is the team that does the hard counter. And that's my problem, is that I think they're going to walk in to a very big wake-up call, one that they'll just shrug off and go, oh, we'll go next map, we'll go next. Yeah. I don't think they're a huge counter-strat heavy team.
The thing about this for Mech is they're undefeated this year on this map. They have a long win streak going on it too. They've only played it once this stage, mostly because it gets banned out by teams. So the fact that Ascend knew that they were banning Fracture, kind of knew where the map bans were going to go, they must have been expecting this Breeze. That's the way, like, they know that Mech are going to want to play it. But Ascend didn't look too bad playing up against FPX last week. Again, you have the Euro that FPX played, it was awkward, but Monster especially, 280 ACS on the losing side, 13-9. I can't get an ACS that high when I'm winning, never mind being on the losing team. So the fact that Monster was putting in that kind of performance gives me hope. It's just whether we see Starkzo playing that Neon like we did last week.
Well, we're in for our agent select for map 2 Breeze. Reminder, Mech can just win it outright here and make this first match a pretty darn quick one. As we set up.
Make it a Breeze.
There, got you there, Jess.
There we go.
Walk us through it.
I mean, look, the Starkzo duelist role for me has just really lit a light underneath me. Like, I've got a fire underneath me about Starkzo and a duelist, and this is the map where he takes Neon, where I'm like, I like it. Not do I like it, I love it. So the fact he's bringing it back, not a surprise. Back not on the, bringing back that sort of... That fade, what do you think?
Yeah, I think, I mean, Chronicle on Chamber on this map is insane. Like, I think he had 2.8 KD up against BBL. He only died 7 times, and he has been absurd on this map throughout the year. Certainly me and Tom have had conversations about how good Chronicle has looked on this Chamber here. But also, like, on the flip side, CNED, he had a poor performance on Chamber in the last map. He didn't really shop that much, and also this is a map where he's also not really had the same impact when he played up against FPX. So you want to see Chronicle versus CNED live up to that expectation. I think you're going to get that from Chronicle. I want to see it from CNED.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think that will have put a kick up his butt, I think. I really think map number 1, he was getting shut down by shots he actually shouldn't have been. That would have been the most, like, highlighting part for me, is if I'm CNED and I'm dying to, like, one-tap Vandal when I've got the, 2 to force in my hand, that's ridiculous. You shouldn't be dying in those scenarios. So I think for him, I hate throwing out the word unlucky, but there were moments there where his opponents were in positions that were just so... I don't know. I sound like a CNED fan.
Yeah.
I really do.
Hopium.
I got the full Hopium. Like,
yeah. It's funny because I remember like the 100 Thieves video where they're like, CNED's on the B site. People leave. We're going. We're not going to play.
Fair enough.
He doesn't have that threat anymore, I suppose. So I'm curious to see if he can pull it off here.
Well, let's see if it's going to be on site or not. Thanks so much. And let's toss it to our casters. It's time for Breeze. Enjoy.
Thank you so much, guys. Breeze coming up, Tom. I'm really not sure what to expect. I have to be honest. After seeing that performance out of Mech, I feel like they're back, baby. Is it going to change coming into their map pick?
I would say that, again, we're always going to have the questions about their attacking side of this map. And I actually did really like the composition that Ascend were running last time we saw them. It was just that they were up against a Yoru comp, and no one knows how to play against a Yoru comp. So I think there's definitely aspects that still lean this map quite heavily in the favor of Mech, but you're watching 2 world-class teams within our region. They're always going to have close games. There's always going to be good games, and ultimately, they can go either way.
Yeah, well, they most certainly can. Let's see which way this one's going as we dive into Breeze. There we go. Okay, well, I closed my VMix, but I'm back on, Tom. Ready to go. Just like the game is. Attack side for Mech. We kick things off. I'm going to look at Chronicle guy to light out game last map. Now he's sitting here challenging CNED. And sure, CNED won really there. He didn't have that threat, like Ryan said, that we've seen before. CNED's go 8. But on this map, on the Chamber, I think things could change.
Yeah, one of the things I really want to see a little more impact from is going to be VAC. I wasn't particularly impressed with Fade on this map last time out. I think that a lot of that was coming up against FPX, but it's one of those agents where I'm still not sure whether I actually enjoy it on this map over something like a Sova. Well, either way. going to have a very deep push coming all the way through from the defensive side. It seems like Redgar's aware. He's actually just watching for this instant headshot to Starzo. First one taken down. He's going to get both. It's the old Redgar back. The man was holding the spike all the way down the bottom of mid, just waiting in case anybody pushed that angle. And he may have already just closed out the pistol round. Pistols and Ascend just don't really seem to work out, as the desk has proven throughout their pre-show. And while it looks like it's going to be another one to almost ruin their statistics, nice shot, though, from Zeke. Maybe that can be a little bit of a difference maker. Still going to end up in a 2 versus 4. Chronicle has found another, and well, I mentioned Vac wanting to have a little bit more impact. Of course, he is doing his best monster impression right now. I'm sure the pictures are just a little bit muddled up, but I'm guessing that will get sorted. Nonetheless, you can see the mecha very well set up. And as I said, like, a lot of the time when we watch this map, their defense was god tier. Like, literal, the best defense on this map we've ever seen. Their attack was always a bit shaky, so getting the pistol, that's a good start.
Oh, it's exactly what you want. And look at that Bulldog already in the hands of Nats. I mean, the weapons can be sold, but I'd love to see it. Anytime we see these kind of hard upgrades, I'm behind them. And with 3 kills on the board already, Redgar has a couple extra credits, and those are being invested right now into a Guardian. On a map like this, it makes perfect sense to take these extra ranged weapons into the battle. Chronicle has the Headhunter to play with as well, a full 8 bullets to work with in this round. So you can already see it's a huge problem for Ascend if they're forced into any ranged fights. They're at a disadvantage in pretty much every fight, but a huge disadvantage in 3 out of 5. So instead they stack up here, play super close range on a main, and they've got this cover from Vac, but he has to step in and try to stop these players from being able to catch the off angle on his teammates. He does get the backstab. Starzo finds another, and the damage already done. They'll look to extend it a little bit more. Remember, they invested into a Guardian, into a Bulldog, and now those have been dropped. It can be retrieved, of course, but the cost is already massive. An astronomical amount of damage done by Ascend in this one.
Defo with the chance to really farm up some orbs, though.
Weapon here.
Already getting himself 3 kills. Another one coming in for the plant. If he gets this final kill, he's only going to be 1 away, and he will. So it's a horrific round in terms of the damage, but that silver lining, well, you look at where the orbs are on this map, especially over towards the A site. If he doesn't get a Blade Storm at the beginning of this round, I'm going to be disappointed.
You know, look, with Mech having that safety net, it scares me because Defo's already started to show up. And if he gets into this map, if he gets a good swing into it, like I will say, every time I see this team, until the day comes that I see Scrim Defo come out and play at the at the online events, at the LAN events, even more so. I know Defo's capable of so much, and with a Blade Storm in his back pocket, this is a scary round. If he manages to get it, he's not even going for an orb, Tom. He's going into the site. He's looking for a kill right here and now. Chronicle's the one to get it, but still, it doesn't matter about a Blade Storm now. They've potentially got a plan to come through.
Yeah, Stars almost has to be careful that he's not just giving anything away here. They're being patient, though. And I'm liking this almost swarm mentality at the moment from Mech. Just playing off of each other, nobody really overextending or playing anything too aggressive. Chronicle's going to be able to get the spike down. They're trying to clear some of these deeper angles. They've managed to take quite a lot of space. And bear in mind, there's an afterplant being set up. This should not be space that they're able to garner. The problem is they don't know there's still a second player behind. And oh no! Oh, it's not pretty from Nats. He's not going to get the job done. Luckily, his teammates have stepped up to the plate. The War Mech, they're going to convert their bonus round and well. You weren't happy with the how clean the last one was, Mitch. Are you feeling a little better now?
Yeah. This is it's certainly gonna wipe the sweat from your brow if you're a Mech fan, seeing the possibilities unfold, and then this is what comes of it, a complete shutdown.
Ooh.
Yeah, well, you know, we didn't need to see that bit again, but
no, we didn't.
You know, we have been singing his praises, so it makes sense. We highlight when a few shots don't go on target. 3-0 though, huge start for Mech. You said the pistol was a fantastic thing to see because they'd struggled on their attacks before. Well, there seems to be no struggle this time around, and as you see Ascend come into this round with Sheriffs and the Headhunter on CNED, there is again danger. Just not sure how great that danger is and whether it's going to actually pose any threat to Mech, because they seem to be making an easy time of it.
It's just tearing them a new one. Any piece of aggression that seems to come through is just almost instantly punished. And that's the thing with this composition for Mech, and that's the thing that makes this so difficult for for Ascend to play with, is it's a composition that revolves around aggression. Like, you're basically almost using CNED to sort of push and probe and have that ability to teleport out. Starzo playing passive on Neon is... even just saying that out loud sounds ridiculous. You've got your initiators being what I would say is the more aggressive initiator. Like, you don't have necessarily like your Sova lineups, for example, to find you that information. So in other words, you basically have to be playing further forward. Well, you're playing into, as we've sort of mentioned, one of the best defensive teams in the world. If they're able to play defense on both sides, that's GG.
Well, yeah. And to be honest with you, Tom, already with 4 rounds on the board, it seems hard to believe that this will even end up in an okay position for Ascend. I think they've got a bad half on the cards, unless something crazy happens. And that's almost best case scenario. Good shutdown by Monster, though. That's what they need. Some players to be stepping it up. And, well, he's doing exactly that. A second as he manages to shut down the push through double doors. And although he gets traded by the Hunter's Fury, that's the only kill that they've got. Mech have ran straight into a brick wall. And this is the first time we're seeing Ascend actually manage to put a stop to this team.
They're even going to shut it down with only losing that one player. So yeah, not bad at all. I don't necessarily mind the attempt from Mech there just to pick up the pace. Like, it does seem... this is why, again, if I ever see like someone being very, very critical of someone like Defo, watch a game like this and realize what they are expecting him to do. Like, it's throw a smoke, dash into it, and you're the only man on the site. Like, that's... to get out of that with anything at all is always going to be impressive. The thing is, though, they do well to almost deny that disruption. They kill him off quick enough that then the other players aren't able to sort of play off what he caused. And that's the most important thing with Mech. If you can shut him down quick enough, which is easier said than done, the game's going to be a lot easier for you.
Oh, that... You know, those players still fighting. There's 2 of them here. They're not worried about one Prowler. One of them can get hit by it, no problem, because the other can trade. But that's when CNED strikes, pulling it back into Ascend's favor. Doubling down on it is Starzo to put Chronicle alone. The tour de force, it rang out at the start of the round, but very little has been heard from it ever since. That Viper's Pit from Monster, you know, it didn't really do anything for them, but you don't care. You get the round win. That's what it's all about. Locking it down, securing it, and now even spotting Chronicle. Should be no problem.
Wow. Okay. Nice one to start. That is an op on the floor. That's something that they should be able to retrieve. But again, it's just about being careful you don't throw too many weapons away. They managed to win the last one with 4 players alive, so economy should be absolutely fine. But you have to bear in mind, Mech also have a lot of finances. So Chronicle, he's running around with basically nothing. Yeah, okay, he's retrieved a rifle, but I don't think this is going to be too much of a detriment. It would be far more important to them to just try and kill off some of these players. Interestingly as well, if he gets one more kill, he could actually get the spike and plug, which would be kind of madness.
Yeah, at that point, he would definitely be in a winnable position, so I can understand why everybody's being so cautious, so passive.
Left.
And that timer's going to run out. We'll see the save. Called out for Chronicle. Any extra damage you could get done here as they sneak on through. Ooh, some steps. Hello. Hello. Oh, it's a miss. It's a classic out, and he's not going to get him. Chronicle, in fact, going down at the last second. Wow, that's not quite the outcome I think he was hoping for.
No, as sort of mentioned, for their economy, it really doesn't matter too much. It was more just trying to do as much damage as possible. But the fact that CNED now actually gets to keep his operator, still have the tour de force in his back pocket for when he wants to utilize it later to almost save their economy, Ascend have done well to stabilize here. And a lot of these sort of fast-paced blitz plays now haven't worked. I do wonder if we're going to see Mech slow it down a little bit. And the fact they've bought an op, I think, sings true to that.
Yeah, they'll take that little bit of early space, but not afraid to play after. Okay, we got a drone coming through. Right away, covering up that space on the A side. They've spotted the door wide open. They know there's players up there now, at least one. Flash out sees nobody. Good idea from Ascend now that this push could be coming to the other side of the map. We're actually going to have the Nightmare put out towards B main, but this is a full split through mid. Starzo Starzo swinging around with the finger guns. Good for a double. And back on the backside, they know he's here. They heard the ultimate moments ago. They saw it where it came from, and they're going to clear him out now. At least they'll try to. The first kill is his. The second is as well. And now the spike on the floor right in front of him. That's the last man alive, and they're clearing him. They're checking him, and they're taking him down. A dominant round from Ascend, and a much better face than what we saw starting out this map.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that has been down to Vac. I think he's been doing incredibly well just staying alive at the back of the sites, getting information for the team, but more importantly, just having impact kills. I think that's something that, again, I think went a little bit of a miss the last time out when they played. Starzo as well, of course, is always going to be a highlight, but I don't know how reliable it's going to be to get 2 kills with an overdrive.
Say Starzo seems to get a lot. CNET, I like this aggression. Still got the TP to go back on and burns up a bunch of their utility early for practically no info. CNET was playing aggressive on A early. All right. Couldn't have guessed that one. Flash through. Here we go. Zeke! He's in the fight, and the flash actually makes it so he can see them. He's just close enough, and now able to take another is Monster. The kills in Ascend's favor yet again. This was looking like a little bit of a shaky one on that fight inside it too, but my God, they doubled down and got the rewards.
I don't know how he can see anything there, but he gets away with 2 kills. That's just huge for the squad. And now the fallback once again, the slowdown, but just look at the aggressive positioning. You've got deep tube control ready. You've got deep control over short as well towards that B site, just allowing Starzo to almost peek him from different angles, and then you just have the watch over of Monster to make sure nobody can make it into this A side. The fact is Starzo, all he needs is 1 kill here, and he's got the info. He can almost just opt to try and delay, unless there's going to be something lurking back through. And that's the one interesting thing, is that Shados, I wouldn't mind him playing into the A side if there was any way his teammate was getting back in that direction.
Spike planted.
Oh, that spike planted, secured. They're not clearing it on the corner. Shados, though, he has to run. He's got a sprint knife out. It's planted for him. At least the wall goes down for now. Just to buy him that little bit of time, get it refreshed. Monster about to pop it back up, but look at the rotation all the way around. Shados is gone, but now Monster's heard him. He hears the steps. The flash is through. It's popping, and he knows that will pull him off the spike. The reload, the steps heard close now. The fight's awkward. He was reloading at the start, but that did not stop him. The round goes to Mech in the end. It's a close one, and a lot of these have been. But Mech keep on building those attack rounds, and this is what I was talking about earlier, Tom, where I'm saying, like, it feels like best case scenario is a bad half for Ascend, because even though they can have all these clean rounds, every now and then it seems undeniable that Mech would pick up 1 or 2 more along the way.
Well, the thing is as well, and I think something that we sort of spoke about at the time, was in some of the matches where things were going really bad for Mech, it not only was like the structure in some of the rounds and trading not great, but just those multi-frags were missing. Like, I think we spoke about it. There was a game where Shados, his only multi-frag was 1-2K. He's had way more impact than that in just the first map alone and these last few rounds.
There goes the flash. His defo is already taken down. The stuns come through. Heavy commitment. They try to deal with these players inside of halls. Chronicle only able for the 1 before going down. Shados is stuck in a snake bite, but they thought it was clear. They thought they pushed all the players out of tube. Still, though, only the 1 kill to be found. And as the spike at least goes down, it's outside of this pit. Nats is being cleared. He's going to try to step by, but he got spotted. Very nicely cleared. Well handled. I think Ascend did everything right there, Tom. At no point were they taking duels where they couldn't trade, and you saw that. A kill for Mech was always immediately responded on by Ascend.
Yeah, a very well played out round. And as you sort of mentioned, they didn't overcommit to anything. I think that's one of the things that Ascend can definitely be a victim of, or fall victim to sometimes, is just, okay, I've got this kill, I now need to win us the round. It's like, in a lot of cases, that's not really the truth. Still, though, like as I mentioned, a lot of teams really struggle facing off against Mech when they go into their defense. 5 rounds in most cases has been more than enough. So, as you mentioned, I think this is already going to be a bad half. The question is how bad. Luckily, in terms of the finances, things are in the absolute bin. And I don't even just mean in terms of the money itself. Like ultimates, there's only one even close, and it's Seekers.
Seeker's gone out. And they've caught Defo up close at least. As they start to sneak up on them, Defo's gone down, flash over. The others caught behind the walls. The stuns will keep them way, way back. I think the Seekers did the same to start with. And now they pump the brakes. They've lost Defo. They've gained nothing for their troubles.
Novak. Slightly nasty spot. Still looking like a bit of a monster, but, you know, I'm sure that would change eventually. And he's actually going to go down. Maybe a bit of a problem here. Look at the isolation. Monster is now going to be the only player left within this site to defend it. He's done excellent, though. Just those snake bites alone are going to buy time for the rotation to come through, and there is CNED.
Gorgeous. Monster able to tap away, taking a double. Obviously, dies there for the ult orb. Don't worry about it. But no, all things considered, this late in the game as well, this is an all right round. It's pretty much what you want to see. 5-5. You're coming into it. Couple ults online. Very impactful ones as well on the side of Ascend. And I don't even think you're gonna need them necessarily. CNED's playing the op. You could potentially double op either this round or the next if this one goes well. That you'd want to, because there'll be mixed bot, Spectres and such that you're up against. But I do want to see Ascend walk out with both of these. And they've got the ultis to do it. They've got the economy to do it. Mech are on the rocks. Lose this. Their economy's weak for a final round. 7 is definitely possible at this point.
Oh, I thought CNED was going to go pushing. Instead, it's actually the Seekers very early popped. This is a much faster paced round once again. And they've already been pinged up, so it's not going to be anywhere near as much of a surprise. And even going to utilize that Tiger to stun up Defo. He does get out of position. And even dodges the flash. I don't know if they'll expect him to be this far forward. They won't.
It's a big kill. That's going to force some mistakes because, look, Ascend try to make up for that. They try to push up. And as they go through B, get shot in the back. Shados was waiting inside of the elbow. Now they've got mid control. They've got control towards spawn and holes. They've killed the B push. Now you know that nobody's behind it. And, okay, they've lost Redgar on double door. So it's a little bit of a blow to be dealt, but it's Starzo with a huge impact. B side denied. He's locking it down, but it looks like Mech aren't happy with that outcome. They still want to take it towards his site. They're going to try to send 2 through the spawn, 1 through B main. I don't know about this with Starzo still up and there to play with.
30 seconds
Makes
left.
sense to try use this Viper Wall post plant, but they've got to root him out first.
Oh, getting aggressive works out just to give them the 1. But now Chronica can actually dip back in to try and take control of the spawn. In fact, the plant's not really going to be for him at all, but it might give him the opportunity to isolate a jewel, or more importantly, catch them as they go crossing back into the site. Because right now, he knows that nobody's coming from that direction, can keep having a little gander in that direction. But ultimately, the longer this goes, the more likely he is going to cause them troubles.
Player standing.
Oh, Chronicle down already. Now Nats has to do it from this back corner. Swall still has quite a bit of fuel on it. I think they're going to have to push through it. A little bit of an advantage in that fight. He hasn't checked the right corner, though. So many angles to clear, and Monster gets the right timing, slips through, and wins this round for Ascend. 6 on the board. And the possibility for 7. It's there, Tom. It really and truly is. I think Mech, you know, they got a bunch of kills. Their economy, yeah, it's shaky. It can scrape a buy, but it's light shields all around. No ults, very easy to get online in this one. We could be looking at a 7-5 half. That said, that's still decent for Mech. You know, I'm looking at their defensive side with a lot of promise.
Yeah, even still, though, I think that you have to bear in mind, I feel like Ascend's composition is going to run really nicely going into the attack. So I don't think by any stretch, if this ends as a 7-5 to Ascend, that this map is done for Mech, because I don't think many teams will have played against such a fast-paced composition. Speaking of fast-paced, guess who's in the site again?
Right in and right down. Defo taken out. Let's see if they follow up on that space. Monster's still able for a double. His holds have been fantastic, even outnumbered. He's able to put up those numbers. Still, Mech are holding on. 2v3. Have to deal with CNED up top, and that's Shados' job. He's been spotted, though, and CNED is quick to deal with him.
That's mini jump scare.
Spike planted.
Oh, CNED's going to close out the half as well. definitely having a little bit of a resurgence in towards the end, but again, I don't think it's necessarily just been on him. I think that, like, as you mentioned, Monster's had a fantastic half. I think Vac has done incredibly well, and although I don't necessarily think that all of the information play has been perfect, I think the way that he's utilized his ults has been one of the more important things, and just even the delaying of their movement into the site. Nonetheless, Mech are not going to be too unhappy with that, and with how poor we've seen Ascend be in pistol rounds thus far, I would even say that there's a pretty high likelihood, I think it's like a 70% chance they're going to get themselves into a good spot going into the second half.
You know, especially when we think of the early days of Ascend, thinking of, you know, Achilles to Monster swap is crazy. And we knew there was a lot of promise for someone like Monster to be a solid player, but it was a risk, you know? You can look at someone and say they perform well at this level, that level, but once you bring them to VCT, it's a completely different ball game. But this new face of Ascend, I'm a big fan of it. And I thought Vac would be my favorite addition because, God, Tom, we've been begging for a good team for Vac for so long. We got double headhunter trades right off the bat.
Oh, that's not easy to do with how fast Starzo was moving, but hey, I don't think they're going to mind too much. With Defo going down on the other side, it also leaves Nats somewhat isolated within the site. Now, bear in mind, Shados does have a relatively fast rotation, and they're actually going to go pushing past the Snakebite. The thing is, he's been tagged up, but Shados is still here, giving them the advantage for now, but Nats is so desperately low. Shados, though, just finding one through the screen, and well, they need CNED to clutch out a ridiculous round just to give them a chance to take a pistol away.
And somehow it's possible, Tom. I start to believe until a 20 HP Nats catches that quick shot. A pistol round for Mech at a 7-5 half already and starting out their defense. This is a little bit spooky for Ascend to give away that pistol, but look, they have that lead to at least give them that safety net to play with, to fall onto. They can lose the first round. They can lose this one, write it off. CNED maybe, buy a couple headhunter bullets in this one. Light shields and see what damage he can inflict. And again, depending on these investments, you can see a ton of potential value. Mech, there we go. Okay, they are going to come in, Guardian and Bulldog. So kills are very important for Ascend here. If they can manage to stop them saving one of those rifles, that would be fantastic for their economy.
It's also quite interesting that one of them's actually an onto Chronicle. Especially with the Headhunter available, you might expect him to go for something a little different, but clearly feeling more confident in his own ability with the Bulldog. Defo, though, same fate as last round. Back-to-back, CNED's caught him, and well, that's already one player down.
1 out of 4 headhunter bullets used already, and it's found a victim. Like you said, player down means one less player to carry a weapon through to the next round. Now, with it being Defo, it's okay losing one player in a round like this. You want your Jet to be the one, grabbing that death orb, I guess. All good. It is what it is. Really, you want your Jet to be the one farming up kills, then catching the death orb, but can't always get it the way you want it. CNED's repositioned. Looking for a B main pick this time around. It is Redguard that they're challenging, though, so Guardian on the other side of it. He's tagging them up, trying to go for wall bangs, but not going to fall for that. Shock darts through, has support. Teammates coming on in to help him. Now, both these rifles on the back side, they cannot lose these fights, and they will not.
He's not getting anything. Chronicle's just farmed up his tour de force, and that's a terrifying prospect for the next round. Basically, his free operator, and well, unfortunately now the valuable headhunter bullets are all but gone. Chronicle gonna eco-frag, as you mentioned, and well, you said that Defo would be the ideal candidate to farm up some orbs. I can think of one other guy that will definitely benefit.
On a map like Breeze, yeah, I think you're gonna be pretty happy with Chronicle. And the thing is, this is now a power-up round in for both teams. Ascend power up because they get their rifles, they get their shields. For the most part, Starzone back ain't looking too healthy on that front, and on Starzone, no shields on the way through, or light shields. But on Mech's side, they get to have their Guardian and their Bulldog, which we already mentioned. Now a tour de force to play with as well on Chronicle, who's having a brilliant game so far. An early aggression into A main. God. This is an aggressive push. They're going to use the numbers to their advantage, and the light shielded Starzo is the one to shut it down.
Yeah, he gets dinked up, a little bit lucky to still be alive, but they'll take it. They still haven't been able to clear Shados just yet. He's got to be careful, though, as they manage to pincer back in. And now we look towards that tour de force. Chronicle, last man standing, 1v3.
Yeah, the 140 dink connected onto Starzo, about to be healed up too. He's coming back to 100 health. Zeke making sure of that. The Tour de Force, though, doesn't care what health you're on. It'll take you one bullet to drop an enemy, but Chronicle's got 3 to take down. The right corner, not yet cleared. He will spot him on the way. A little bit too much to ask, though. 8-7. Send, pick up this round here. But it ain't all plain sailing. You know, for Mech, definitely underwhelming considering the weaponry they brought through. But that was just to give them a chance at winning that round. It hasn't worked out, and now they're going to buy conventionally and come back in for what would be a normal buyback.
Still, it's not been the prettiest of buys. Like, you're still going to have a Bulldog. Okay, it's onto Nats, and I feel like there's only a couple of players anywhere near his level with that gun.
Let's play.
Even still, though, again, just look at the sheer pace. Starzo. Oh, it's so sick! They have the combo in line with the Haunt to find that information, and Chronicle's at least going to get the trade, keeping things even with Shados. I love that combination, though. It's what they were attempting to do before, and that's just a tiny gap left in that Poison Orb is enough to get him a kill.
That's all he needs. Ascend now on the back foot as they attempt to creep their way back into middle to pick up that spike. It's going to be Zeke that has to get the backstab around and open up mid, and he will. Oh god, no one's watching it at all. What a huge mistake, but Redgar turns on a dime to close it. Monster now alone. No idea where Shados has gone, where he could be, even every angle has its danger, but he doesn't suspect that the spawn is in fact where he's coming from. They're walking right past each other. It looks like he might get the A site completely for free.
It might actually work out better, though, for Mech, because the fact is they're going to want to try and play this one together, and an isolated duel might have been exactly what Monster needed. There's still a possibility of it, though. Shados, he's checking the angles. Now, the screen is probably going to give away everything they could possibly need, but as of yet, they're still not sure. It's definitely not the B site, and well, now that rotation will finally come through.
An interesting wall to work with here. Obviously, you're playing up against the sky. Oh, well, that is very unfortunate. I mean, look, being spotted, they don't know where he is, even still. The recon going to serve to try and grab that, but these initiators yet to initiate combat. It's going to be on Monster's terms that they take this fight as he dances around the pyramids, just trying to delay time and turn the clock into his friend. Now, though, is the time to strike, and he'll only get the one. Shados. Enough time to defuse that one comfortably, I think, and Mech will equalize.
Yeah, a lot of sort of unlucky scenarios there. I think Monster played that incredibly well, getting the afterplant, but also, well, just the quick reactions. I think that whole round is basically quick reactions. I'm almost certain as well that Redgar only gets that kill because Nats is facing in the direction of the player that peeked, and because of that, either he showed up on the map or Nats, just before he died, went, he's behind you, and so he span around and killed him. It's just unlucky with the timing of that peak, of the direction that Nats was facing in. So an incredibly close round. And actually on the other side of things, Ascend still have enough to buy. You might be looking at Monster with a Spectre, but he's reliant on the fact that if he can get into that Viper's Pit, well, there's a chance, but look at where Mech are.
Oh, yeah, they are taking the fight right to them. Monster now needs some help. Starzo's the one to come on in and provide it. A nice kill for them. They shut down the elbow push, but there's more aggression coming through. That's being spotted. And now, well, it's going to be very tough for good old Redgar to get out of here. They know exactly where he is. They're using snake bites to push him into the open and deal with him, putting Mech on the back foot.
Snake bite through, but they're going to bypass it. Viper's Pit thrown in. Nats with the spam. He catches the other player. A little bit unlucky, but that has actually dropped the spike. That's a lot of information. He's going to go around behind both players millimeters from each other. Can Chronicle catch Vac on the cross? That's the more important thing. Both playing around the edge, and he will, and the peek out from Monster again gives him a chance. Another clutch scenario in back-to-back rounds into the 1v1, and Chronicle's low as well. He might have just played this perfectly, wrapping back around. The newbie to this team has been fantastic all season, and you're seeing why here.
Monster's got to be one of the best additions to a VCT roster that we've had. I'm not even talking this season. Honestly, for a guy that came from, you know, a lot of good words were going around about him, but that a lot of the time that doesn't mean anything at lower levels. As I said, when you come to the top, it's a different ball game. But Ascend did their job scouting this guy out. They've picked up one of my favorite players to watch, and it's a combination. It's not like, I don't think he's necessarily the best player in the world at anything, but he's just bloody fantastic at everything.
Yeah, there doesn't seem to be any weakness, whether it's aim, decision making, or even just the variety of different agents that he can actually play.
I've got your
Very, very good Sentinel. Well, now we're going to see the pace change. Straight in towards the site. Overdrive already activated, so this is just going to be an attempt to try and almost farm up some of these players. Not really with anywhere near the same risk as the rest of his teammates. Bear in mind, the purchase right now on the other side of things is very, very poor.
Spike planted.
Chronicle will at least shut down Starzo, but he's done his job.
Yes, absolutely. Getting the space, getting the plant, making sure there's not a massive danger. I'm sure they would have wanted to deal with these players who have like your Blade Storm and such online, but well, he's got plenty of teammates to do that. Well, fewer by the second. Defo's already dropped one. Cloudburst down to fake that he's going all the way through, but he's dancing around, and Shados able to at least drop one, gives his teammate a chance, and if nothing else, it was a good attempt, but an Ascend round.
I think, again, something that will just impress me so much about Ascend is, so far, in both maps, they lost the first pistol, lost the second round, which is arguably worse in the second half of the last map, and then I think they lost both pistols here as well. Like, they are a team that basically seems to fight from behind every single time, and it just shows how good they are in their buy rounds. Like, they are fantastic when it comes to the utility, the executions, and even just individual aim, like off the charts in terms of this roster. Now we're going to see the Viper's Pit popped very early on. Chronicle also utilizing his tour de force. It's going to be a tough round for Ascend to find space, but ultimately there has to be a gap somewhere.
And they've got plenty of time to find it. I think that Viper's Pit, it allows you to just cover everything else, have that side secure, and it's whether you want to try to throw all of your utility at the Viper. I think if you have a Silva, you see a lot of teams move towards it and attempt that, but with the comp that Ascend are running, I think they can still do that, right? They've got their Trailblazer, they've got flashes to try and maybe catch how close the player is, really approximate their position. You've got your Seekers as well to go on in, a Haunt to try and reveal.
They've got Nightfall. I feel like that's probably
Nightfall
one of the best
yeah.
counters you could possibly have to force him back. They just want some other space elsewhere. Rengar's not pretty, but he gets the job done.
There it is,
Nightfall has been used. Straight away, they're going to leave Nat stuck in a corner. And actually, I thought Starzo got the kill. Eventually, he will be isolated, but now the spikes drop with 30 seconds.
Right on top as well. Look at that, served up on a platter for Chronicle to hold with the operator. Is Defo covering his close push? All he worries about is the top, but Monster wins it. Of course he does. He's fallen though, and that spike needs to be picked up and brought over. Shados just needs to survive. He knows time is on his side, at least he thought. I thought it was. He goes out and catches back on the way to site and wins the round. Anyways, Mech, and another close victory, but a victory nonetheless. Their defensive side still one round behind. And I thought Ascend might be going for an eco here. Yeah, okay. It looks like they've decided 3 rifles and not quite enough. They're going to go for a mix buy. Keep money for the next.
Yeah, I think that definitely one of the real positives of playing that Fade versus a Viper is just that ult. Like, it's such a fantastic counter. I wouldn't even be surprised in the future if a Viper's Pit goes down. You almost have that counter exactly the same way you do with a Hunter's Fury in a lockdown. Because it's almost just like, you know exactly where the player is, you can blind them, stun them, and leave them half HP. It's as good as it gets.
Here comes the drone on the other side to try grab information. Spam good for Chronicle. He's covered out Redgar, allowed him to get into a slightly wider position, but he's being spotted and now swung on. Shock dart down. It might be his final gesture. His teammate gonna swing around the back though to try and trade out. Nats doing more than just trying though. He's taking a triple and leaving this round well and truly into Mech's hands. Again, site control, spike control. They've spotted the final player.
If there was anyone, especially within this match so far, even looking at last week's performance, I feel like Monster's the man you rely on. so good at isolating Jules, so good at utilizing any utility he has, and although there's definitely some limitations there, they've got to be careful. Spotting him, though, that's going to make things quite a bit easier. Even still, though, now every single player has at least taken a little bit of damage on the other side. Of course, they've healed up Nats, but he would still be one bullet away from falling. They're just not giving him anything. Sheer patience out from the side of Mech, and, well, he does well to attempt to isolate the duel, but Nats is more than prepared.
At the start of this game, I think they probably do give him a little bit of space. You know, they probably do push in and give away a couple of duels, but Ascend have shown they're not here to play around. They're losing pistol rounds and still making these games hyper competitive. And we were at 10-9 right there. That's exactly the kind of clutch that Ascend would win, that Monster would win.
Yeah.
And that Mech would lose to give them a third map and end up having this series a lot more uncomfortable for them than I'm sure they want. I'm glad that we saw them stick together and play that in a much tighter way. Still plenty more rounds on offer. 10-10. Both teams on a bye. Both teams having one ulti to play with. But it's CNED, Operator in hand, Tour de Force back pocket, mid-peak for Chronicle, though, is what finds the opening. And I thought we were about to see the chamber battle, but a little preemptive peek from Starzo made sure that didn't happen.
And actually, Shados is going to re-aggress. He's been superb today. As said, like in some of the losses they had, I feel like him being absent was a huge difference maker. Same for Chronicle, but both players have performed fantastically well in the matches so far. And while you can see Chronicle just being that little bit cheekier around the aggressive angle, back as well. Now he could throw out a Prowler. It seems like he's just going to push it, not expecting anybody to still be this close. And again, it's the multi-frag machine! Shados with a triple to completely shut the round down. And Mech make their way to 11. It was starting to look like Ascend were dragging this one back, but now, Mitch, Economy in the bin, CNED's Tour de Force, and maybe a Viper's Pit is the only sort of viabilities they have for this round.
Yeah, you can see if CNED gets a few picks, they get to site, they get a plan, sure, maybe things can go their way, but it's a long shot. It most certainly is. Mech are in control, and Ascend have called a timeout. Perfect time for it. With a couple of options on hand, they need to consider their options very, very carefully. But at this point,
I think they bought an op into the last round, so clearly they're saving Tour de Force whenever they have like economy issues. Like if they can still purchase, then they'll never actually utilize it. I think the CNED has to do something here. Getting the Viper's Pit and maybe just having a Spectre, getting them in towards that A site would definitely be valuable. The only problem is when you've got a Hunter's Fury on the other side, it becomes again a tougher ult to play around. Like you can't be as reliant on it because that position can very easily be cleared. I also think Mech have done very well, even though like some of the rounds haven't worked, to aggressively play when those ults are online. So for example, I'm pretty sure one of the last times that Monster has his Viper's Pit was around where they aggressively pushed deep into B, because they were like, okay, if we just don't let him get to the site, where's he going to use it?
Out of charges.
Keep up.
very light on mid. This time around over on Mech, they're looking again for this A aggression inside a cave. Yep, going up, taking the fights. Players have been spotted though. They've been stunned as well. Here comes the big peek, and it's not going Ascend's way until Monster comes in with a judge, attack side. Get the hell out of here. You can play that inside his Viper's Pit now. But he's going to walk out rifle in hand with his teammates as they go towards the site. They look to secure it and get that plant on through. Tom, they have the advantage.
He just marshaled him. He just marshaled him through the Viper's Pit. That is grotesque. And now the Viper on the other side has to try and do the same. It is left onto Nats. He's going to hear the spike being planted. He might actually be able to even know exactly. Yeah, you can see the ring of exactly where it's been placed. Just going to try and go through the other side, but Zeke denies. A ridiculous round from Ascend. Marshall through smoke, 2 kills on a judge, and while Mech, as I said, I feel like their ideas of how to deny that ultimate are fantastic. Unfortunately, you're playing into Ascend, and their reaction was even better. That's ridiculous.
Not even that, it's the fact that you have a judge buy. That's why I'm so happy they called the pause. I guess realizing that, hey, if we can manage to get to site, get the plant on, and I'm the one planting, Viper's Pit, Judge. You know, chances of winning the round, got it times 100 from the eco they started out on, but the situation it ended up being so useful in. What is going on? 2 frags as quick as can be. Aggression down on A main and on mid. That finds them 2 frags, and Ascend, in literally the blink of an eye, are left in the dust. After a phenomenal previous round, Tom, they again need a clutch to even have a chance.
Yeah, I feel like so many of these aggressive rounds have just been...
Here's the mid peak.
50-50. And actually, Chronicle, it looked like he had an opportunity here. This could be a problem. Seeker's going to give away Nats. Redgar's position also going to be noted, trying desperately to spam through. Will eventually break that Seeker, and Defo's on that rotation already, but look at Zeke. He's so well primed to just cause them issues. It looked free, but somehow Defo survived at least a little longer. Zeke needs to shut out this kill, but with the weapon in hand, it's not going to go well. And now it's left on to Shados, but again, this man is clutch as hell.
He's got a great position too. Zeke has no idea where he is. Super low in HP. Steps were heard moments ago. The win conditions were there, and they were already ticked for Shados. That is 12-11 as Max steam on into the lead and look to take this here and now. I mean, it has been a close game all the way along, Tom, and we're going to end it round number 24 with Ascend full buying up. They've got all the rifles, well, 4 rifles, and some finger guns on Starzo to work with. It's still a strong round from them, but not where they want to be making their final stand to push to OT.
I don't know. Sometimes I genuinely believe in Ascend more when they have a buy like this. After what we've seen throughout this match, it can be so difficult to play against Defo. He's had his moments on this defense, but definitely been quieter than what we saw in that first half. CNED taking so much space already, and straight up Nightfall. It's going to catch some of the players at least, giving that information over. The finger guns are doing their job, Mitch, as already they've got that double opener into the site, and there is nothing that could be done by Mech to deny this plant.
It's just the sheer pace of Starzo coming at you with the support of Util in the background. Missed shot on the cross. Wallbang connect? I think I might have connected. Either way, back and Zeke are super low. There's a chance. Looks like Ascend might have done enough here. Another hero needed to step up on Mech. They're starting to close in on the site. Starzo spotted, taken down. Good trade, though. 2-1. As a 2v3 comes into play. Op shot rings out, no connection. Time on their side, and now the kills. Well, they come flooding in. Ascend have bought themselves an overtime on Mech's map pick of Breeze. It's not over yet, Tom. It's just getting started.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. Especially with the news that my favorite map is being taken out of the pool. The fact that it is the 3rd in this series, I am desperate to get there. So
one last hurrah.
I would not normally nice and impartial, you know, nice and, unless it's NA versus EU, but nice and impartial. But yeah, I desperately want to get towards that 3rd and final map. And well, 12-12, a banger of a series, fighting tooth and nail, openers seemingly meaning nothing as either team can fight back into contention. And well, I don't know who's going to take this over the line. I have no clue.
It's a good thing we're not relying on you to tell us, Tom. That's what we got the OT for. A little bit of a tech pause before we get on into things. Give the teams a breather, you know? Maybe the shirt change might need to come through again. I wouldn't blame MBS if he's a little sweaty after that one. Certainly a tough half for Ascend. And, you know, facing down the barrel of a gun the way that they were. And, you know, a lot of it felt like the carrot was sort of being dangled in front of their face. Like they're constantly winning these rounds that they almost shouldn't. And then immediately it's answered back by Mech on the other side. And then right after, Monster comes through and like double judges players, grabs his ult. Then they start marshaling players through the ult. Like it's just been wild. An OT kicking off here. Oh, CNED's gone through the wall.
Bear in mind, he also doesn't have any shields to play with behind this. So this has a huge risk alongside it, but he's managed to find the opener. Defo down already, but they don't seem to be slowing down. Door closed within their face, and CNED's found another. already making this round look like it's dead to right to slide through. Oh, it's not pretty. He's stunned up, so can only fire the isolated bullets, and now Redguard's the last man standing, and Monster is not giving him the time of day. 13-12 in favor of Ascend, a chance to take things to split. And now, well, they move over onto that attack to try and find themselves another round.
I mean, Tom, I'm not sure how you feel about that one, but the pace, completely different. I mean, it almost felt like we were watching the Ascend attack with the way Mac are going into that site. They're trying to take the space. It felt like they lose their opening duel, and they decide, no, that's our space taker gone. We need to take space off the back of it, keep pushing forward, make this worthwhile, make sure he didn't die for nothing. But in the end, he did.
Oh, it's such a beautiful combo. The same slide, the flash in combination with it from Zeke. That is one of the... it's so slick watching this team play with some of those little sort of tricks that they're throwing in to find those opening picks. Now with Chronicle gone, the top fragger so far for Mech, someone who has been phenomenal on this map for a long time, well, he's going to rely on his teammates to bring it back.
Here comes the wall. The information there for Defo. With an operator, there's just not a whole lot you can do. Spamming. That's what takes up his time for now. I see Starzo creeping his way on in, and no one's watching him right now. I think in spawn, though, Nats has this jump up spotted, and he's going to get a kill for his trouble. Shados as well answers up onto CNED. This isn't over yet. Mech don't want to let this one go. Flash on back site, catches Monster. Back, needs to try and grab something to help his buddy out. It's an operator in his hands now on a good shot. One found. Oh, unfortunately, that's all that they're going to get. We're going to another OT.
Yeah, no, a fantastic retake. Like, you have to bear in mind, that was a 4v5 after an opening onto Chronicle, and I guess when you end out the round, it doesn't really feel like that. They made things look very easy. They were very much expecting a lot of the aggressive pushes to come through. I think that's the one thing I will say, is Starzo is fantastic at getting you into the site, but a lot of his agent's abilities become almost counterintuitive once he's in. Because you see the amount of times where, like, there was a round where he pushed in onto yellow as well, like, aggressively. That was, okay, it was space that was valuable, but they isolate him, and there's nothing his teammates could do. The same again there on the stairs. It's like, you can stick around that angle, sure, but then if somebody pushes mid, you're basically dead. So he has to get aggressive, and because of that, 4v4, and then they get isolated again. So there has definitely been some weird moments. I also say, I don't know if it's the same with this technical pause. The last technical pause was because Shados was having some FPS issues.
It is the same,
which is ridiculous, considering how well he seems to play. Because, I'll be honest with you, Mitch, I feel like when players have, like, a few, like, slight issues, they don't really bring it up. They just carry on. It's only when it gets, like, significantly worse that then they start being like, okay, I need a tech pause to try and sort this out, blah, blah, blah. So that means that he's currently 25 with 15, probably playing with some general FPS issues, and then in some rounds they've got worse, which the man's just too good.
And this is what we warned about. When you see a team like Mech become a team, when they're no longer what they have been this season, which is Nats and one other player having a good game or a good couple maps, and other than that, a pretty chaotic and sometimes lost team when it came to some of the more standard rounds. So I would say the fundamentals, the basics. And it's strange to see Mech in that sort of situation. But now we're seeing them show back up. We're seeing what Chronicle's capable of, even flexing out his agent pool a little bit. Again, you know, I'm gonna find an ult that this man can fire out successfully. Maybe it's the tour de force for him. It's been good. It's been much better than the showstopper. But yeah, much better than the orbital strike, that's for sure.
Well, still obviously just waiting for those few FPS issues to reduce to the point where Chronicle feels like he can still hit headshots, of course.
Shados.
I think yes, yeah. Shados, of course. But yeah, I think ultimately both teams starting to look a little bit better in terms of their individual form. Like, I don't think there's really a weak player within the server right now. Okay, we'll always see Defo nearer the bottom of the board, especially when it comes to that attacking half, just because his role within the team is so absurd. Like, they're still very much playing that old school, like, jet dash aggressive play. And the thing is, especially when it came to their split previously and he was picking up Neon, I would love to see him try and pick that up here, because I think that although he's able to take more space, I feel like the way that Starzo is currently playing, and with these cool combos they had to sort of take mid-aggression and get those individual fights, I just think it's more viable right now.
I'm curious to see the pace change out of Mech. I think last time overcommitting to losing that early duel, and we're seeing Defo as well, you know, on this attack side. If he's going to be going in like that, you've got to be doubling down on it. You've got to be following up. But Ascend seemed to be able to topple those dominoes whenever it's set up that way. I'd like to see Mech attempt something a little bit different. Maybe it doesn't have to be a different strategy. It can be same site. But I see the operator in Defo's hands, and that certainly indicative of the slower play that I'm hoping to see towards the B site. Tom, I mean, I hate to tell you this, but just look at the B site. We've got Starzo about to blitz his way through, so this could be a little bit spooky.
Yeah, I feel like this is such a risk, but I guess it's mainly because we will see this sort of pressure into mid and A much more often. But they don't even have anybody playing around short, and unless that's going to be something that's attempted by CNET a little bit later. But he doesn't really have it, like, unless they're going to wait, which I'm guessing by Starzo's position they're not. He's not going to be anywhere near the point of actually being able to support his team.
This all comes down to whether or not Defo is going to be able to find this, or Shados is going to be able to follow up and back him up on that. But the Shados has his rifle out, or a flash, I think, most likely. Chronicle to play this angle, and there you go. The two of them swing in. Defo and Chronicle, good for the frag. And they even force the TP out of CNET, so they lose a lot of space. Plus, a player that's been a huge thorn in the side for Mech so far. I mean, Starzo's been able to really catch them off with those stuns, with some of those pacey takes, and now that's no longer a factor they have to consider at all.
Okay, this is...
They're watching it.
Yeah, they are watching for it, but this could be such a huge 1v1. Like, no matter which player goes down, it's going to be awkward for either side. Now, I will say we saw this battle earlier in the pistol, and maybe there's a little bit more hesitation, but even just the depth of map control that they're able to take, it does, however, almost sell a bit of a false positive. And look at this screen. Definitely more of an intriguing one. That kill is big, though, because now they have to try and clear some of the angles back into cave, which is not going to be easy to do.
Monster through the halls. There's the reward. He's found one. They know where he is, though. So that is what it comes down to. The door closed and spike planted. Mech get to reset. Players coming in from above. The operator spotted, taken down, and Nat still hasn't revealed his position just yet. They know there's an operator far back. You also know you're against Nats, though, so you got to be ever vigilant, ever cautious, and now they know where he is, the sound, what they have to go off, the snake bite. Back is in a lot of danger, but he swung at the right time, out and around the corner, dodging the opposite he goes, but not ready. Monster coming behind, snake bite out, but he needs to get on that spike. He has his ult to play with an extra snake bite. Defo's going up on top. Now making his way around. The time is crucial. He spots it's clear, and he even gets the quick scope onto him. That was so fast. 14 to 13. Mech have a chance to close it out here and now.
I think you've just seen the difference of a Defo that has to dash head first into a site and a Defo that's almost given the role of the star. Because just patient play. The early pick, I said, I didn't really like the plan from Ascend. Like, I understand it, but it is so reliant on basically nobody being there. Like, you're almost hoping that there's no one in that position because there's no flash. There's nothing that's really being put into place to deny that swing. And the swing through is, well, you're just reliant on you hitting the headshot before Defo has an op shot. And I wouldn't be reliant on that anytime. Then you just have the reposition in the mid round from Mech. And I think that was the play that basically won it for them, because they lost out on the fact that they didn't have anybody clearing cave because that duel was actually won by Monster. Again, he's doing so well on this A site. But what they do is they then plant for spawn. They plant for the defender spawn and fight into it so that nobody can get off the angle. You're either facing into an operator again of Defo, or you have to swing past Nats. Neither is a good play to make. Sure, it still comes down to the 1 versus 1. It still comes down to Monster trying to take it over the line, but by that point, time was bought, and ultimately he needed an insta-kill.
having to get it done on the attack isn't ideal. I'm looking at CNED though, up in hand as well.
There.
Could be that difference maker for them. Interesting trap. Covering the push all the way around through the back.
Oh. I think they're expecting some aggression on the other side. I think after the last couple of rounds, what we sort of saw it on the defense was where Mech really got aggressive and really tried to take the fights. Chronicle, there's a very high chance he gets isolated here. He's going to go running around, and Starzo has a gap. Defo again with the operator is given the opener, but it's an afterplant for Ascend.
Yeah, I just wonder about... I'm staring at that trap almost the whole time. Like, why there instead of any other place? But fair enough. That's interesting. I wonder if they're reading into something that they've seen. Either way, Mech not going near the spawn. They're making their way into the B site. Down through the elbow. Flash in main. Sees nobody. They've got good control. They'll look to take the site now. Snakebite through. Good reveal as well. That no, it's landed on 2 targets, but Starzo still to be dealt with. He buys his teammates some times as they reposition. And, well, now they're safe as can be. Shados left to do it all, and he will not get it done this time. Another overtime to be played here on Breeze. Mech not quite able to close it out this time.
Sides.
Yeah, I feel like we're almost just watching teams take different gambles. We saw the aggressive B stance that Ascend had in their defensive half, and then the more passive one that came in on the other side. But I feel like the more passive one actually plays further into the hands of Ascend because they have such strong executions right now. Like, we've seen it off the back of Starzo in his utility. He'll take the space, and he even gets the opener onto Chronicle. And that's the thing. I feel like a lot of players right now try to work out a way to play around Starzo's utility, and he just seems to do it better.
Strange to see Ascend with literally nobody around mid. I mean, this is a team that's been getting in Mech's face quite a bit, and now they're moving this into a much more passive play. Mech, in the same regard, moving up through elbow, slowly working this mid control. So you get this really slow early round as they try to pick each other off, and it's the operators that end up in a tussle. CNED coming out convincingly on top.
Again, now this becomes a lot tougher. They've been very reliant, as always, on Defo to either take the space or to find them the opening pick. Shados actually switching up onto the operator, just trying to find somebody to face off against, but the shot will be heard. The only real worry right now is sort of what you mentioned. I'm just looking at Nat slowly making his way up through mid. This is something they have to be aware of, but ultimately he's managed to garner an awful lot of space.
30 seconds.
Here they go on the way in. Vac already going to be dropped as Nats falls. They lose their wall now on the way through. Opens up the line of sight. CNED trying to grab himself a shot with the operator. He's heard reloading and stepping up to the wall. That's a little bit of info to play with. They know about the player behind him, but they have absolutely no idea where Zeke can be. The trap watching the back, though, and this late flank out from Redgar might get them a ton of value. Shados up close, good for the kill. There's Redgar's flank completed, and Zeke coming through B main doesn't realize that they have now cleared every other angle, and they're just staring at him as he completes his flank at long last. 15-14. Mech secure another chance to close this series without a third map being played.
It really does seem right now like the first kill of the round is almost irrelevant. Like, both teams have done so well of almost playing back in. And I think a lot of it might just be how shaky everything seems to become. It's almost like, okay, we got ourselves into a position where we have the advantage. I don't want to overface. I don't want to over-aggress. And you see it in that round. They give up so much map control. Now, it was definitely something that they knew about. The problem is then you have that execution where you're so wary about mid because you've given it up that, well, they make it through in another spot.
Very cautious by Ascend. Starzo, the furthest man back. Not too often you'll see that. But I think the time will come where he's blitzing forward to take that space. For now, though, they just haven't spotted anyone. You can see, look at that, our Seeker, right? Even goes into cave. It goes way down. They're clearing it out. They're worried, like, have these guys pushed up? Mech have been doing that. They've been making some aggressive plays. They've been catching Ascend on the back foot at times. If not Ascend, have been pumping the gas, and I guess Mac have tried to react. At this point, though, Ascend are getting nothing. None of the play that they were fearing Mac would make is coming through. And so with 50 seconds left, they've got to take some space. They've got to make their own play. And that might not work out how they think. Nats is in an unusual position for an OT, but they've spotted him. Now things get dangerous. Apparently not.
Dinked up Starzo through the wall. Starzo tries to bait the steps, but he's found that kill as well. Defo, he's been noted, his position given up, but it's Monster to actually refrag. Even still, though, he needs a whole lot more if they're going to turn this around. But suddenly, a couple of kills go in their direction. A plant being baited in, but Chronicle's landed the shots. Once again, it's on to this man. Defo whiffs, but Chronicle will not. It is Mech to take themselves the victory in this series. And unfortunately for Ascend, they fall.
An impressive display out of Mech, Tom. After a couple weeks of up and down performances, shaky games here and there, it's good to see them right back in form and actually showing us that there is a whole lot more depth still to this team than what we've seen so far. Having a series without Nats at the top of the scoreboard, in fact, very damn close to the bottom of it, is a refreshing sight, because so far, I think they've been kind of two-dimensional in a lot of their games in terms of who we expected to show up, how they would. But this win right here, this instills a lot more faith in them for me than what I had coming into this series.
Yeah, I think the other thing to note is just the fact that we sort of started at the beginning of the day saying that there are no easy games right now. I think the top 6 is the most stacked it's ever been. Mech looked the weakest. They've won their first one. And now we get to take a look at who the players of the match are actually going to be. And I genuinely think that at this point, you probably could put anyone on the board. I think they've all had a great game. I do think for me today, it's between Chronicle and Shados. I think Shados' step up from what we saw before has been monumental. But Chronicle was still the man, I think, top fragging in both maps. So if you go for either of those two, I'm very happy. Nats, he should get it every other week, but I think this time maybe not.
Yeah, I think this might be the 1 week where Nats is an MVP. 100% agree with you. Well, folks, at ValleySports_EMEA on Twitter, get your votes in now. The analyst desk will let you know who won in just a couple of minutes, because, of course, we have got another game coming up, folks, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right with you after this break.
Get ready for playoffs.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Can feel it running out on me. I don't want these to be my last words. All forgotten, 'cause that's all they'll be. Now there's only one thing I can do. Fight until the end like I promised to. Wishing there was something left to lose. This could be the day I die for you. What do you see before it's over? Blinding flashes getting closer. Wish that I had something left to lose. This could be the day I die for you. This could be the day I die for you. When to let it go, when to make them all fight. When I'm in control, when I'm out of my mind. When I gotta live, when I gotta die. This could be the day Feeling like there's nothing I can do. This could be the end, it's mine to choose. It's taken me my lifetime just to prove. This could be the day I die. Don't let it be the day. What do you see before it's over? Blinded flashes getting closer. Sacrificing everything I know. This could be the day I die for you.
Big focus. OG, BBL, Rec, Ascent, TL, FPS. Get ready for playoffs.
Welcome back, everybody. Our victors have been decided, and they did it by their own hands. It's Mech, and they move forward to face off against the Guild. But before we break things down, we have our interviewee joining us from the victors, Redgar. Congratulations. How are you doing?
Thank you. I'm doing great. Long time no see, I guess. I hope that we'll meet each other tomorrow still.
Yeah, I certainly hope so for you. And today you get a big victory here against your opponents of Ascent. Talk to me about Bind first, because we were looking at the map picks in this. Bind, Breeze, how would this actually go for you? And you ended up taking Bind. So what happened there for you?
I don't know, was it like the surprise for you that we switched all our other compositions, but after all these things, we find out that right now it's the best for us to go and play like we played before. And how you can see, it was the right decision. Maybe we're not known that we like to risk a lot, and right now our risk was like, we have a really great result because we risked like that.
All right, well, you went on to Breeze right after, and let's just say it was back and forth the whole time, including and especially the multiple overtimes that we ended up having. What seemed to be the biggest kind of hurdle for you to overcome on Breeze to actually get the win?
I guess they're playing like really not the default composition on the Breeze that you can play, like you can train versus each other's teams. That's why they have like a unique play style. We know that what they are doing, but sometimes we just like can't hit our shots, and it makes us a lot of things. I guess it was like things why we had kind of scores in the end. I mean, like we have overtimes.
All right, and finally, now you move on and you get to play against Guild. Now, a lot of people are saying, should that match actually happen, which it will, you have a clear shot at making it to Copenhagen. All you need is one more best-of-3 win. How do you think you'll fare for that game?
I think that we're pretty confident. Like after we won the playoff spot for us, we was like, we have a second chance and we should catch it and grab it and qualify for the marathon. So that's what we're doing right now, you know?
Very much so. And with the team being as excited as they always look like when, especially on the interviews, I'm very happy to see that things actually went well. And we'll see how you guys will be doing against a Guild tomorrow. Until then, take care and good luck.
Thank you. Goodbye, everyone. Goodbye.
Is that a fun team to talk to or what?
I love how no matter who sits in the chair, they just keep such a straight face. They're like, I am very used to this. This is the normal shenanigans of the house. Enjoy.
Yeah, Redgar's job is to cat herd those guys. I also like that their attire for their team is just the Masters merch, to be fair, which is nice enough anyway, and also pajama bottoms, which look incredibly comfy.
They really did, actually.
Why are we seeing so many players twerking at the moment? First it was Boaster, then it was like Defo and Shados. Then I did it. I don't want to, no more.
You did it?
Hey, you doubled the viewership because of that. Thank you very much.
Yeah, we'll see if it happens. I don't think I'll need to release series, to be fair, so I'll keep it. I was going to say I'll keep it in my pants, but that sounds worse.
You keep your pants on for this one. Thank you very much. Well, please, yes, is what we're hearing from production. That's all you need to know. That one is an extra subscription that you go for after hours. Though, moving on, trying to break down what happened in this matchup, specifically on Breeze. A 2-0 victory for Mech. And what a Breeze. I mean, we were watching at this game, sitting in the green room thinking, oh my God, another overtime, another back and forth.
With Mitch and Tom casting as well. It writes
expected.
itself. I mean, Mech have not lost this map for 300 days, 24th of August last year, so it's now gone to be 310
10 maps?
Yeah, it's a long time, and they haven't really had the chance to play it that much because teams have been very smart to ban it out and not let Mech play on this map at all. But because Send is still adjusting, right? They've never played Fracture with this new lineup. It almost kind of felt that as soon as that first map went down, Mech were clear favorites to win out on that map. But I didn't expect it to go that close. And Ascend to honestly look really good.
They really did.
Yeah.
They really did. I do want to give a shout out to Ascend, specifically Monster. I mean, the way that man is a one-man army, it's like the perfect nightmare. Like, I would hate to go up against him. How many times did they avoid the A site as a result of him? I mean, that just goes to show how much control, how much dominance he had. But for Mech to be able to overcome that, even though Ascend did throw a few different counters at them, especially in OT. We saw that first round of OT, and I'm like, they've learned their lesson about mid. They've been able to flash out, get rid of Chronicle. And my God, speaking of Chronicle, he was the man of the hour for me. I know we set it up about, you know, the chamber players, the casters started to speak about it, and then the story kind of just played out in front of us, and I went, yeah, that's the man for it.
Yeah, I also think that like Monster was superb. There's something about him on this map, despite being on the losing team, putting in a hell of a performance. But I think that a lot of it came down to Chronicle versus Shados. Like, they were playing different agents, but I think Chronicle was 8-4 against him. So out of the 12 fights that they had, Chronicle won 8 of them. And also, Staxo had 6 first deaths. I'm pretty sure all of them were Chronicle shutting him down in mid, for example. It was a whole battlefield between those two. And I think, certainly comparing Chronicle to CNED, right? Like, CNED played better than he did on the first map.
Absolutely, yes.
But it's still not like Chronicle levels.
And the reason we want to sort of put these two players head-to-head, not just because they play the same agent, but stylistically, the way the Chronicle plays Chamber is so different to CNED. I don't think if that I put clips side by side, took their names off, you would think they were the same player by any means. You could distinct them very carefully, and I think that it goes to show that Chronicle understands the power angles. He understands where he needs to be in the early round. Mid, for example, was just his playground for round after round. Whereas CNED, I don't like him that passive with it. I don't think that's where his strength lies. I do truly think he can be more aggressive as a chamber player if he wanted to. He can be that pseudo-duelist we are putting a brand new title and role for, you know, the chamber players to be. I'd like him to command the space with it. I know he's got another duelist there to work with, but how about hold hands and go and do that together? How about it?
I think one of the things I liked about CNED's performance at Champions was that he was the best Jet in the world.
Absolutely.
But he didn't play like Ye does, where it's super aggressive, right? It's a bit more passive. And I think that's why Ascend looked really good when we went to overtime, because the ops started to come out more frequently. But Defo showed up massively. That was a perfect team performance. And I think Tom said it best. First kill didn't matter, because both these teams were really good at being in a 4v5 and still managing to win out rounds. It was so back and forth that both of these teams look insane, and it was a great series despite a 2-0.
Yeah, and our player of the match is Shados. So congratulations
I did not expect that.
Player of the match for this game. Yeah, I mean, honestly, there's a big performance for everybody really on these two teams.
I mean,
could have been any of them.
Absolutely.
You sort of expect Nats to be there because it's Nats, right? So the fact that Shados wins it shows like that's just a night and day performance from groups to now.
He had one of the best KDs in the entire team for the series as well. So I just think consistency over the series. Shout out to the viewers for spotting that. You know, he was the top dog for that. So yeah, well worth.
Definitely so. We get Shados as player of the match for this game. But now the question is, how does our bracket shape up? And Mech, well, they've gotten a W. You know, it's great for them. Like we talked about in the interview, they move forward. They'll be playing against Guild. Again, a best of 3. The important thing about this game, you win that best of 3, you make it to Masters Copenhagen. Simple as. And Ascend drop down to that lower bracket. They'll be facing off against the loser of Liquid versus FPX, which is the upcoming game. But before we get into that, your thoughts, Ryan.
Well, I mean, I think Guild are going to be feeling a bit more confident, I suppose, because they beat Mech earlier on in this season. I do think that now it's playoffs. Mech are sort of used to this situation. I think they thrive off of it. Guild, this is the closest they've ever tasted an international event. I just really want to see Leo and Save show up. I want to see those kind of like insane series, because I do think the Guild is on par with the other teams that have attended international events in the past. I think Guild just needs to cross that boundary, I suppose it would be.
Yeah, I think they're towing the line. You know, when you're tiptoeing the line, Guild's always the one that tiptoes it. I would just want to run over and shove them over the line. Yeah. Be like, now is your time. Get on over there. Get on over. It's one series, one best of 3, which can spook a lot of players, I know, but that's the time to really take it on board and just run with it. And you have Mech from today. You have maps to look at. You know what they're up.
And now it's time for second best of 3. So to put aside our first one, and we saw Mech moving forward. Now we turn to FPX versus Team Liquid, and we want to set the stage for you. These two squads are incredible in their own way, but FPX have been ahead of Team Liquid almost every single time they played against one another. So what is the setup for today?
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen them play at all this stage because they were in separate groups, but like in stage 1, in the group stages, and also in playoffs, FPX dismantled Team Liquid just from the anti-strat perspective, which is the win condition from FPX. If they get the perfect read on their opponent, they can, and they have, beaten every team in EMEA to be top dogs. I do think that you look at like, okay, Fnatic beat FPX at the start of the season, and then FPX just lost to Ascend. Maybe they're a little bit worse than they were in stage 1, but we know that FPX could pull out these kind of performances where they get a good idea on what the other team wants to do. Problem is, their team that they're facing up again has been together 2 weeks, so they're still a anyway.
Yeah, that's...
How do you counter a team like that? Outside of the fact that we've seen their match history, and you're talking about 2 weeks, how much of this can you really go back on and put a lot of reliance on it as well? FPX as well, we're kind of sort of putting a label of they're not the same FPX from stage 1 either. So it's this weird paradox we're in of going, both of these teams are same but different. Team Liquid very much different as well as a result. And is that something that you can look back on? I don't think so. I think we can look back at all of these and go, that's what happened, but now is a brand new day for both of these teams, and I think we're just going to get a different flavor we've not tasted before.
Now, how long have these teams been together?
Oh, yeah.
You did it in the first game, but I really want to see for this one.
Yeah, so you'll be surprised to know that it's not 540 days for either team. For FPX, they were the only team, I think, that sort of left in it that still made roster moves in 2021 that held onto it. Bear in mind that it was the bare end of the year last year is what I was going to say that they made the move. So, yeah, like Team Liquid made a roster move 2 weeks ago. Also, they lost Sliggy 3 weeks ago, so it's been
that as well
a bit longer because he was not part of the stage at all. Parted ways with the team after Reykjavik, as far as I know. So it's been a big adjustment period for Liquid, but I do feel that can kind of suit them to an extent because FPX will sort of go, okay, you like to play these kind of rounds with this comp, we can take it apart. But Liquid, they could just bring out new stuff today because they're still trying to work out what they want to do themselves.
Now on Liquid specifically,
yes,
what can we expect from the squad that has had a change 2 weeks ago coming into playoffs?
I mean, we can talk about a roster that has brought in Dreamas, who I kind of want to harp on the fact that Team Liquid has been the team with Sliggy at the helm, I'm glad you brought that up, that has tried to reinvent the wheel time and time again. And every time they've done it, it's almost like they want to be the trendsetters. They themselves want to set the meta. We've come into this stage, and it looks like the first time ever, they want to be the ones to catch up to the meta that's currently set in a way that gives them the identity that doesn't look like they're trying to put on a brand new hat every week. I'm enjoying it. I don't know whether or not it is because of the Sliggy removal and whether or not there's, conversations to be had there, but regardless, we're seeing mains, we're seeing not so much whiplash from change from Team Liquid and all of these different innovative things they're trying. And I actually think it bodes a little bit well for them, especially if I'm thinking long-term for the Liquid squad.
Yeah, and I think long-term's an interesting one when you look at the fact that they brought in Dreamas, who was part of the team because he was a free agent more than anything. Bear in mind that this is Liquid. They brought in, pretty big name like Nivera Yampi from CS over, just go grab Nika. That's something that Liquid would go and do. But I do think from, Dreamas, statistically, performances are probably unflattering. You look at it and go, is this guy good enough to be on Liquid? I just read an interview 15 minutes ago with Scream talking about the fact that Dreamas is very vocal and he's also happy to be on a supportive role. He's not IGLing, but I think that kind of support and having somebody to always back you players like Scream and Soulcast to perform is what you need. It might not make himself look good, but I do think that selfless player is something that Liquid have wanted to really get for a long time.
Yes.
From a very liquid and fluid team to a solid player on the squad in Scream is up next. This man is known for headshots, but explosive in other ways. Wouldn't you say so, Jess?
I mean, I worked the first game of him playing Raze, and you know what I did? Yes, I sat there like the nerd I am, and I counted all of the Raze player paint shell kills over this entire stage, and he got the most. Yes, okay, it's a little bit warded by the fact that he has played the most rounds on Raze this entire stage by far, but the man's got 17 different kills. He also has multiple blast pack kills. You know, we've got boombot kills. The man knows how to use the utility and he knows how to shoot. I'd like to see him be a little bit cleaner with the blast pack movement.
Yeah.
I will say that he's sloppy there.
Flights, yeah.
He's not quite got it under wraps, but for someone who moved to Raze for the first time, like properly competitively, you know, this stage, I think he's done a pretty good job.
He's almost a player that was infamous of just being, you know, the headshot machine, and his utility was never really up to par, but it's
in
not
KO,
working
right?
well. But it's also, you add onto the sidebar of like, okay, we're in a meta where there's a lot of fade played alongside a Raze, and that nade seize combo is so potent. I think Haven against Na'Vi it was that Liquid were doing it, and it was multiple times. This series as well, you're looking at like Soulcast versus like just playing on the fade overall to see his performance there and what he can do. Going up against Shower's also been impressive. That's a game to highlight.
And now, the Stage 1 champions. FPX are up against Team Liquid, and our question is, will they be #1 again? Can they actually do it?
Oh, my heart breaks just a little bit. Not because I think FPX is detrimentally worse than they were in Stage 1. I actually think them not being able to go Masters gave them a little bit of a hit as well. But what I think is actually the time between Stage 1 and Stage 2 is what hit them the most. Because when we talk about Liquid, we're trying to reinvent the wheel. FPX compositionally as well throughout this stage, we saw a couple of bumps there. Let us not sort of detract from the fact that they were trying to work out what it was they wanted to bring on certain maps, how that role-wise would work. I think now they've worked out a few kinks, but we heard the coach speaking about their fundamentals. And I'm worried they were trying to change up so many ingredients in the past however many weeks that they've just forgotten the fundamentals at the core. And if they just clean that back up again, things look like crazy Stage 1 FPX. It's just fundamentals for me.
A lot of awkward, like, just seeing FPX push on their own and getting killed and there's no trade. And, like, Angel, I think, was a player that sort of died first a lot of the time. But speaking of Angel, there's still a lot going on in the world that certainly impacts him. It impacts a lot of players in the scene, don't get me wrong, but like him specifically, it's always something you need to bear in mind. And we said that, like, the first time, it was the time where Angel wasn't part of the team that they played up against Team Liquid, and we're sort of like going, Liquid, go easy on them. And then FPX with Baddy G coming in, actually 2-0 that series. So they have that ability to bounce back.
I love Baddy G.
Another player to highlight in this case, Suigetsu.
Yes.
And what he's been able to offer for this squad.
I think he's undoubtedly one of the best and smartest players in the world. I truly think this. I think he's highly underrated, and he's, what is he, top 4 in KD, top 4 in KPR, and the man plays like Sentinel. I think he's a fantastic player. I don't know if you sort of sit with me on like a world-class player. I just don't think he's been fully unlocked.
It's Nats-esque.
Yes,
Not
thank you.
quite there, but I think the big thing is like FPX, they had Meadow as a Sentinel player, wasn't aggressive enough, so they brought in Dimasic, who wasn't as cerebral as Soigetsu. So this was like always the piece that FPX needed to fit into their roster. Now Soigetsu is on the form of his life.
And now the question is, which maps will we be going to? Will we actually get a map 3 in this one? Let's go. Split is up first. Icebox and Haven. Ryan, what do you think?
I mean, I saw Split and I was like, oh, well, that's Team Liquid's main pick. Nope, that's FPX actually thinking it beforehand, which, you know, that is typical FPX fashion of like, oh, you like to play Split? We know that you like to play Split. We have something planned for you. And they looked decent. Like, sure, their last loss against Ascend was something that left a lot to be desired, but it was also Ascend looking brilliant on the day. Icebox, for FPX, that's going to be a rough one. Team Liquid, I think, undefeated 3-0 so far this stage. FPX lost it against Fnatic, but it was in the first week, to be fair.
It was in the first week, and then the moment you put Fnatic in the sentence, I tune out instantly because I know exactly what the anomaly is there. So I'm going to put that aside. I'm going to pull that off the stats and say, you know what, that might be a worthy sort of playground for them to battle against. But Split, the map that we all are very happy is being removed. Yeah, Tom's in there.
Tom, are you listening?
No, Tom, don't go on my ears, brother.
Agent Select is ready, so let's get into it. Ryan, go ahead.
Yeah, so DreamHack playing on the breach, that'd be something very typical to Liquid, and I think Dreammaster's been brought in because he is a breach player for the most part. Already, Xiao, he was over on the Fade, has changed over to the Sage.
Good, I like this.
A bit more straightforward, but Ardis away from the breach onto the KO, so immediately this is something much more aggressive. FPX attacking first, everything else the same, so he gets on the Cypher is what you like to see. And Liquid keeping things similar. Double Sentinel, Soulcast on the Astra, unorthodox, but it works tremendously well.
I think a KO on this map is really good. I really do, and I think it actually will bode really well for FPX's playstyle. They are fast, they are furious, and if you can bring a knife in early round, for example, I mean, the opportunities that you can get. I think Artist has the firepower to go along with it. I just hope, we were speaking about cerebral plays. I hope he understands that his utility will be key in many of these rounds, and he doesn't put it as like a second or third priority in the list of priorities in a round. That's my only trouble, is that we kind of criticize map number 1. We kind of criticize VAC for not using Flash's utility. Could have won so many rounds for them, I swear. And then when he moved off of it, another player moved on, the Sky, for example. So that's the kind of smart plays we're talking about, using these utility to the full maximum potential.
Well then, our game is ready, so thank you guys so very much. Let's toss it to our casters and hope that Tom doesn't get mad at us. It's Tom and Mitch. Enjoy.
I hope you're not mad, Tom. Are you okay? Do you want to any words to the desk before we start?
What's my mad face? No, I'm completely fine with with pretty much everything that was said. And you know what? I'm really excited to get into this one. So let's not waste any time whatsoever and show you the players that are going to be getting onto the server right about now.
Well, Tom, it's time to get into this game. We've seen the players, and now we see the battleground for what could be one of the last times, Tom. So, just enjoy it. Let's kick off split.
I'm pretty sure it's still going to be in for the next couple.
I know, Tom, and I'm going to savor every damn moment of it, okay? I can't believe they've
honestly,
taken it from us.
Let's break a record. Let's get some OTs going. Like
all
I
right,
want to
Tom,
cast
calm
as many
down.
rounds,
Calm down. All right,
as many rounds of split as I can.
You can chill out a little bit here, Tom. All right, let's say goodbye, split. I'll see you later.
Let's make 50 rounds happen. I'm ready. No, I'm really excited for this one. We've seen the switch up in composition, something that FPX are the masters of. Obviously, a little bit more in terms of the switch up in information as well. But also, I think a lot of that could just be down to kicking things off on that attacking side. Angel, well, the classic mid play is already going to grant them that extra little bit of space. And, well, the player that's gone down is definitely a problem as it's Soulcast.
Oh, the silent assassin of Angel able to take that opening, the pistol coming into play, and now we move into Heaven late. Just a little bit. That smoke going down will keep the players back. The wall certainly will. Nice kill for Yumpy. He's in a bit of trouble, but Scream's there to help. The nade kept the others back. Zipan's nade of his own, though, comes through big, taking down Scream. Yumpy's already fallen, and a chance now for FPX if they can cross this spike over. And the second nade spawned from the kill just moments ago will allow them to get up close. Oh, the boom bot smacked him! He stood right on the edge of a cage. That was a brave play when he heard the boom bot rolling.
Oh, Zipan is already on. It's always going to be an exciting series when you've got Zipan versus Scream playing on the Raze. Like, Zipan almost being the OG Raze god, and Scream someone who basically avoided it like the plague for the first couple of years of playing the game, and now has really brought it into his wheelhouse. The thing is, though, like, even just Zipan's utility in this round was spot on. Like, the initial nade forcing out Scream, the secondary one forcing them back, the boombot doing so much damage. Just excellently well played. And now, well, first round on the board on that attack in half. And that's the thing. Like, going into this map, the attack side for FPX is always going to be something relatively important. I think they're also a team that, like, one of the only teams that I can think of that consistently was actually better on the attack, which, considering all the other teams within EMEA, they might be the only one that I think that's the case. Yumpy
is taking some risks here, man. This is not a conventional spot for Look, I'll say a Marshall in that spot. In general, a player in this round, you know, maybe you're a chamber. You want to get aggressive and make that play, but well, Yumpy's confidence was clear. He's one way smoked it now though and played much more passive, and that has the rest of the team with no heaven control rotating all the way around. They've been sold this fake. They've cancelled the stack on A, and now Nevera's going to have to hold it alone. Sadly, not able to do so, and the pushed up Dreamass only has a shorty. Step close to him though. Here's a chance if he can catch Angel, but sadly, Angel's gone running.
Yeah, and now at this range, what? Oh, never mind! Angel goes jumping back into him. Now, there's one of the players that only had a pistol. For now, it's not too much of a detriment. They've also walled off any way to split back through into heaven. And so this is just going to be 3 players all trying to get through one isolated angle. Like, the chances here for any real damage are pretty slim. Nade can do a little bit of extra damage, but ultimately not too much to write home about. And one of the things I really want to point out in this round, Mitch, you had 2 rifles, you had 2 players not really purchasing much, and 1 SMG. FPX are going to go into the next round, if it stays like this, with probably quite a hefty buy for a 3rd round.
They've at least lost another, so a decent blow. But
still, 20 pistols though.
Yeah, that's
nothing.
It's the thing, right? Like reinvestment into shields, stuff like that. It's not really a factor in a round like this. You want to be going in there and well, taking the investments out of their hands. And that hasn't come through. Now, nice convincing buy, very convincing potentially for them. You know what? For the likes of Angel, the way he likes to play this map, my man could even pull out a judge here and keep the economy really stacked up. I wouldn't be. You know, nothing would really surprise me with this man nowadays. Thankfully, we're back to more conventional play at this 3rd round. It does see 4 rifles for FPX, though, which is, as we were saying, a rarity, with still economy to spare.
Yeah, and this is the thing. This still will class as a bonus, which seems mental when you look at it, but they can buy in the next round. That's sort of the value of what they were doing with only investing into a pistol on a couple of players. It has huge risks about it, because if you kill one of the rifle players, you might get a rifle on the other side, and, well, some of them are running with a pistol. Yumpy, that's just nasty. Angel, so well known for these sort of plays in towards mid that, oh, they're going to spam him.
The round that's in it as well, you know, little do they know what was on the other side, but they've dropped the weapon. They'll be retrieved by Xiao potentially, and way too far away to even think about a res this early on. He's really been able to get involved in that action. Tulkas is going up. He's walked right into it. Zippin was ready on the other side. Using the one-way smoke against them. I love that idea.
You got the setup here from Nevera. This should at least give a little bit of information over to Dreamass, who still has his aftershock. This will be enough to likely slow down anything else as they look to split through, but in fact, they've almost lost that control instead. Same wall through. Nade gonna force Nevera back. It's almost like a push and pull at the moment, but they still haven't managed to clear any of these players.
Here's the pop flash, but there's no one to follow up on it. Nevera still caught in that elbow, and he'll be dropped. An attempt from Dreamass and Screen to retake space, and they are shut down as well. And Yumpy's silent flank.
Can we bring Yumpy's cam back up, please? He's looking very cute today. That's all I'm gonna say.
Like in the hairband.
I am. I'm very much enjoying the hairband.
I'm right there with him. I literally ordered one yesterday. I got it. Like, it just goes down on your face too much when you're gaming. You gotta slick it back.
Yeah, you know, we're all in the same boat here.
Yeah, Tom, you must have a few lying around the place for the days when your hair's not as well kept.
Yeah, of course.
So I know you put a. I know your routine is quite extensive, but if you ever did skip it, you probably whip out the hairband.
Well, 3-0 though. That almost false bonus round coming out from FPX has worked wonders. Zipan still looking so strong in those entries as well as a terrifying prospect. There was a reason that I think everybody was hoping that he'd be back on that raise more often, because the value this man can bring, well, it's off the charts. And thus far, we haven't really seen the same from the other side just yet. Very heavy mid presence, though, from Liquid. Always trying to put the pressure on, see if anybody's going in that direction, but maybe for the first time in history, there's nobody there up until Zipan peaks, and he's caught through the wall, and Yumpy's found Sagetsu as well.
Well, these players on the cross now, caught by the grab. Well, there's the nade on the back of it. Huge damage done. FPX crumbling on the way out. They've not got a kill yet, Tom. Just pistols. And Xiao now has to take them all down. A firing squad swarming in on him from absolutely every direction. No angle is safe. Nowhere's clear. And, well, just one player dropped from FPX after an incredibly impressive third round. Tom, all that hard work has almost been undone.
It's the most liquid round I've ever seen in my life.
It absolutely is.
The first kill as well from Soulcast was utterly ridiculous. Like, he shoots him just straight through the wall, a headshot as well. Manages to come out with 3 kills. Those are the only 3 kills he's got, by the way. Just all with the pistol. And that's the thing. If you're a Liquid fan, you got to hope this is what puts the wind in their sails, because there's still going to be a buy on the other side. Don't get me wrong. Like, that's the benefit. They had a free buy in their back pocket, ready and waiting for when things went wrong. It just went a little bit sooner than we thought, I guess.
Oh, my smoke outside B again. We're going to see that coming through. Majority of rounds from both of these teams, I think. Yumpy's not going to push up on it, though, and hold the control. It looks like they're a little bit worried that this B main's already been taken, but FPX are entirely moving around mid. Just carving out this little bit of map control. This is very central to Angel's perspective on how to play this map. It's very rare to see them put all resources in one direction. They'll want to take vents. Want to take heaven. And the key thing there being a lack of overcommitment. They don't swing into that judge just yet, but eventually they're coming back this way. They're looking to make their way into the side. And well, this is where the judge gets big value. Huge damage. The blast pack won't finish him off, but the showstopper should keep them back. Angel goes running into him.
Hey, it does actually manage to at least trade him out. That's the position cleared and information of where the remainder are actually going to be. It's a swing out, and both Artist and Xiao find kills. They've got res available as well. And just moments ago, it looked like Liquid had this round in the bag, and now they're in a 2v4.
It just shows the brain on Angel. He had to go forward there. He had to take that fight, because you can't just allow this player to run down the clock with the showstopper and then late play the control, whatever utility they've got left. You just can't. He runs in, he does what needs to be done, opens up the room, Xiao getting a kill, Rez is online. They have got this site secured. I mean, just off the manpower alone, they should be able to close this one out. Plus, I mean, he's still got a heal on Xiao. Artist can get right back up and healthy. Surprised he hasn't already. Oh, there you go. He is now back up to 100 HP. You can see just how impossible this would be for Team Liquid. They're forced to call this save, and we have now had a number of rounds, Tom, already that we just couldn't have seen the outcome. You would have hard bet the other way, but these teams already performing the upsets, and that's what we're here for.
Yeah, again, though, 4 rounds already on that attacking side. As said, I have a lot of confidence in FPX's attack, but I fear that there might be some people like, oh, does that mean he has no faith in their defense? No, that's not true either. I think the FPX are just solid at this map in general. Definitely didn't have the best performance versus the likes of Ascend, but then you have to look at some of the matches that have been coming through from Liquid on the other side, scraping through their victory of Na'Vi, getting banged out by Guild, and then beating BBL and Big. It's like I'm still not convinced on this map for them just yet, although they themselves also have a pretty solid attack.
Team Liquid calling the timeout, and yeah, I guess I'd feel about like that. 4-1 down defensive side. It's not a pretty look. Certainly some work to be done. And coming into this round, it's going to be putting all the cash on the table, spending all the credits. The operator out on Yumpy. You know, this guy, he came into the game and he was opping on a Killjoy. I believe it was Eccles, right? Who used to come in with the op on the Omen. So we've gone a little bit full circle with that replacement, and I'll see what he's able to bring to the table here. A little bit of a downside, I guess, is he's on light shields, but just thinking that it's Yumpy, I feel like that won't really matter. Also, he's on the B side, and as you can see, FPX want to take A. And one of the rounds where they are going to go a little bit more direct, and that means a fast play out of Zipan. He's taking heaven right off the bat.
Yeah, and this is something that, again, FPX love to do. You've taken a pause, you've taken a moment while we're going to get right back into your face. Whatever your plan was has quickly gone out of the window. It's looking like a similar execution. We've seen them isolate and wall off so that nobody can make it through in towards heaven. And because of that, it leaves the players within the site incredibly isolated. In fact, it almost looks like a full retake, which, considering there's currently no ults online and Scream, it's been ruined.
Oh yeah, he's being dropped. Thorn on the side for Team Liquid on the way back through, and it doesn't help they're all coming from the same angle in through spawn. They have in control. They're trying to fake out that there's no one here, that they're not going in for it. You're going to have the utility pop down from Sulcus. He's going to try to help with the stars. All right, that's a peek out of Yumpy. All right. Xiao's got a little bit of assistance for Angel in hand, but Angel didn't want it. He just kept on going until the bullets ran dry. And then, finally, he was able to give it a kill over to his teammate. Let one of his buddies close it out. Sulcus runs.
I think they know where he is.
I reckon they might have their suspicions, yeah. I think he's gotten away with it. Look, it's not the biggest of saves. I think they had a good bit of potential with leaving him behind, having him pop down the stars, play support, and then late push through heaven when these players are trying to stop the spawn crunch. Problem was that there wasn't really a spawn crunch. It just got shut down immediately.
I think the other thing as well is, like, there's many teams where I feel like you could play retake against. I would never feel comfortable with FPX because I feel like they're so solid and regimented, and they're not going to give you those easy fights. Like, you sort of said it yourself. It's like Angel had the support of Xiao but didn't need it, and that's something I feel like is so valuable for a squad. Is you have these backup plans, and sometimes you just have the individual brilliance to get it over the line, and if you don't, that backup plan is still there. And that's the terrifying prospect right now, is if you're going to give them the site for free, you need to be better than them in the retake, or maybe you need to have an ultimate online. They had neither.
Great nade. Damage has been done, some shields have been stripped, but that could have been a whole lot more dangerous for FPX. They had a player caught in the grav well and one stuck in the corner. Team Liquid don't see the value for their nade and their grav well just yet. Ration moving up through B main. Pistols now have a much more favorable fight on their hands. You can see Xiao holding it though. Oh, he's left. He's moving away. So this timing is perfect for Liquid if they keep the push going, but they have no way to know that.
It looks like the wrap back around will come into this fight. Yumpy taking contact, but this is almost just the bait play. An attempt to try and almost make them forget that Scream is there. Already though, swing through, easy kill of the first. Scream can only get one, and then they shut down the remaining peekers as well.
The control they had, the bait setup they had, very, very solid setup from FPX, and I think that goes back to what you were saying earlier, Tom, about not feeling comfortable in a retake environment against this team. They're so well regimented. And go in there, 2 players post in B main, and the maximum that those players are able to walk out with is 1. Now they're getting a couple more, though.
Yeah, it seems like maybe a slight overpeak in this round at least. Maybe a bit cocky versus the pistols, but I guess they'll rectify it in the end. And the thing is, FPX, they've got so much money in the bank right now that, okay, it's probably more than you would have wanted to give away, but it really doesn't matter that much. 6-1 up for FPX on this attacking side of their own map choice. Liquid looking a little bit worse for wear, and that's the thing. We haven't seen the star performers, but I also don't think they've been given much of a chance. Like, Zipan's off to a crazy strong start. As we've said, for the last 2 years, he's always been one of the best Rays within the region. They haven't really been able to stop him thus far, and yeah, playing retake hasn't worked either. There needs to be some more depth to the plan. Now, they could do it in this round, Mitch, just because there's that combo of the Cosmic Divide and Rolling Thunder. I feel like that's such a strong retake combination that I wouldn't mind it so much, but it seems like Liquid have other ideas.
Oh, they certainly do. Don't they always? FPX again, though, carving out mid. Moving into vents. Not a strange place to see Angel stepping into. And the handy thing about this KO now, they've cleared up into heaven. Oh, that's so good. So they wait, knowing either there's a player like standing on the corner, or these guys are going to go back into retake the control after the knife. But now down below, Yumpy's able to grab nothing. damage.
Nothing.
I thought he had a kill. I could have sworn it, but all it was a little tickle up, and they've still got the site for free.
This is where that retake that I mentioned will almost have to come through. Boombot is going to give the info that Artist is close. It seems like they were all going to go up, destroy the wall, and almost just try and ult their way back through. At least it seems it. They peak early, and in fact, they're just swinging out one by one, almost giving these free fights to FPX. Just going to try and hold off some of the angles, but it seemed like they had no intention of using any of their ultimates to win this round, and while Saigetsu was the final knife in the back, I genuinely don't know what the plan was there from Liquid.
It definitely felt a little bit disjointed. From FPX, nicely dealt with. Again, the punishments have been on point time after time. And with 7-1 on the board, Tom, attack side is split as well. This is just something else. We have got to see something change on Team Liquid's side. We've had a pause earlier on. Not much has been remedied there. So certainly concerning. At least, as you said, they do have that ult combo to work with, but, well, 7-1, Tom. We need to really hope for something special.
Yumpy. Definitely a man who can bring that through, but they've definitely spotted him early. He's got a firing squad up above to almost try and section things off and will reclaim some positioning in towards the site. The thing is, though, for FPX, they're more than comfortable to play things slow. They know that especially in a round like this, you're either going to walk into what will be a gamble stack, or there's going to have to be some level of aggression from Liquid. They can't play with this amount of information, at least not for the entirety of the round.
Little fake TP. You saw Yumpy was spinning around, thinking, where could he be? Where's he sneaking into? Oh, the nade is perfect. Good damage. Saigetsu not going to be pushing that way. Zipban down already on the site. This is a good hold from Team Liquid and a great start. But still, like, when it comes into pound-for-pound battles, they're going to have a tough time beating out these rifles.
30 seconds left.
I saw him pull out the shadow step.
Yeah.
I'm like, where on earth is this man planning on going? There's no cover. There's absolutely none. This is just a free kill. Nobody watching from mid. They were all just keeping an eye on a different direction. And because of that, Yumpy gets isolated. Nice shots from Navira out, but this has come back into a 2 versus 2. Heal through. Res is available, but Navira with the fast swing. That might just be enough. You need Saigetsu to go for this plant. Now, there is going to be the trip, but it's been destroyed almost instantly, and Navira has won them the round just off that. And that alone. Okay, Saigetsu's going to get the final kills just to make sure the round is closed. But Liquid, well, for the second time, it's just going to be the pistols.
Yeah, but Tom, a huge plant at the end as Saigetsu gets the neural theft.
Shut your mouth. There's going to be one guy in chat that thinks you're serious, and he's going to hate you.
He's got the extra orb. It's over now for Team Liquid. They didn't see that coming. No, yeah, this was very nicely handled. Like I said, the spike not being down at that point, with Angel pushed all the way through, that's a big disappointment, a big slip-up over on the side of FPX. And then, obviously, they lose out the duels to the pistols. It's a Team Liquid round. We've already had one. Let's see if they can follow it up, though, if they can chain them together now with rifles in their hands.
Yeah, both their rounds have just been pistols. It was a Soulcast 3K, and then this one where they just managed to delay, and Navira hit some wonderful shots. But as you said, if they don't build anything off of this, it's all irrelevant. Like, the rifle rounds have just not been up to scratch. And again, it seems like they're going to attempt to play retake on the B side. The only man anywhere near the action is Soulcast. He can't go down. And that's happened a couple of times now where he's had a position where his ultimate's available, he has all the utility to delay, and then he goes down first and everything falls apart.
It's not a ton of info to play with. Something. Maybe it looks like a fake Team Liquid. I saw Yumpy kept on moving towards A. The call was to stack up on the A site. They believed the late hit was on the way, but, well, it was not. Now B's being lost. The plan should come through pretty easily, and Saigetsu even wants to stick around mid. Try it. To catch these players off on the way back through, he's going to do exactly that. Ignores the boombot in favor of taking some kills. We won't find them, so the 1-to-1 trade is there from the grave. Scream still have an impact. The rest of his team need to clutch this out, and they've got a late flank coming.
Shadows traveling. Well divided. Oh, here's the Cosmic Divide. It's going to isolate them from the spike. But as you said, that secondary flank could be everything. He's going to hear all the footsteps, give all the information that they're swinging into the site. And there is Artis just causing them problems. Navira allow left into a 1 versus 2. He is going to find out the info from the neural theft, but just look how passive these remaining players are. He almost needs to start tapping the spike. He almost needs to start making a move, and there's just no need for it. Xiao is so patient in his play, and FPX breaks straight back. Another attempt at a retake, Mitch, and another failure.
And that's it. That's where the problems come from. I can look at Team Liquid in a round where everybody goes out with sheriffs and hits headshots. But, you know, you're simply not going to do that every single round. There comes a point where in Team Liquid's history, they did do that every single round. But right now, FPX, they're bringing way too much to the table. They've got the caliber to take these fights. And they've certainly got the tactical depth to beat this team in other departments as well. There is, I mean, this is a disaster. This should be a strong closeout for Team Liquid defensive side. And instead, we are getting a pretty clear and thorough explanation of why FPX picked this map.
Well, they're back onto pistols. So percentage-wise, there is a much higher chance of Liquid getting something done in this round. Oh, both players forced to escape by Zipan. And again, the B site, at least from Heaven side, looks incredibly open. Now, they are again trying to almost isolate B main. I don't mind the play. And it might give Soulcast at least a little bit of timing. The problem is, Angel just doesn't play with fear. He's just run straight into the site, TP'd across, he's cleared everything out, and I think the message has been relayed over to Saigetsu of, you're going to have players pushing you, and he's more than happy with that.
He's popping off. I like the little spray. He did like a little loop in the middle of the spray and got him with the last bullet of it. Gorgeous. Team Liquid on the way back through here. Pistols. Okay, not what I want to see. Artist pushing them. And now a stun nade. Oh, well, Zipan's managed to blast pack his way up top and avoid it. Still, you see the dangers there. A couple of points of over-aggression, of overconfidence, perhaps. But in the end, it's closed out nicely. And another 4 kills for Saigetsu, Tom. That ult is overpowered right now. He has got, wow, neural theft every round, it feels like. There's just no way to lose. I think that pretty much explains the 9-2.
Yeah, well, of course. Of course. Either way, moving swiftly away from that point. Yeah, just this time it doesn't get converted. They don't manage to get much over the line with the pistols, and they're going to go back in with a buy of their own. You've got the Showstopper online for either side, but then a res, null command to even deny anything else, and yep, they've still got the neural theft. But the fact is, this has been utter domination so far, and Liquid have had next to nothing that convinces me they're going to be able to turn this back.
Shadows traveling. I'm with you. I think I find it hard to see this attack side from Team Liquid being quite as convincing. And I say that because I don't know that there's many matchups that I would look at and say, yeah, I think this team's attack's going to be convincing. Xiao's got this on lock. He was holding it, but Yumpy's caught him, and that's the spike. A smoke off. Paranoia. They've got control. This is horrendous for FPX. They're going to use up the Showstopper to get back through. He dodged it, but screen goes down in the end.
They both use Showstopper, neither of them connected, and then Zipan just shoots Scream in the head. It's a double Rosa ult, which ends with ults playing almost no part whatsoever. Neural theft utilized to give all of that info on the other side, and Angel was already looking to try and put pressure in onto Yumpy. They know where he is. The cage has at least made things a little bit more. They've naded right on top of him, though. That is such a perfect combination. Nothing Yumpy could have done. He was blind. Being blinded by the paranoia. And well, now they get the afterplant open and ready.
Spike planted.
I think
Another
it's even
tough point.
I think it's even worse, Tom. I think he got blinded by the paranoia and then got flashed by Artis on the way back. So he literally couldn't even see the nade. He couldn't hear it. He was just kind of like, I think I'm walking into spawn, guys. And then he was just blown up. Like, unlucky. FPX got the advantage. They've got the site, and Saigetsu in a nasty position. Some support here from Zipan might make a little bit of noise, might just draw their eye over in this direction, or might have to trade. And he's got to go quick. There's Dream Ass dropped. Left into a 1v2. Sulcas has practically no chance. He's got to go for it. It's the last round. The nade has even gone out. I think the time alone is going to stop this from being a possibility.
It's almost just stat padding at this point. Well, I don't even think your stats are affected by dying to the spike, so it doesn't even matter. It could have got up with it in the end, but yeah, 10-2, utter domination. I think just a beautiful display from FPX. Every member of their team, again, performing to a high standard individually, but also just in terms of their team play. Like, we even just see it in the last round with how the nades are used. It's oh, God. Oh, no. Maybe we need a showstopper buff.
I'd love to see that from Scream's perspective, because in his movement there, I don't know if you want to rerun the replay one more time, because I feel like I want to watch what Scream did. I feel like he might not have realized he was behind him for a second. Might have taken just that, because obviously he's fired the showstopper. He could have then jetted back to the other side, because he was almost looking around like, wait, where did that guy go? And then got shot in the head by him.
Oh, to say this pistol is paramount to Liquid having any success on this map would be an understatement. They need it just to have any shred of hope. And the thing is as well, you've now got the Sage being brought back in, which has so much delay power when it comes... Well, as you can see, they've just walled off B completely. And then you've also got Artist being able to be that little bit cheekier with some of his aggressive plays. So it'll be intriguing to see how this one works. Now, Yumpy's managed to gain quite a lot of ground here. Both him and Scream investing into the Sheriff's almost just going to try and out-aim their opponents in this round, but ultimately, they're almost hoping someone gives them some space, and well, it seems like they did, but Yumpy's given the game away.
He has, but his teammates are able to clean up Angel. They had Heaven, and they had to walk back out, so there was nowhere for him to go. They couldn't at least take a few pot shots at him. Now the plan comes in, the site secured, and Team Liquid have a good chance to close this round out. FPX retake, flash in the hands of Artis, and nade still for Zipan. Could be a little bit dangerous in a round like this. Look at their positions though, Tom. This is crazy. They're playing for a ramp exec, 3 players to crunch in and take them. They've already lost Yumpy.
I think Xiao's trying to bait them almost just by hiding in the corner. Artist has managed to clear one out on the site. Scream, though, is going to isolate 2. A couple of big frags just to give them an opportunity here while the pistol is taken home by Team Liquid. That tiny light at the end of the tunnel has been lit. There's still a very, very long way to go.
Yeah, you can't even see it at this point. It's
more of a candle rather than a train.
Yeah, a little candle. The other side of a transatlantic tunnel. I think this is it's a tough one. FPX will come in here, and defensive side with pistols. Hell, that's all we saw work for Team Liquid. So I'm not going to come in here and tell you, well, this is Team Liquid's round easy. Dream's gone dashing on into a stun. Goes the boom bot, but he'll get his orb for his troubles.
Oh, I thought for a second Taigetsu might actually be able to get something done. His aim has been crisp as ever. But no, Liquid have done well. They've isolated the jewels. They've made it so that nobody can really get overly aggressive here, and just taking their time not to almost just run into that stacked up site, which currently doesn't exist, but of course they don't know that. Instead, they're going to make their way in towards Xiao, and well, a lone Sheriff, no utility to be had, and no support.
And well, if ever there was a time for the return of the Xiao Show, here it is. And well, that one's being cancelled before the pilot's even gone on air. That artist dropped right away. Zipan left to do it all, and now there's a couple of guys for him to go and kill. Lots of Spectres in play here. He drops anybody, it is instantly going to be like a negative for the next round, but that player will still come in with a pistol dropped from a teammate or something like that. So it wouldn't have had economic repercussions, really, but Team Liquid have gotten out of it flawlessly. It literally could not be better for this team. One away from a showstopper as well on Scream, so this could be a big difference maker of a round.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how they play this, because I think fighting for an orb, when you, like, ultimately they haven't done, like, what we saw from FPX, where they managed to come into their bonus with a load of rifles. They sort of played it safer, if anything, with everybody having a gun. But that also has the detriment of almost having a pure bonus. So the only real thing that they can have to pad this bonus is getting the showstopper.
Well, Scream is trying to just kill people for it. Who needs an ult orb? Not going to risk trying to pick it up there as well. You can see why. Utility coming his way. There were sprays constantly. They know on the FPX side that there's a good chance Team Liquid are going to want an orb. There's a good chance they're going to want a showstopper. Oh my god! Even seeing him just edge towards the corner. He's like, just a little more, and bop, gets him right away.
And FPX, their adaptation is to almost try and defend this gun. You do not want this falling into enemy hands. The swing back, though, and Navira's now landed another. Well, we spoke about how effective their almost half buys or pistol rounds could be. I guess the bonus almost works in their favor then, because they've already managed to find a couple of openers, make it a third, almost convincing that this will be a flawless. And there you go. Not a player dropped, barely any damage taken at all. And well, if you're ever going to believe the Liquid could bring this back, that round might be the one that changes your mind.
Yeah, that might actually convince you with a showstopper to work with now. No money for FPX. They're playing in here on, you know, there's no safety net. There's nothing for them. They haven't got ultis, even close to being online. They haven't got like a hero rifle to invest into or something nasty. I mean, rely on a couple of the shotguns, maybe the Liquid Sheriff round to come through. Outside of that, though, it's going to be tough. And after the big lead built up, the last thing you want is to give Team Liquid that opening right back into the game. Because, Tom, it's not just about the rounds. It's about the economy as well. Team Liquid have been getting away with like flawless rounds. They come into this 3 rifles, a Guardian, and a Spectre against an Eco. And they essentially have max money coming out of this.
They picked all of those guns up as well. Because
Yes,
this is not a team that's invested, so
That's
financially
why they've got
they're in
that much
an
money.
incredible spot. Yeah. Let's see if there's any magic in the FPX side when it comes to these pistol rounds. Again, they're going to try and take some space. Paranoia already popped, and a lot of these defensive rounds have revolved around Angel being an anchor. We saw it in one of the earlier rounds in the A site, in the pistol, and now, well, he's being pressured alone. No real rotation other than Xiao, and well, it's a little bit late.
That reveal, the spray right after, but they'll get the space for free and the plant right there. I almost wonder if, like, these guys are facing, seeing that Scream is there, you're kind of just tempting him, like, hey, there's 2 of us here. The showstopper would kill us both. Oh my god, they've gotten 2 kills. They might have had a chance if they got those rifles, managed to retrieve them, but luckily they seem to be safely guarded by the rest of Team Liquid. Still though, and with the amount of economy in play, every little helps in terms of just chipping away at those credits and making them a little bit poorer. But in the end, just 2 kills.
Yeah, and then in that world, it's almost irrelevant because, as we've sort of mentioned, the credits are off the charts for the majority of players. 10-6. Difference now down to just 4. And honestly, with the last few rounds, I am starting to build up a little bit of faith in this Team Liquid side. Scream looking good, Navira alongside him. Okay, we've still got some quieter performances thus far, but I also think that I don't really like the gambles based around Angel. I said that's now 2 rounds where he's basically had to solo hold a site as Omen. Once your paranoia is gone, you're relying on one ways, and Liquid have shown that they are more than willing to play through them.
Cage triggered.
You know, it's strange looking at a lot of these rounds, a lot of these fights for Liquid. They're individual, they're direct. Oh, he's being caught.
Oh, he got him anyway.
Sakatsu hasn't even been taken down. A good nade. The fragment's slowing them, but Artist needs to get out of there. Flashes pop. They're going to start spamming, spraying, and taking him down. 3 versus 4, and Team Liquid have got the site. Another chance to get a plant down, and another man advantage extended in their direction. This is unbelievable. The attack side's supposed to be the hardest on this map, but, well, Team Liquid seem to be making an easy time of it so far, Tom.
Yeah, impressive entries once again. And well, I feel like on the FPX side, it's heroes, right? Someone trying to swing out, someone trying to take a fight individually and just handing away 1v1 duels to Team Liquid, which is a team you never want to try and do that against. Angel needs a double here, and while he gets absolutely nothing, Scream has been on point over the last couple of rounds, and Xiao needed to do exactly the same. 3 rounds now, the difference, and well, this Team Liquid attack is looking strong.
Oh, it definitely is. It's got no shortage of financial backing. It's had success almost every time, not relying on something gimmicky. I mean, this here is ridiculous. From Sugetsu's perspective, I see it. Guy's up in the air. He's being slung back and forth all around the site. It's hard to hit. But that showstopper reaction from Scream, dead on. FBX calling a timeout. I didn't think we would see them in a position where it would even remotely make sense to call a timeout after that first half. But they are now genuinely under pressure, backed into a corner. And with an eco coming up, Tom, there's basically one buy round between Team Liquid and equalizing, which is insane.
Yeah, well, it was 10-2 half. Like, this just ridiculous. Like, if they didn't win the pistol, this game was already over. And now, as said, they're looking like the far better squad in this second half. Like, I've not really seen much from FPX. Again, a few players being isolated. And that's the thing. I feel like at the moment their defense, as most are very reliant on your anchor players to actually stay alive. That hasn't been happening. Like, Saigetsu, okay, sure, he's a little bit unlucky that it's a blind showstopper through, but he was also standing in probably the most obvious spot to blind showstopper. So it's sort of like, I don't know what you expected. And then you even see Zipan, his teammates are nowhere near wide swinging to try and find something. Okay, you've been brilliant so far. I can understand having the confidence to do that, but in that scenario, it wasn't worth it.
No, not at all. Yeah, as you said, though, I can understand where those thoughts come from. Yumpy, the timing almost cost him his life. He'd cleared it just moments ago. When he goes out to re-peek it, 2 sheriffs waiting down below. Luckily, though, he gets out with his life. Last back here clearing out a bit more space. FBX want to crunch them on their way through heaven. Team Liquid are certainly starting to feel it out. You know, that nade coming back in the other direction, it almost tells you, like, they're not afraid of you coming that direction. They almost, they're chucking it in. They're letting you know where they are. That's normally not what they're doing when they're, like, hiding in on the site, right? Baiting you, using a nade, something like that. They decide to move completely to the other side, to give up this control and hope that someone goes and tries to retake space after, pushes up. They can kill them on mid, but that's not going to happen. Instead, FBX, like you said, Tom, they've rotated through spawn all the way around to A.
Yeah, they've got such a good read here. If they stick this out, they might actually be able to steal this round away. A late slow. Okay, sure, you're going to have utility forcing them back, but they need to try and push through. Basically, everything that's there for FPX. Scream is going to open up onto one, and Zipan's not going to connect this shot. It looked almost free, but there's still a multitude of FPX players here. They need to kill off the remainder, and by the looks of it, they might just do it, but the time, he has to go for this spawn. Another connected by Sugetsu. A chance in this 1 versus 2. He knows, or will know, where both of these players currently lie, but Yumpy is going to put him down before it gets too out of control.
That is absolutely unbelievable. The fight that they just put up on the back of a good read, sure, you're not going to have that stack every single time. You're not going to have pistols every single time either. Definitely a worrying one for Team Liquid, but at 10-8, confidence freshly instilled, and they're right back into this one. They're looking a little bit better. When it comes to buy rounds, they certainly have. That's what they're up against now. Jeez, this is the one to fight, to equalize things. I didn't think it was possible for Liquid to even approach this point.
Wow. Xiao already going to be spotted early. Trying to get a little bit aggressive. Again, it's much more of a slow default round coming out of Liquid. You can see the spike down in the sewers, not wanting to get caught by any level of aggression. And although they've been hit by the 0 point, it's almost a little misleading. 3 players were in that B main position, but none of them still remain.
Yeah, moved completely around. That spike's going to be picked up by Liquid now and moved to the A site. It looks like they're going to wait out the wall and late push in. Crunch from heaven as well, potentially. Yumpy doing an Angel cosplay to start with. They've got the control over Vince. And it looked like we were about to have a recon ult gone through. But now Yumpy's trying to take some space, perhaps selling the fake a little bit more convincingly. Now, though, his utility is going to be cancelled out. I think, though, just because he's got that ult pull, that they're happy enough to assume that this is almost an easier ace night. But as they're realizing, Tom, with all this utility, no, there's actually still a bunch of FPX players here. And again, they started to rotate. Zipan is now on site to help out. Oh no, Angel's being caught TPing. That's not pretty. But Zipan's here to save the day. The double connected. Shao for his own. And just 10 seconds left. They've got to deal with Zipan on the side, and they do.
Oh, it's the steps. The steps alone have already finished it. You can see Saigetsu straight away. He just goes to hide. That's all Artist really needed. It will be another round onto the board for FPX. And honestly, it might sound like the silliest thing in the world, but I feel like a lot of the plan there revolved around the From the Shadows going into the back of sight. So that impromptu, like, use of the null command, taking away his ult. You see Yumpy just go, ah, and just instantly run down mid. Then they're delayed a little bit more by the utility, and I think just those few seconds actually made things very, very scrappy. And while FPX, when you have a stack up of players on a site, you don't really mind scrappy.
If that ult hadn't come through, there's no shot Zipan would have been there in the timing that he was to come out and take that double kill. It all came down to that, and you got to give huge props over to Artist for that round in general and for the calls that were made. 11-8, a crucial round for FPX. I mean, one already gone and one now up. A Rez and a Showstopper to work with. They need to avoid Scream getting his. And you can see that they're ready on B main. There's Artist up close, wanting to try and take a little bit of a fight afterwards, or when he hears that orb be popped. Let's see how that one plays out. This could be what the round comes down to, this fight in B main.
Oh, they're going to clear that close angle. This knife actually give them a little bit of information. I don't know if they actually managed to dodge it. Never mind, Dreamas is actually taking contact. Not the player I necessarily expected. Showstopper out, will remove Scream. He's got his online now, but unfortunately he's not alive. Rolling Thunder is going to make things tough, though. A multitude of players were already within this site. Zipan hoping to slow them down, but instead there's a lurk from behind, but they expect it. Solkas and Yumpy, though, quickly coming back to leave it into a 2 versus 2. Time is a ticking, but they should have a plan.
Yep, Solkas is going to get that plant down. They get to reset a little bit, a moment of silence. The calm before the storm as Xiao and Saigetsu mount up to get back into this fight. Angel's rezzed, and Yumpy tries to punish, but gets caught. Solkas now has to go absolutely nuclear, and Angel shuts him down. A disaster for Team Liquid after an unbelievable comeback into this game. Their attack side has looked unstoppable, but FPX may just have found the solution. And even if they haven't, they just need to pull off one more round win out of the next 4 to close this map out.
Yeah, we're seeing the value of their ults. Rez used to sort of confirm, but also almost bait a player into the swing. I think the way that Solkas played that was actually very good. He had a star down to just try and drag the player back, but I think the timing may have just been a little off on the peak. And then you also had the showstopper from Zipan just to kick off the round, and then the prior round, the null command. I will say, Mitch, all of those are now gone, and none of them are close.
Yep, every little helps, but when those things are gone, it's going to be so much harder to connect the wins, the dubs, and to respond to some of these things that Team Liquid can throw out. I said last round.
Such a cool angle.
There you go, Cam destroyed. This showstopper from Scream. Gotta be careful with when you use it. Coming into this round, FPX, money's not in the best of spots. With 12-8, you can maybe force them on a lighter buy next round. Taking this one, it's a good time to try and pop this ult out. If they get into a little bit of a sticky situation. For now, though, this, again, slow mid-control, watching for pushes, none of that comes through. FPX are playing a very slow game.
Here.
this time, Tom, on this A hit, they don't have ultimates, as you said. They also don't have the read. The rotate hasn't come through this time around. I thought just as I said that, I saw Zipman run down the steps.
30 seconds left.
Oh, the time is running out. Still too slow. Xiao started to hold on to that utility just to try and delay them in these late round takes. Scream, of course, just using this ult to take space for his side, but they need to get onto the site. 15 seconds left as they make their move, and Xiao is still ready and waiting, needing an instant headshot, but he's got the squad behind him. Soulcast, last man standing, but even getting to this spike is going to be difficult. He might just have it. No, I think it's too late. It's too late, and Saigetsu doesn't need to peek. He will just hold back, and it will be FPX. It took them a long time, Mitch, but they got it over the line.
They got there. They got there eventually. What can we say? A 13-8 is still a decently convincing scoreline, but Liquid really started to show that they had some sort of power behind that punch towards the end of it. Still, was it too little, too late? At the end of the day, this is FPX's map pick, and I think they still put on a decent show despite a terrible start. You know, if that first half had went a little bit differently, Tom, they had won more than just those two pistol rounds. Who knows? Who knows?
Well, either way, that is, as you said, just map one of the series. I'm sure the desk is going to need a little bit of time to break this one down, so we're going to throw it off to the break.
Get ready for playoffs.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Here we go. It's time to show the world. We gonna rise up. I won't ever let us fall. Here we go. It's time to show the world that we gonna rise up. I won't ever let us fall. No. Won't ever let us fall. No. I won't ever let us fall. Here we go. It's time to show the world that we gonna rise up. I won't ever let us fall, no. So high, we will never hit the ground. There's levels to this, and we taking a crown. We on a level, a whole nother level, it's just us. We going, keep going, it's only one way and it's way up. I won't ever let us fall, no. Won't ever let us fall, no. I won't ever let us fall. Here we go. It's time to show the world that we gonna rise up. I won't ever let us fall, no.
I know we on the way. Gotta know we on the way. Yeah, it's time to make a play. Swear it's time to make a play. Let me tell the world the truth. Gotta tell the world something. Hard times never stay. Hard times never stay. Putting in work, ain't no giving up for real, you know the deal. It's written in stone, we stay going strong, they already know what it is. They want us to lack, but we coming with stamina, put a new vision on camera. Bringing that pressure, no need to relax, it's about to get hot as it's ever been. I'm speaking the truth and bringing the proof, it's about to get crazy. Running them numbers up, legendary, amazing. Gotta be careful the fire we bringing this blazing. I'm just ready to see the look on their faces. Get a little extra, we killing it, you can't save them. Mark my words, this history in the making. Got another one showing up in this major. Don't wanna miss it, this something that you was waiting for. Call everybody you know and tell them the wait is over. It's time to open them doors and let the whole world know it. We on the way, ain't no looking back, cause we going forward. Finish line in the distance instead of going for it.
Get ready for playoffs.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Team Liquid, unfortunately, unable to take our first map in the series. Despite the comeback, it fell a bit too short. And FPX, the first number 1 rated team from stage 1, the champions, able to take it through. But, we have to look back. That was my best British accent, by the way. It's terrible.
That was real. That was British? Wow.
It's in the UK.
Yeah.
Slough.
It was almost like Swedish chefs.
Fair enough. Just ignore Milosh. Exactly. 13-8 for FPX. Ryan, looking at this game, what went down?
It was a weird one because I think so FPX came in on their map pick on attack, looked unreal. Insane. Just fundamentally strong. A lot of the issues that we saw when they played up against Ascend last week, completely fixed. They had a real good idea of the comp changes, how to make it work, who was sort of leading the line. For example, Angel playing super aggressive, but then the side switch and it was almost like both these teams couldn't really defend at all. Their attacking sides were really strong. And I think out of the 20 rounds that were played, 21 rounds, the spike was planted in 18 of them. The only 3 times they weren't were the times that we saw rounds lost for the attackers because time ran out. There was just so little retake potential. It was just, if you got a plant, for the most part, you won.
And the great thing about it was it wasn't really always decided in the early round. The exciting part was, yes, this was a very attacking favored split, which I don't get to say very often, which is fun, but we didn't know what would happen until mid to late round, purely out of fact that we have a winning team that is negative on opening engagements. Now, oftentimes they are positive on opening engagements, and that's what allows them to snowball the round. Well, we had no idea midway through the round whether or not, even with numbers advantages, they would win the round or not, because it just looked like it was to the last second.
Yeah, I think I got whiplash from that series. Just because the pace that we saw from the first series today with Mech and Ascend, how fast tempo that was. Yeah. A lot of the action happened in the last 15 to 30 seconds of a round. It was just stacking on site, seeing if you could get the read, seeing if you could bait out utility, which I'll highlight in the Telestrator. It's one of those where it was just these teams playing fundamentally as strong as possible and then just duking it out in a death match on one of the sites at the end.
I would love to do a breakdown, maybe later I will, about how fast those rounds were and how quick on the attack both of those teams could get in. FPX felt fast and furious. They won 10 attacking rounds, so there's obviously a lot of skill and prowess there and fundamentals, things we criticized them for that they clearly worked on. So I want to look at that later and see what we can find.
Well, our, highlight, 1v1 highlight in this one. Let's bring them up on the screen. Who do we have to go up against Scream? It's, of course, Zipan on the other side. What's the comparison that we're looking at?
I mean, First Blood's difference, really. I think mostly because it felt at the very least Angel was getting a lot of the first kills, but Soigetsu also found some decent openings too. I think that Scream looks really good on the race, and he's going up against one of the initial best raises in the region back when he was on Fabrican and then in the early days of FPX, right? So Zipan has felt a bit quiet, he'll slot into whatever role and he'll perform. He never really seems to have a bad game, but Scream also being able to sort of perform on that agent and do what Scream does best. I don't think this was really a bad performance from Liquid. The 10-2 half was poor, sure, but it's the fact that FPX looked untouchable, I think, on their attacking side.
Yeah, I think they actually both did. I felt like I could have just separated them as two completely different matches from attacking sidedness and gone, wow, that team is formidable. There is no other team that can really outdo them. And then it went on to the second half, and there you go.
Are there any rounds in the chamber on the other
Oh.
side? Ryan's rounds, let's go!
Well done, Milosh.
You really lean into like the names of the shows, like Lofaz Labs. You just shout them out, like Lofaz Labs. Like he's like a. Anyway, I think one of the things here is that we got a good look on how teams are attacking on split at the moment. So I wanted to break down your typical go-to round from Liquid, but also how FPX managed to get that 11th round on the board and their first in 7 rounds, I think it was. So this is sort of typical what you're going to be seeing out of Liquid on the attack. It's just sort of posturing and pressure in certain different areas. And you will see, just if we look at the utility on FPX, I've highlighted certain bits of utility. The Sage Wall, the Paint Shell, Tripwires. This is utility that Liquid is going to be on the lookout for. So it's important to them to either break some bits of utility, for example, this Tripwire that's going to be in vents, or wait for the Sage Wall to break over at A lobby. But the big thing is trying to force out this combo, right? You have artists watching this angle over on this like pixel angle over on the B site, and then you have a paint shell that is pretty much ready to be thrown in and attack onto somebody there. So that's kind of what FPX are expecting. So if we play this through, Yampy is aware of this. He's even tempted to use the teleport to try and get in on the site and turns and heads from FPX away from this choke. He puts a smoke here. And really what he wants to do is just sort of break this sight line, because he has a good inkling that Artis is going to be on one of these angles, or maybe just a little bit here. So if he can sort of sneak a bit more to the left, he can get in and past and put this Raze under pressure. But watch what Artis did. Artis didn't have an insane series by any stretch, but what he does here is he actually turns away from the action, knifes B main, and then pulls out that null command. And every idea that Team Liquid had to try and bait out utility, try and put pressure over here, falls apart, and they just go, no, we're going to go in for this B execute, which, as you're seeing, is already held by Soigetsu, whose wall is still up and ready to go. The slow ops come in, and the rest of the team can rotate. So there wasn't many aspects of like defensive sides that you can really like highlight there, because the attacking rounds were so good. But it's just the fact of like, I'm going to stand here, I have my KO ult. As soon as Liquid try and bait out our utility, I'm going to make sure that they can't use anything, because there's no way that Yampy pushes through that smoke knowing that he doesn't have anything to work with.
On to then our next map. Will it be our last one and end us with a pretty quick double 2-0 for the day or not? Icebox is up next, and that was a Liquid pick. What are we expecting here, Jess?
We're expecting Liquid to put a map on the board. Is at the very least, if you want a competitive, playoffs match here, you want them to put their map pick on the board. I know there was a 2-0 in the first matchup. We had that go into, multiple OTs, so there was competitiveness there. This is an opportunity now for Team Liquid to sort of pick up the scraps and go, okay, map number 1, not good for us. I actually think Split isn't necessarily a bad map for them, so that actually might hurt them a little bit. And they'll come into this one going, this is our pick for a reason. And going through some of their Icebox stats and sort of just throwing it back and forth, and historically not the best map for them, but against this, against M3 champions that's already played today, they've shown some promise. So at least recency bias has me feeling that they've picked this for a reason, because recently it's been pretty good.
Yeah, we have the Agent Select coming in. Liquid 3-0 this stage. Overall the year, 3-5. Like, it's not been a good record up until now. And FPX only losing to Fnatic in week 1, and already a change. Angel, I think, was playing over on the Fade, now on the Sage. It's these small changes that make FPX really hard to anti-strat and prep against, but it seems to be just that one change. Xiao may have picked up the Fade, considering the pick there. Soulcast is staying on it himself over for Liquid, but ultimately a little bit of a change that's going to make it hard for Liquid to get a read here, I think.
Yeah, and I like that as well. I mean, we had touted Xiao as like one of the best Fade players, but like we love what he's doing with it. We love his lineups, etc. I said pretty much day one, though, that I thought Fade players after a few weeks would become hyper predictable. You would be able to read them quite well after a while. So I actually give a nod to FPX to understanding and having the insight that, yeah, maybe we ourselves will become predictable. It's very easy to counter. And I think Team Liquid can think on their feet like that. So I like that.
Big picture as well. Like, neither of these teams running that triple Sentinel comp to like T2 Fnatic play, but also Yampy played Chamber for the first time this stage on this map when they played up against Mech, and he performed really well. So the fact that he can maybe have that performance again, it would go a long way, and he's up against Ardis on that Chamber.
I can't wait to do a head-to-head between these two, because I think that is a formidable opponent. I actually think, okay, as someone who has loved watching Yumpy, op and snipe for many years, that's something that you always dream of seeing him be at the peak. Yeah. But I also think it's an opportunity now for both of the teams to pull out the double op again, boys. I'm waiting for it. I love it.
Look for it then. Maybe we'll get a map 3 in this one. That all comes down to Team Liquid if they can close out Icebox and take us to map 3 Haven, and that means it's time to toss it to our casters. Enjoy, Tom and Mitch.
Thank you so much, Milosh. It's time to kick things off on Icebox, Tom. And look, we have had what I thought was going to be a very sad series after that first half on Split. But now I am excited to kick things over to Liquid's map choice.
Yeah, I think this is a map that this season they've looked very, very strong on, so I'm not too worried for them. I will say, though, in comparison, FPX have only really lost it to Fnatic, who have also looked incredible on this map. So I do think that there's still a lot of opportunities. I think as well the fact that FPX always switch things up a little bit is going to completely change the style of play of how things actually work. The thing I'm most excited for, though, is definitely just going to be the most basic thing I can think of, which is Artist versus Yumpy playing on the chamber. Just two of the most aggressive and confident players I've ever seen play Valorant. It can only be fun.
Yeah, absolutely. These head-to-head duels should be a treat for all of us watching as Team Liquid mount their attack here on Icebox. We're expecting to see a pretty good performance out of them. This is the map that they chose, and they had a damn good attack on a Split. All things considered, they should not have been able to get as much done there as they did. That first half was terrible. Now they're awake, and now they're on their map choice. They're on their comfort. They should be able to pick up some rounds this time around. Oh, good start over on the FPX camp.
No, this is exactly what I was waiting for going into this map. It's just these two players just aggressively running around, battling, and of course it's Solcast who takes the brunt of the first bullet. Let's see if Yumpy can, well, return serve, I guess.
Now the wall is up over on the attacker side to get them across, so it's certainly going to limit the range on that headhunter for now. And they're unlikely to find anybody pushing through, but as the wall goes down, Yumpy takes his time to strike. Good damage onto the Sage, who will just heal up, and unfortunately, Scream doesn't have that same luxury now that he's gone down.
Yeah, it's already looking rough. In fact, Artist has already found his third kill of the round. Its ace was stolen away by Saigetsu, but even still, 4 orbs already up towards the tour de force, and a fantastic start to the game for FPX. As said, like the first half of the last map, they absolutely dominated, but ultimately, this is a map where this man has a lot more freedom. Like, I think the thing that I've enjoyed most about Artist, even going all the way back, is this man initially started off as basically a Jet 1 trick. Even when you look at him in G2, he picked up a lot of different agents, but now going into FPX, you get the best of both, and I think that's the best Artist you can have, because on certain maps, yeah, maybe you don't want him running around as a chamber, but on maps like this, you definitely do.
It's definitely something to worry about when you see this guy unchained, able to just go and take those duels. But up against the likes of Team Liquid, I won't be worrying just yet. We know full well these guys are able to dish out some damage themselves, already shown with that opening duel going their way. Again, I find it hard to wrap my head around the advantage of taking that weapon over, like in this round, over the Headhunter. You get to keep the Headhunter bullets if you go down, but I think the idea might be that he can take that fight, TP out, and if he dies, and Dreamus, who hasn't invested into anything, or one of his teammates maybe, will pick this up and look to again use it.
I think also it was orbs. I think just the fact that he can, if he gets 2 kills and dies, it's so much value for his team. Like the fact that he can play the Tour de Force in the next round because of how many kills he got. Okay, this is now starting to get very worrying, and this is also the detriment of having a couple of players playing those pistols, is that when things go badly, you're left in a very awkward position. How on earth is Yumpy just in behind them? It seems like information not really being spotted out at all, and Yumpy's already done so much in this round. Shao now tagged as well.
What is going on, man? What is going on? They've got a Marshall and 3 kills from it. I'm at a complete loss. This guy's been able to just duel so many favorable fights. He's walked up behind someone to kill them with the classic. And now I think he might even get the last kill of the round. He's been hitting the shots. That's a missed opportunity. The drop down coming in, and well, I mean, I was kind of believing that's clean from Zipan. Good damage, but it doesn't matter. This is a round they should have won. They should have won convincingly. Instead, Team Liquid have come through, not on a force buy, but on an eco with Yumpy's scout. Found themselves a round win.
But this is sort of the other side of the coin. Like I mentioned this in the last map, the benefit if you go in with a couple of rifles and then some pistols, is you can have those weapons juggling around. As long as you win the round and you keep the rifles, you then come into this round with a hugely bolstered investment. The detriment is if you then lose, you give those rifles over, well, and you lose the round, in a round that you never really should be losing. Now, granted, they still have a little bit of extra cash because of that. You're going to see Angel and Saigetsu actually playing with the rifles. Angel's, he's caught, but, well, maybe he's caught them instead. He's going to go back through and gets past the Prowler.
Scream's got to be careful at this point. All by himself. Players absolutely everywhere. Yumpy trying to carve out some space for the team, return some investment for the lives that they've lost. And while he's dropped now into a 2v4 with rifles for some of the FPX players still from those earlier fights, I'm terrified for Team Liquid. What a strange start to a map.
Yeah, I guess maybe the backup plan was if somehow that fails, Angel just runs in and kills everyone. Like, the fact he dodged the second Prowler is just utterly ridiculous. Like, it literally locks on and he somehow managed to get past it. And while that left Soulcast in a position where he was absolutely screwed. He's not at the best of starts, but I don't really blame him for any of the scenarios he's in. Scream is making this one competitive. Now, bear in mind,
30 seconds
rifles are not yet there for the remaining 2 players. Now, obviously, Artis is not just walking around with the classic. That's not what's happening. And now he's even found a gun of his own. And Zipan has as well. So the time that's taken, and more importantly, the time that's left, Mitch.
Yeah, they've got to up the pace completely. Scream's making a ton of noise, but luckily no one's around to stop him. And he can't afford to be stopped. That plant has to be stuck all the way, and that it shall be. One away from a showstopper. If he can isolate a kill, it could be huge. He spotted one. Now he spotted the other, I guess, but too late. Defuse coming through, and FPX. All right, back into it, Tom. I'm really at a loss here. This start to Icebox is something else.
Yeah, I again, like, it's not normal that you're going to see a Sage playing the way that Angel is, and maybe that's part of their game plan, is that he is going to be an aggressive Sage, or a battle Sage, as we used to call it, but yeah, this was just ridiculous. The first one grabs him, he still gets the kill onto Navira, and then the second one, he manages to just dodge somehow, and you can just see Soulcast going like, it should have locked on, and just waving his hand around, like, yeah, and it's just Angel BS that just seems to come out of absolutely nowhere every once in a while. Unfortunately for Team Liquid, it's ruined what would have been an excellent start.
Well, I mean, Tom, let's not count them out just yet. They've got the showstopper. They've got a few investments. And with the way things have been going, this could be a full Inco from Team Liquid. I'd probably still be in the corner somehow. Things have been unbelievable. Artis in an aggressive spot. He can fall back from here. He's got Saigetsu baiting from, spraying from far away. Boombot going through, not going to find him, nor will the Prowler. This is dangerous. They cleared the same angle as well. I mean, I'm not sure what the point of that was. And now Solkus has died. That's a sloppy start to the round from Team Liquid. I'm not sure if it was miscommunication or just poor util placement, but
the only thing I can think is if they, for some reason, thought, well, if the Prowler's in front, then he won't be able to shoot the Boombot. But it's like, Boombots don't do that much damage anyway, so it doesn't really seem worth just the trade out of all that utility. Already, though, Soulcast, again, I feel like he's died first, or at least died early in 3 of the 4 rounds. Like, he's been having a real rough time. It's aggressive from Artis, though. And actually, that's allowed for a couple of trade backs. You've still got Saigetsu here, who's always going to cause issues. Oh, he just about gets screamed, but it's too little too late.
30 seconds left.
Shock dart through. It's hit. Second one firing in right after. It's canceled the plant at least. Bought some more time, but now the flank is underway, and he's actually managed to thread the needle. Down goes the spike, though. Zipan, no information, and he gets the kill! How has he managed that? He was looking away! 3-1 for FPX.
The worst thing is, if someone listens back to that, you'll hear the genuine sound of surprise, because there was no hope in hell in my mind that he was going to get that kill. Like, why would you look back to the exact same spot you just killed someone in and expect the second player to be there? Like, it's ridiculous. Yumpy just gets executed. And well, again, you mentioned it. Like, you could never count Liquid out of those rounds. Unfortunately, with no conversion, now FPX do have that solid start. Now, there is still stuff in this round. There's a tour de force for Yumpy, which alone can be enough to cause issues. And, of course, pistols on the other players. I really want to see them pick up the pace, though. Like, right now, we've had a lot of spread out, like, 1v1 battles, and I feel like FPX have come out on top. Especially with A-site executions, a bit of pace can make all the difference.
Just inches away from each other. Yumpy gets the shot off there as Shao was just about to take the drone out. The timing couldn't have been more perfect. Otherwise, you may have seen a swing from Shao and a very unfortunate early duel for Team Liquid. They're going to look to move that tour de force a little bit around the map. Obviously, after it being spotted like that, you know they're not going to re-peek you. You've only got pistols, so no one's going to be pushing. This is just got to be Yumpy going out to try and find his own way. He's the Bilbo Baggins, the rest of the crowd or the Shire. It looks like they're coming to him this time. They're not straying away from the danger.
30 seconds left.
And, well, he's dead.
Yeah.
He's somehow
managed
not
to make it across. Artist, though, instead is still going to take a different player down, but I guess you'd rather have Yumpy, although right now his tour de force is completely unavailable. They've nulled him completely, but luckily you've still got Navira. They need to get on for this plant, but Dreamass has found another. Again, ever so dangerous with these pistols. Into a 2v2 we go.
Huge. Absolutely huge. That kill for Navira. Up in the space, got them the altars to drop to try and grab a kill, but Navera's able to shut it. And so Angel, 1 versus 2. No shields on his opponents. But these fights are anything but easy. He's about to go to 50 HP, then he just needs a body tag from his opponent. There we go. No! Dreamass hits him in the head. I thought because he dropped the Viper's Pit, that would have been it done. He needed 2 to the body. A little bit too accurate there. Dreamass has taken him down. And Team Liquid, they're not letting them get away with too many rounds early on. There is just nothing. No such thing as a free round in this game.
It's so far in this series, Liquid have won 4 rounds in the first half. None of them have been with a bye. Like, it's so absurd that they just seem to be on a completely different level the second the pistols are in hand. Like, it's not even like the tour de force really did anything on their side. It was just these pistol plays. It was this swarm of players pushing in onto the site together, and that's sort of what I want to see in some of these bye rounds. Maybe they just don't want to take the same level of risk when they have guns in their hand, but I feel like there would be so much success if they did.
You might be right, Tom. You might be. Everybody tucked in right now. The clock's going to run right the way down as Team Liquid look everywhere for an opening. It's not even necessarily, I mean, they're seeing a lot of openings, but they're worried that those are false openings. So there's a player waiting around every corner to take your head clean off. And when Yumpy finally tries to take one of them down, he gets caught. Now the tour de force reveals itself, and it's dropping Solkas, delaying the ideal push of what they wanted. The Team Liquid still managed to make their way into this A site. Spike on a long rotation, but with the retake in play, they should still be able to get it down.
Yeah, the main worry with that is the Hunter's Fury. Like, you might just be willing to blast it into this round just because of their ability to get yourself closer into the retake. Like, I'm looking at the position that Xiao's currently looking to play from. I almost think he might just be trying to deny, and yeah, just trying to make sure that they can't get that plant any sooner. In fact, he's going to kill the planter. They combined it with a snake bite, and now they can actually get that space to almost come back in. They've got a res if they need it, but Saigetsu will eventually fall. They're trying to bait them in on the other side, but the fact is they're running out of time. Somebody needs to make a move.
Spike.
Well, at least the spike gets planted. But look at that. There's just nowhere for Scream to go. Can't cross back, can't stay there, and Dreamass has to do it all again. 1 versus 3 at this point. 4 bullets left in the magazine, and Xiao only needs the 1. A defuse for FPX and a 4th found. It's the round that they're looking for, but there's still been that difficulty in connecting back-to-back rounds. That difficulty in winning rounds with rifles for both teams. Things have been wild. Intruder alert. I never noticed that.
I think the thing I really like about FPX is there's always another level to the play that you expect. So it's like even there. I think Hunter's Fury, it was the obvious call to try and deny the plant. but they still utilized the snake bite and I believe a flash as well, just to make sure that there was as much effectiveness as there could be to denying some sort of plant if it was coming through. The fact that it all combined together, wonderful for them, but it is just the levels to FPX that I think a lot of other teams don't have.
Oh, Navera, he's going through the orb. It's ambitious. And that's about all I'll say about it. He's gone down, but they've traded. Okay, I mean, that's ended up in a surprisingly good spot. The only thing is having your Viper down. You know, you lose that utility, that ability to close in on the site. And going to B is almost impossible at this point. You're going to have to take a lot of ranged fights just to get into the position where you can put that ice wall down.
It does seem, though, at the moment that on the other side of things, they're almost willing to give that up. So there might be a very real possibility of crossing over. Now, taking the orb would get Nightfall online if they desired it, but it seems like almost staying anonymous is far more important to the side of Liquid. Already, the Haunt going to be thrown out to try and find some information. The wall attempted to be broken, but they planted a little bit deeper. There is going to be a fragment there, Mitch, but it will only do damage. No kill.
Yep, and Dreamus is able to heal himself back up. I think this is a very lucky thing for Team Liquid. There was no one towards Snowman or Spawn, but also a good read that they had that space, that after getting that little bit of a push and pull, there wouldn't be a player all the way back there, and they'd be able to get up close. They've done that. Now just holding on. The shock darts coming through, dealing a lot of damage. Dream is forced to the open, will drop. Man advantage for FPX. Time not on their side, but the kills certainly are. And now it's almost impossible. Solkus is alone. And even stopping that defuse is out of the question.
Yeah, he can look to make it costly. The thing is going down is actually probably the better decision, just because you want to make sure that you have enough credits to actually buy into the next round. But yeah, 5-2 now on this defensive side for FPX. Okay, there's definitely been some opportunities here and there on the side of Liquid, but ultimately it's stabilized on the other side. You've got a decent amount of finances available as well. You've got the operator in for Artist, which him having that every single round is going to completely change the map. We've already seen how aggressive he's been without it and with the Tour de Force. Now you can expect even more space to be challenged for.
That's a good spot.
Oh, wow. Yumpy's going swinging on mid. He's looking for literally anybody to fight. It's a big risk. Because what if someone does that? What if someone comes onto the slope and just peeks you? You know, you can't watch 6 angles at once. Maybe Yumpy can, but this time it's backfired.
Still Nightfall available. Rez only 1 away. I'm going to use the Haunt. Actually, Navira has just managed to find a free opener from the back of the site. Seeing over the top of the screen and maybe not being realized. Now, there is still a Rez for Angel, so they could look to get this man back into play, but considering his positioning and no screen, obviously, it's going to be difficult. I actually could use the wall for it.
Yeah, I think they needed to just have that screen for the retake. Not having the wall is obviously not ideal. Can't block the bullets, but these players are going to try to come out and take the fights openly. Viper's pick comes into play, and that is huge. That's it locked down now. Nade in, lots of kills. Scream's got 2 with the nade, including Sagetsu, and they won't get it done now. The time, it's too far gone. Dreamus just needs to run that clock a little more, and he does a damn good job of it. The 3rd round for Team Liquid secured, and it ends up costing FPX a lot.
Yeah, the fact that I think the adaptation from FPX just to try and get that Viper's pit back and just a really solid afterplant. I like the fact that, again, I feel like the use of Nightfall was much better than if they just use it to take the site. Like, they get themselves into position, they managed to pick off the first player. Maybe if they didn't pick off Saigetsu, they would have actually used it just for information, but then they save it for the afterplant. And then you just know exactly where all these players are going to be coming from. Also, think about the nade. It did so much more damage because everybody hit was half HP. So they're much more likely to go down to the paint shell. Beautifully played in the afterplant by Liquid, and well, they've got a 3rd for it.
That they have. Locking up round after round on this attack side can be tough. Let's take it 1 step at a time. The judge, well, it's not going to be challenged. They've left it and tried to bait him into peeking after. Nade down as well. That's big damage done, and Scream's able to finish him off and spray down for a 2nd. Okay, that's about as clean of a take as you're going to get. My God.
Yeah, and there was still quite a lot in this round, so the remaining players are actually just going to have to back out. Like, sure, you had a Judge aggressively playing, but other than that, I'm pretty sure they had rifles, so Liquid with a much more basic take into A. And that's the thing, like, it's always nice to be the team that could, like, bait rotations, play these slow default rounds, work the pick. I genuinely don't think Liquid need to be doing that. I think these faster paced takes, the moves in towards the A site, they've been so good at just finding the information, but more importantly, getting those entries. And then their after plant thus far on the A site has looked very, very good. Just not giving that same opportunity on the other side. Soulcast even going to pick off one at the end. They're only going to get to keep on to one of their guns, and, well, finances aren't awful, but they're not good either.
Yeah, they're definitely not fantastic. I think you're straining the economy to get a full buyout here. Now, Tom, when we think about FPX moving on to the next half, I mean, where's your head at in terms of, you know, are you looking at them as favorites on the attack side? Is that where I'm expecting to see them pick up most of the rounds? And I look at this comp and I think about Artis having the freedom of attack as a pretty positive thing. I see now, though, he's on the defense and, well, almost got caught by a boombot. I'm going to use up his TP to get out.
I don't know. I feel like Liquid, at least when you saw them play versus the likes of Guild and Big, they had an incredible defensive side. And I think a lot of that just comes off how much more success you can expect from Yumpy. So I don't know. I think it's still going to be a relatively even half either way. But if anything, if Liquid can get to 6 here, I think they're in a good spot.
Well, let's see about that. Angel's most certainly deleted, and Scream's got the confidence to keep on going. Doesn't look like much trouble in these last few rounds for Team Liquid. You know, I'll say FPX's attack, it's been solid, but it's nothing insane, right? Like, we saw it against Fnatic. It was, what, like 6 rounds. They got, I think it was the second half against, like, G2, but it was decent as well. I'm not really sure where to pin them, though. I can see them coming through and having a dominant showing, but I just don't know how I feel about this side. After the split attack, though, maybe we give them that benefit of the doubt up against Team Liquid. Let's see if the 6 rounds can be secured for the attack. On to 5 already. It's a question of whether or not he gets to save the op, and, well, it's not.
No, they've done very well to just clear out weapons at the end of these last few rounds, making sure that financially it's going to be a little bit more awkward. And because of that, he's not going to have the operator. Now, you have to bear in mind 1 kill, and he has a tour de force and operator anyway. So it's may not be the most important thing if Artis can get a kill or get an orb. The thing is, though, again, Liquid have done a lot of default rounds just to try and deny any map control and make it a lot more difficult for players to get aggressive. They've also managed to do very well catching off any of these sort of cheeky plays. Other than the one round where Angel like pushed all the way deep into B, I can't really think of much where FPX have like got away with an awful lot. A lot of the time it's been stellar holds in the late round. And as said, like going into the second half, I think that's where almost the freedom of Yumpy, it really comes true, because it's like playing this attack side operator, you're very reliant on somebody over peaking, somebody getting aggressive. And I think Artis has had his number throughout this game so far. I would not be surprised if going into the defense that switches. And you do have to bear in mind, FPX don't have what I would consider a space taker. Like, you've got Scream on Liquid side. He's going to be blast packing into the site, taking elevated jewels, and basically pressuring you at high pace. There's not really anyone on the other side that could do that. Maybe Zipan like might be the only argument with like pop flashing in, but it's not to the same degree as a Jet can. And we all know that when it comes to Chamber, it can be a lot tougher on that attack.
Can someone get this?
Yeah, definitely. I feel like someone like Artis will make use of it, though. This guy is so aggressive intrinsically, and he's had a good half so far. That was dangerous. Zipan in trouble. Nade on the way. It's not going to catch him, but it will keep him back, and that's what Team Liquid are counting on as they close in the distance towards the site and look for this plant. If they get the plant, Tom, Evera is going to have a post-plant Viper's Pit, and they've already got a man advantage.
Oh, again. We're going to see it denied. Scream's going to be able to dodge out the way. Oh, actually, he's going to be caught. Of course, the plant's already gone through, and so is the Viper's Pit. So getting back in here is going to be a difficult scenario to play through. Dreamass also has his res, but it's not something that's likely going to be utilized in this round. Maybe null command can be thrown in, but this late flank from Dreamers could be everything.
Yeah, that timing is absolutely perfect. The teammates in front just need to delay long enough, and well, they've got the utility to do that. There you go, from behind. Dreamers not even able to get much done. It's Nevera, the snake bite and the spray to take 2, put 6 to 5 on the board. Team Liquid
Last round
definitely looking fantastic. A huge turnaround from that first half of split, where I could not believe the team I was watching was Team Liquid. Now they look a whole lot better, and we're about to see Yumpy go to defensive side, show us what he's got, show us the comfort that can be in play. Again, I am going to be keeping a very close eye on Artist, because I feel like his attack side's going to have something special.
I think it might need to. I think if it doesn't, I'm not convinced. Because especially like this attack side, the A side executions from Liquid have been superb. Oh, it's awkward. Angel just about gets away with it. They're not going to mind too much though, because if they can just re-pressure through, there is a res available. And you can see Saigetsu, he might fight this a little bit more than you'd expect to. Normally, Artist though, wow, he's been a thorn in their side throughout this half. He's actually going to re-peek in, and there is the res.
Players right back up, and the operator was holding it moments ago. The timing could have been terrible. Saigetsu, though, no longer looking in that direction. And now, with a minute on the clock and the advantage, Team Liquid seem to just be waiting for FPX to try to get some information. Yumpy, well, he wants the double op for himself. The operator and the yeah, I'm a little bit confused here. Individual kill go down on mid. Spike's being picked. Now you got that aggression come through. Yumpy with his second operator able to pop off and take Zipan. And now FPX are, I mean, they're still kind of lost. They don't know where the spike is going necessarily. Could easily switch back to A. Flanked by Xiao that, I mean, they don't even know if they want to complete at this point. No way. No way.
That could have been a big kill. It is at least going to delay them a little bit. Xiao should be able to find at least a little information off the back of his dart. In fact, it's going to ping up Soulcast, but that might be a little bit of a misread just because Yumpy has still lurked around this position. I imagine he has his rendezvous available, but it's something that Xiao is more than aware of. They've even got the C's just to try and hold him back a little longer, stick him in place, but the fact is, not going to be able to get anything done until he clears this spot. A chance, but Soulcast is waiting. 7-5 half, really solid resurgence from Team Liquid, and all in all, a pretty good attack.
I think they can be very happy with that. There was certainly the potential for FPX to walk out with a lot more rounds. A couple of close ones here and there, and a couple of, well, wild ones out of both teams. Altogether, I think I have to side with you. I have to say Team Liquid on paper should look a little bit better here. They should look like they've got it in the bag. I mean, I'm thinking back to the last time we saw FPX play here to close out that game against Fnatic, and sure, it was after, you know, a very long day. Or not a very long day, sorry. That was the series that was like 2 super one-sided games, wasn't it? And then ended on Icebox. But
yes.
Yeah, I mean, FPX are good, but again, that attack, if they lose the pistol here, it's just way too much to ask, I feel, for them to pull off such a dominant attack coming into their opponent's map pick as well, knowing how good Liquid are here. So I'd give a lot of weight to this round right here. I want to see FPX come out on top.
We've already got a fairly heavy gamble into the A side. It's not really anything too surprising. You've got both these long-range pistols waiting and both connecting headshots very early on. Nade almost just give that little bit of extra space back, and in fact, they're even going to wall them in. Just keep them completely closed off from this A side. And even a rotation here is going to be difficult. You can see straight away Soulcast has just decided to put pressure back into mid. They've already rotated an extra player in over to B. But, at least for now, FPX are just waiting.
Yeah, the freeze to hope Team Liquid overextend, but seems like everybody's got a pretty good handle on the situation over on that defense. The Yumpy's run out of headhunter bullets. There's not a ton of utility left. There's no slows, nothing like that for Dream S. In fact, his heal's not even online. Got a good chance to at least close in towards that site. But I almost feel like anything from here is it's unexpected. Don't expect to see them coming out with anything, any plans, let's say, any huge advantages, but no kills at all is a bit of a disappointment.
No, especially as I feel like Liquid have almost gone back to that old school method of defending A, which is we're just going to put our 2 duelists, our aggressive players to fight. And it worked wonderfully. Like Scream and Yumpy finding pretty much every single opening pick they could ever desire. They have the defensive wall to play around as well, so they can try and escape back out of there if anything was to go wrong. And from then on, it's just a cleanup act. Like they didn't really have to do anything else but just wait for FPX to try and reaggress. A perfect pistol round from them, and well, now you're going to see basically the same on the other side. Can they get anything done with this Sheriff buy?
I can't believe this guy with a Marshall in his hand. He is just scary.
I feel like he's scary with any gun. Like, I don't even, like, just any gun I can think of. I'm like, you know what? I believe that he can get a kill with it.
It's true, but it's like, I think about Yumpy on a Marshall. It's like, if he buys up Headhunter bullets as well, can you imagine, like, he basically body tags you, flicks out a gun, instantly body tags you, and you're dead?
Maybe leaves a judge on the floor.
Yeah,
as well, just so he can go back to that.
Oh, yeah, pick it all. But this
costs
is
about the same as a full buy, to be honest.
Yeah, gives you way more opportunities. Yeah, no, he's been nuts. I mean, his headshot deliveries are off the charts.
He's managed to gain quite a lot of ground here. Unfortunately, the Yumpy's actually going to turn back around, and what's going to annoy Mitch even more is that in that scenario, he chose to use the Ghost.
Wait, yeah, he didn't have any Headhunter bullets. He's not bought any. That's the really weird thing about Yumpy, man. He plays this weapon, this Marshall, but he doesn't play the Headhunter on those second rounds. He doesn't even buy like 1 bullet. He buys nothing, keeps his money stacked. And the thing is, obviously, the Marshall's more expensive than the full clip of the Headhunter. So I'm like, what's going on here? And I guess in this round, it makes sense because a lot of your opponents aren't going to have shields. So you're going to be body tagging them and killing them. That's cool. But it was the last half that really got me because they're up against a buy. It's like, well, everyone has shields. And he's like, yep, Marshall. I'm going to go with the Marshall. I don't get him, but he got a 3K that round, so what can I say?
Well, it seems like we're into a technical pause, at least for now. It's going into the buy round for FPX. It seems like there are quite a few shields missing, so maybe that Marshall will get a little bit of extra use. I don't know if it's going to be invested into this one. What about the Sheriff? You a big fan of that one on Yumpy?
Yeah. Yeah, love it. I think, what else would he realistically use? Gonna use his trap to kill people? No, yeah, he needs it. I do think he was dropped that though, right? He didn't buy it. So in that case, it's like, well, I'm gonna spend 800 credits to buy some bullets, or I'm gonna just take these ones for free. So it does make sense. Yeah, I chuck maybe just 1 bullet in there, just in case. He ends up 145 and someone flips at me.
The thing is, this round is so important for FPX. Like, we have seen Liquid all the way through this series work wonders with pistols. Even in the first map where they were getting slaughtered, they still managed to get stuff done. Now, they're already going to clear Scream's aggressive position. I think the knife was destroyed before it actually got any information, at least. So that's beneficial for the defense, that maybe their whole scenario hasn't been given away just yet. Scream's going to keep his spot, though. And he definitely doesn't have the same exit strategy as you would on a chamber. So ultimately, he needs to get a kill, and either there just be no follow-up, or he needs a multi-frag.
Heavy rotation to this A side. Team Liquid certainly seemed to have the read, and now they're trying to confirm it. Oh, 2 players shot at it, but it was so far away. That was put out from the very back of the A side as well, so it literally disappeared at just that moment, but it got them the information still that there were players outside A. But Tom, here's the thing. Team Liquid are like, there's some guys outside A, we spotted them, but now they find out, well, there's some guys outside B too. He has made it. He has made it. Yes.
That's ridiculous. Scream managing to get all the way back into the site. barely took any damage. Now you are going to have the afterplant coming through. I don't think there's much that could stop it. The C's actually not going to go over the top of the wall, so it won't hold anybody in place, at least for the moment. But now it comes down to damage. Winning this is still going to be incredibly difficult for Team Liquid, but there are still 5 players on their side.
They've still got the numbers to work with. Diving in towards yellow now. And, well, FPX are there to greet them. The wall up is going to get them over to start diffusing that, and they've got to break it halfway already. Here comes the big swing. The spray is good for Sagetsu, and he'll find all 3 to close this one out, saving the day for FPX, and just in time as well. They needed this round. They can't let Team Liquid just run away with it. Tom, it ain't that easy. Not one and done.
No.
Team Liquid are right back into their old ways. They've got rifles to play with immediately.
Yeah, I guess the only real benefit is the fact that Ardis is going to go straight in with the Tour de Force, so that's something that will at least help the economy a little bit, because otherwise they were screwed. Like, they would have had a weaker purchase no matter what, because of how many players were dropped off the bonus. That's what you have to bear in mind. That was mostly SMGs. In fact, I think it was 3 Spectres and 2 pistols, so there was barely anything invested. Now you have a proper full buy coming in, 1 away from a showstopper, another couple of ults not too far off either. So even the next round might be tough if FPX win it. So I think there's going to be no break for them for a little while. And I think winning this one clean is probably the most important thing.
Well, it has to be. Team Liquid, the aggression that we saw early, the sneak up towards A, it results in a very quick rotation, a severe rotation rather. They're playing completely outside of the A side. They looked like they were ready for B, but now they're coming back again. It seems like they're starting to read this as an A play. No, getting the wall in position. But Tom, I mean, it couldn't be at a worse time. They're missing the drone and the noise being made towards B main. These players now crossing out. Tom, that's the defensive side orb that's blocking the trap.
30 seconds left.
Hoping to try and find something for the team. The thing is, getting in on this plant still might not be necessarily an easy thing to do. Seems like there's no counter utility just yet, but Zipan, he strikes at the perfect moment. Every member has to try and swing back around, and instead Zipan has managed to find a double on the opener. Even going to try and deny them with the fragment, holding them back a little bit further, or at least they might assume. Dreamers has actually managed to get out a little bit further than they might have necessarily expected. Zipan, though, is just going on an absolute tear. In fact, him and Xiao will shut this down. And while I said they needed to try and keep this one clean, it's flawless.
It literally, they didn't lose anything. Not even a lick of shields on these players. That was convincing. Looking at this, I mean, Zipan turning absolutely everywhere, taking those kills. It was just those quick one-taps, though. What confused me at the start, though, Tom, Yumpy puts down that trap B main. Navera puts an orb up top. It blocks the trap, Tom. It let them just walk out on the site. And that's the sort of thing I'm like, you can't be making those sort of mistakes. I mean, unless they're putting it there late, like they wanted them to be able to walk out, but that would be strange.
The only thing would be is if they either expect them to walk through, or they want them not to destroy it, so they'll give them info later on.
Yeah, but you hear the
yeah,
that's just silly.
That's such a like meta play. If you,
I mean,
so
they hear the trap on the way through. They know that it's blocked. So I think, yeah, I don't know. It's a little bit weird.
Here we go though. Another attempt at an after plant. It seems like they're just going to stick it out, and instead they're actually caught completely. The C's lowers the HP enough to kill off Angel. Perfectly timed utility and Soulcast just tapping heads with the Guardian. Now everything has fallen apart for FPX. The utility just isn't there to give them that plant anymore.
Yeah, I mean, that was ambitious. We've seen it before where Team Liquid kind of... Oh, well.
Uh-oh.
Good luck to you, sir. Team Liquid kind of whiffed, right? Where Soulcast threw in the C's and it didn't make it to the other side of the wall. Why is this now a 3 versus 2? Very quick kills that came through. An opportunity now if they can retrieve this spike, but getting out there ain't too easy. I like the bait from Sagetsu. Oh, nice! He knew he was going to swing. He just held it, waiting, baiting, and now getting his Viper's Pit online and activated. It's dropped down. This swing on the back is caught. An Artist goes bye-bye. It's all on to Sagetsu. He's beckoning forward. Look at it. What's happening to his fingers? My God, man. See a doctor, a physician. Yumpy sent him straight to hell anyways. Team Liquid going to be taking double digits on this, 10-7. A strong round for them and a really good hold, all things considered, as they get a thrifty win. I think we've had more thrifty wins than rifle round wins.
It's very much possible. I do love that combination, and I like the order they do it in, because you've got the slow in combination with the snake, right? That's the old school one. But they throw the C's a little bit later, because it's still going to take away most of your health. So the player who's sticking it will be like, oh, okay, I'm safe here, because I'm only going to lose the X amount of health. But the second the C's comes through and removes half of it in an instant, you don't have time to react anymore. You lose that extra couple of HP from the snake bite, and well, that's you gone. 10-7. Financially, it's still going to be okay for FPX. They can buy into this next round, and they have an ult or two either close or online. I am looking at that Viper's Pit, though, and the fact that Nightfall is available. That's a lot to utilize going into even just a retake.
FPX wanted to sell a fake here. They've got the wall up, and they're slow, but they haven't sold a fake at all. Look at the numbers already here. Ready to take these fights. Scream does well. It might not be well enough, though. That only equalizes after the earlier fight where they lost out on Yumpy. Oh, unlucky. Nice try to get you spotted. He's not the third, though. Still looking to take a fight. Maybe worried about crossing back on mid as well, but I think his orb's there.
Yeah, it may be a coincidence, but just the fact that they've managed to remove two players that were either close to their ult or had it from the FPX side, it's almost just been a little bit lucky for Team Liquid, because they still have their Viper's Pit, they still have the Nightfall available.
30 seconds.
Nice shot. Like, Sagetsu's aim, again, it has to be like top 5 within the VCT. Man, it's just so clean with some of the shots he connects. Another man who's probably in that 5, though, is Navira. Already trades it back into a 2v2 scenario, denies the space as well, and this is the bigger problem. 12 seconds left on the clock. They have to go for a stick, almost trying to bait in right to the depths, and the timing from DreamHack couldn't be better. Sagetsu needs the kill now. I don't think he's got this. It's going to be incredibly close, and no, it's not quite there. It's going to be the round for Liquid instead, and DreamHack is just going to finish him off.
A disappointing one for FPX, I'm sure. They made it so close, but in the end, Team Liquid just keep pulling off these rounds, and a big play by Scream to pull back the numbers for them in mid, going out and finding that double kill. He really should never have gotten away with it in that convincing of a manner, but you can understand why, from FPX's perspective, they allowed that to happen. These guys had just put their wall on A, they slowed back side, they started to put a lot of utility, make a lot of noise on A, they go back mid, they catch a kill there. Now, if you've made all that noise on mid and you've killed a guy mid, sorry, you made all that noise on A, killed a guy mid, chances are there's not many other people around mid. And then I'm pretty sure they knew there was a player at ramp or like around there making noise. Some utility came through. These guys are just focused. They're like, all right, let's get under tube. Let's go to B. There should be one there max. It's easy. And they don't know that actually Team Liquid hadn't fallen for that fake. They had just DreamHack outside the A site holding behind the Viper wall. He wasn't even spotting it. He didn't even have the info. They were just like, hey, let's play retake. Let's stack up mid. Unlucky FPX, you walked into the place they stacked. Had they have not faked A and just rushed it, it would have been a 5v5 post-plant.
Well, I guess let's wait and see if there is going to be anything more basic in the strat book out from FPX. It was something that I think, again, I sort of mentioned in the first half, and it worked for Liquid, just much more direct approach in towards A. They've got the null command ready as well. I think it's such an impactful ult when taken into this site. Give the plant to Sagetsu, and that's another ult online. And straight away, they're going to go aggressively pushing. This is a bit of a danger, but Yumpy just gets through the cracks and manages to find Artist right off the bat.
You just see the benefit for Team Liquid in not being predictable. Their setups are fluid. They're changing every single round, matching what they see on the other side or where they think they can get an advantage. And now they have most certainly garnered with already burning up that res, which is huge for future rounds. A chance to do a little bit more here. 5v5 retake might be on. plans come in. Not a very conventional position for it though, Tom.
Yeah, and they didn't actually utilize Saigetsu having one orb away from his ult, so this is not going to be the easiest place to try and hold on to the position. Maybe expecting utility spam to come through on the normal default spots. Instead, Nightfall utilized as they now look to swing back in. Scream already going to drop Zipan, so the null command is down, and everything just seems to be coming up Liquid, leaving it all on to just Xiao, and Scream will slaughter him as well. Beautiful from Liquid in the retake, and now just one away from Haven.
Really impressive stuff on their way back in, and I don't know to what extent this was fully planned from them, but I think that FPX ended up being on the back foot because of the push that Team Liquid made. So they push at the start A site and get themselves killed and go back. 3 players pushed B though. They went all the way up, they destroyed the trap, and they insta-rotated back around through the spawn. That told Saigetsu that he couldn't go plant the spike. He was the player that was currently in a post-plant position with Viper. They couldn't rely on post-plant because as far as they knew, there was about to be 1, 2, 3 players coming up behind them. So Saigetsu's watching the back, even as 4 players are pushing back in, and it's only when they get the call, like, no, I really think like there's a lot of them here, and Saigetsu sees nothing behind, that he turns back and goes to help his team. They are. They're blitzing it.
Are they going to go for the tube after plant? Is that the plan? They've ward off Scream, and they've actually taken away his ult as well. Now, the Viper's pit into tube is something we've seen a couple of teams do, but they need to clear it first. And Yumpy has other ideas. Holding this down with an operator, trying to reclaim some ground elsewhere. They're also looking to put pressure into the Viper's pit. You can see just one player waiting behind the bot in the form of Xiao. Saigetsu also finds Yumpy, which gives them an extra little bit of space, but he peeks into Soulcast. Viper's pit gone, and the spike.
Oh, look who's sneaking around. Xiao making it all the way through B long. Navarro was none the wiser. And with Solkas falling, the round seems to be in their hands. Plans coming through as we speak. Scream is left alone. 12-7. We go for this one, right? 1v3, your Scream. No? Apparently not. The call's being made. Of course, not seeing his teammates' money right now. You never know. Someone could need that drop, and could be the wiser choice.
Yeah, I think they've been going quite heavy into the operator in a lot of rounds, which obviously makes a lot of sense, but it also takes its toll in terms of the finances, and I guess for Scream this time, not really going to be worth it. They obviously get a few extra credits, and that'll be enough to drop a gun over, maybe invest into some extra utility, and with full shields as well, that's something he doesn't want to have to rebuy into the next round. But yeah, FPX, they've got themselves a lifeline here, and I like the change of pace, the take in towards tube. I think the plan again did revolve around Viper's pit, but it just never really came into fruition. But luckily you had Saigetsu finding a couple of kills, and then just Xiao. It may have only been like a single kill, but he couldn't have got the timing better. Like, genuinely, Navira's got to be infuriated because he was waiting there the entire time.
And it's massive, the fact that it's Navira, the fact that you take down the Viper's pit. It opens up a lot more space for your team to feel that little bit more comfortable in making the push and committing to it. And obviously makes it so much harder for your opponents to even contemplate getting into that retake. Team Liquid spraying away on mid right away. Boombot coming through, and they've lost Yumpy. That's not a peak I thought would go FPX's way. And they're even rushing in. This wall has gotten in just in time.
It's exactly the same as last round. They're trying to garner this space, however, they may not be expecting Navira to be here so soon. Already swinging in for a double, turning the round back into an even playing field. And again, leaving them somewhat isolated. They've also caught out Xiao, and now you just have Saigetsu, the lone player within the tube, trying to defend the spike. Artis now having to try and drag this back from the depths. A small chance to turn it, but it isn't going to be happening. It will be the victory for Team Liquid, and a third map confirmed.
Well, I'll say they've certainly earned it at this point, Tom. It's been a good fight from Team Liquid the whole way through, from the second half of map 1 to now. Maybe not from the first half. That was a little shaky, but I'm glad they found themselves, because this was a much better face, and really a day for Scream as well. He has been popping off both maps so far, so excited to see what he's got in store for us coming up to the third and bringing it all the way.
Well, either way, again, it's going to go back to the Analysts. Both teams have actually managed to take their map, And I'm interested to see where Ryan and Jess, and of course the mastermind Milosh, thinks this is going to be going.
Get ready for playoffs.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Yeah. This is what a boss do. What a boss do. Spend a couple racks on the coming for a boss move. Watch what a boss do. What a boss do. Run it up for the money. That's a boss move. Spent 10K on a video. 10K on a motorboat. 50K on a wrist coat. Why these hoes on a motorboat? I don't take no risk. I just stand my chest. Hold my cards to my chest. Move like I'm playing chess. I break all the rules. Take it all, don't choose. Making play after play, and I don't ever lose. Ain't got time for no rainy days. Ain't got time for no haterade. Ain't got time, let's spot the paper. Boss talk in the room, that's a cash race. This is what a boss do. What a boss do. Spend a couple racks on the coming for a boss move. Watch what a boss do. What a boss do. Run it up for the money, that's a boss move. Take, was mine. Pay up if you buy. Play, all that play, ain't got time. Say, what you want, you owe me, that's fine. We talking money, this is not a race. We talking lanes, this stay in your place. We talking whips, I got a wraith. Ain't no my lover, out of my face. Ain't got time for no rainy days. Ain't got time for no haterade. Ain't got time, let's spot the paper. Boss talk in the room, that's a cash race. This is what a boss do. What a boss do. Spend a couple racks on the coming for a boss move. Watch what a boss do. What a boss do. Run it up for the money, that's a boss move. I'm going all in, put it all on the line, cause I know that I'ma win. I'm going all in, put it all on the line, cause I know that I'ma win. Feel like I can never lose, put it all on the line. Every day we gotta choose, how we wanna manage time. Yeah, they know I gotta feel it, in order for me to want it. Nobody can stop me when I put my mind to it, manifest and I own it. I'm going all in, put it all.
Get ready for playoffs.
The comeback happens, and Team Liquid on Icebox actually get pretty far in. Watching this matchup, and especially that Icebox, I think there's one glaring player that really went up, and I hope we'll have a chat about him in just a moment. But my God, that's a way to come back and take us into map 3. But before we get into that, let's recap what happened on Icebox itself. Jess, Team Liquid at the helm.
Yeah, I mean, this is a map pick that I wouldn't necessarily say has always been their top strength. We spoke about the recency bias and the pre-desk of this going recently been a pretty good map for them, but they had struggled and they'd fixed it and come into this, I think for the past couple of months it's been good. I will say, however, I don't think it's this map specifically that is really like firing Team Liquid up. We saw it on Split with their attacking half. We've seen it now come on to the side, and I think they're not allowing themselves to be too predictable. Wasn't it you on the pre-desk that said FPX, they're loving their throw thriving off that kind of, being able to counter their opponent.
Yeah.
I think Team Liquid is playing them like it's just chess. It's FPS chess for them. And like, we'll move this, but you don't know. Never let them know your next move, Ryan.
I think
Never let them know.
That's kind of what I felt with like the KO and the Sova. It just felt that like Zipan and Xiao had so little information to work with overall, right? That you have stuff like the Owl Drone. And I think early on FPX were looking the better team in the first 5 or 6 rounds, and I really do think that they had a good plan to shut down how the Fade utility was used, either playing really close on B main, making sure that they can't clear it with that utility. But as we got into the second half, it really felt like that Fade was a lot of the difference, right? The utility that was coming out, and FPX just refused to go on the A site. We're trying to like go through B main, try and rotate. I think they tried to big brain themselves a bit too much that it's not really a map that you can do that on with Icebox. It's kind of like you have to go A a lot of the time. They were trying to outthink themselves.
From big brains to big biceps in the game. There's Scream, who really puts it down, lays it down. They talk about his headshots, but they also talk about his blast packs that actually were working.
Yeah, I have got to give it to the man. We've criticized him for his blast pack usage, but I will say maybe not to the, top level Raze plays. We put him in an international stage. He's not going to be necessarily one of the top 5, but I will say that compared to what he's usually done maneuverability wise with the blast packs, it is looking better. You would hope after 270 rounds with Raze in this stage, the man has learned a thing or two with the maneuverability, but it's those tiny little baby steps with him because he's got the firepower that it's undeniable. I think having that kind of agility with Raze and being that kind of player that can move around in a way that is unpredictable, I think that's going to make a huge difference because he's already there with everything else.
Put you on the spot. How many paint shell kills did he get?
This game or
this one? This whole one.
4? 4? I know he got 2. I know he got a double kill on Split 1 round.
He also did it on Icebox as well.
Like, okay, thank you.
Again, it's like the bounce off of like Fade utility, getting those early decays in on just having the paint shell over on the plant. Like I think again, I think map left a lot to be desired from both teams, but I think stylistically, because they match up so well, it did kind of feel that they had to sort of outwit themselves, find space, not be obvious, which I think is something that Liquid are very good at, is just sort of playing high contact, starving FPX from information, and forcing players like Zipan and Xiao to peek to get info and just winning them in aim duels. Like Liquid were just insane mechanically that every fight on the map they seem to be winning, other than Soigetsu, who was also insane.
Ryan, question. Do you have a bullet in the chamber? Because it's time for Ryan's rounds.
Oh my God, it's getting cheesier and cheesier all of this.
I gotta leave. I gotta go.
I think one of the most surprising things overall is the way that FPX were not playing A at all. Maybe it was just their composition. Maybe it was something that they were worried about with Liquid. But there was a lot of like mid and B main plays trying to sort of take this space and seeing if they could sort of sneak through and find gaps, find an advantage in a post plan. And I think this was one of the key reasons overall why they didn't want to go to the A site, and that's because Team Liquid's retakes are pretty scary. This is a 5v5 full post plan, so all 10 players are alive in the server, and you could sort of see that like FPX are in an awkward position. Mitch and Tom highlighted it in the broadcast as well. It made it awkward for Soigetsu to get the plan to get his ultimate online. So if we continue it through, Liquid are setting this up nicely because they have this Nightfall ultimate from the Fade. So they're going to be able to sort of push through, and you can immediately sort of see that how quickly, off the back of this, Yampi's swinging off this ultimate. Even just the placement of this ultimate, they like Liquid know how much control that they have, but they have control sort of over on rafters in this spot. They know that they have control of this, so they can really point this Nightfall in this direction to go for all of this space and swing off of it to get those kills and picks. Yampi does it immediately. Zipan even brings in his null command ultimate to try and slow things down. But it's just, even if you sort of play it on slow speed, how quickly the rest of Liquid are able to go in for this execute and how they're winning duels. They even set this up as well. Like there's a Sage wall over in this corner. Before the plant or retake even comes in, Liquid break this little chunk here. They set themselves up to go for the peak that we just saw over from Dreamass. And the rest of it is just a fall of House of Cards. It's a small round. I think there was very little when it comes to finding a telestrator round because it was just full 2 minutes of slow, baity sort of play. But as soon as we saw FPX trying to up the pace, Liquid just slapped them back down.
They did. They met that fire with fire, and their fire extinguished the other fire. That's a lot of fires. I apologize.
It's 2 fires in a row. There's not enough oxygen in the space to actually make it work. I went to university, by the way.
Yeah, he studied oxygen.
Look at it. Exactly.
He's a professor of
OXG
oxygen.
are not in here, I'll tell you that. Here's where we are. All right, well, then let's take a look at Haven. And I get to see actually the map. We get to go to a third one today between FPX and Team Liquid. A reminder for everybody at home, the winner of this game will get to move on and maybe to a more difficult game against Fnatic later on.
Maybe,
perhaps. But at least this will put you forward to only needing to win 1 best of 3 and you're through to Copenhagen. Simple as. Jess, what do we expect for Haven?
I mean, look, I got a really good feeling for Team Liquid. I'm actually going to throw the other maps in this series away and just look at the Haven for them as a whole. I got a good feeling just based off the fact that if you can go to a major international event and you can 13-3 loud, does that give you a good feeling? Like if I say you 13-3 loud on a map, do you think, that's a pretty good map?
Yeah, but there's no Sliggy, there's no Link. It's a different look. We're in a Sliggyless world, and I don't like it. Certainly when you compare it to like Reykjavik. But what I will say is that like both these teams have played it a smidge, just 1 map each, and they've won it. So a lot of these series so far, we've seen like, okay, we lost it last time we played, so we're going to make this change. Like a lot of subtle agent composition changes on either side for whatever reason. Now we got Soigetsu playing on the Sage and just going insane with some of the TikTok walls. You also have like Team Liquid on the other side, having some of the best raise fade combo utility that we've seen so far, I think globally with how they were playing up against Na'Vi. So saying that, I think both these teams are going to feel confident with their ideas, but I do think that leans into FPX because they know, well, Liquid are going to be comfortable with this composition. We know how we can deal with it, and we might change up some ourselves.
Are you going to bet on it? I'm going to say Liquid, you're going to say FPX?
Yeah, I'll go for that.
Okay,
I'd never go against FPX.
All right.
What happens?
What do we owe each other?
I don't know.
I'll buy you whatever skin you want. I'll buy you whatever skins you want on Val.
The new one, that's what we'll do. We'll buy each other the first, like the new skin that's in the next episode.
Yes, we owe each other the skin. All right.
This is actually really
It's actually
sweet, not gonna lie.
Yeah. Yep. I'll buy it for you.
I think, it's going to be... the concern, I suppose, for FPX is just momentum and morale. Like, how are they able to pull it back in their favor? But they've been able to do that quite frequently in the past. This just feels a very different series to what we've seen from FPX in a long while, and it's going to be hard to adjust to.
All right, so now you see we're loading in. We are almost ready to go for Agent Select. And now the big question is who makes it out of this game. It might be a long one, actually, because we've had equal first 2 maps, 8-13, 13-8. But will it be a one-person show here? Jess, please guide us through our Agent Select.
I mean, it might be a little bit of a story of the fades as well. You know, who's the better fade? Who's got the better lineups? Because I know we did a whole segment on Xiao's lineups. And in fact, we did a couple, I think it might have been on Ascent as well. We done maybe a couple on Haven. It might not have been FPX specifically, but I know Xiao loves his lineups.
Yeah.
And that's an opportunity for him to outdo the likes of Soulcast here.
How many, like, C's nade combos are we going to see from both sides?
Right. How many times did we see, and I know Team Liquid love, like, the whole Astra combo with the paint shells and everything like that. They love to combo things. So I do think there's a good possibility, which is probably how Scream is the #1 paint shells killer in all of EMEA at the moment.
Yeah.
I see the potential. And every one of those players is on agents. It's on the side of Team Liquid. This is why I'm going to win, and you're going to have to buy me the skins. That is very comfortable for them.
I'd say the same. I think that, like, sure, you have Dreammaster on the breach, which is very common, but I think that what Soigetsu was able to do with some of the ways that he's using walls to just sort of bait. I've protected this space, you can't get through it. But actually, there's a gap, and he's going to like peek through it and get a kill, and then get out. Like, I don't know if we'll see that kind of level, but I think now's a good chance to bring it out, because FPX need a little bit of a snap, I suppose.
He's hoping.
We're all hoping here, because hoping, exactly, because there's a lot of people watching this and thinking, okay, a lot of people are Team Liquid fans, they want to move it through, but also we got the #1 from stage 1 FPX playing.
Right.
So which one can make it through from this game? Thank you guys so much. Let's toss it back to our casters. Enjoy.
Well, Tom, any hints for the people at home? Which one of these two teams can take it all the way and close it out here? I'm really stuck on that one.
The best team will win. I don't know. I think this is going to be a very close middle ground, in all honesty. Like, I think both teams have shown their sort of different styles. I will say I was a little bit worried about how Liquid kind of struggled a bit more versus Na'Vi, but I've sort of stated my opinion on Na'Vi as a team that very much could have made it through anyway. So I think that obviously FPX's last performance was incredible. Like, you had Artis and Saigetsu like really popping off, but the fact is I don't think you'll get away with anywhere near as much of the stuff they did versus a team like Liquid rather than a team like OG London United. Like, I don't want to harp on a team that's already been eliminated, but they are a team that's already been eliminated.
Yeah, look, I can see, honestly, I can see arguments for both of these teams with the way that FPX have played in the past. I think they can, obviously, we saw that first half of split. They have the capacity to come in and just shut it down. But this, it's a different task now as we come onto Haven. Comfort for both. And we talked about the agent select over on the desk. Comfort picks, the value there of it. I like Navera. He's trying to play around the smoke, catch the little angle. But FPX are not set on this. That's actually a fake on C. They want the aggression on A so they can come and punish it with Artis. He's trying to catch the angle here with the Headhunter. I don't think they quite realize how many players are on the other side, though.
Oh, this is in a little bit of trouble. He's going to be caught out already. But in the meantime, they're going to go wrapping back in. Nice shot from Navera. A man always happy to hold before escaping with his rendezvous. You'll see that throughout this game with the operator. He escapes at the very last second. Nonetheless, it is going to be an after plant, but a very difficult one to win.
I mean, they need someone to find some kills quickly, right? You turtle in on the site, you're just going to get destroyed. That's the idea here for FPX. Angel and Saigetsu waiting. The firing squad to catch these players on the way out. Good kill to start with. Follow-up is there as well. He drops down safely behind it. A good little escape route they've left themselves, and the kills keep on coming. The last player caught behind it. And look, this was an almost impossible and difficult, at the very least, retake or hold. But FPX, well, the post plans, they prevailed.
Well, yeah, I think it almost got made worse by the fact that there was a kill in the mix of there that went in the favor of Liquid, but no. It's just that dirty little crossfire. The worst thing is they even had the information of exactly where the player on top of the wall was, but there was absolutely nothing they could do about it. Just seemingly clearing that angle off the one-way was just an impossibility. And yeah, FPX, they got off to a flying start, and not only by winning the pistol, but winning a pistol they definitely shouldn't have won.
And we're already seeing those early challenges. A long, really being pushed off, and in this round, I don't think there's that much of a surprise. The thing that does shock me is always the willingness of this man to take a Marshall where nobody else would take a Marshall. You know, you think maybe A long, maybe C long, maybe even B, but he's crazy. But he's gone garage. You know, there's a shorty on his team. He could have had a shorty. You know, why not? But no, the flexibility of having a player like this who just has a blatant disregard for his own well-being, like just running in the garage with a Marshall, he's crazy. It allows them to keep stacked up like this, and well, even though he's blinded, he's got a shorty. So Dreamus is able to take that kill, and FPX, they're now in a 3v4, Tom. They've got the man disadvantage in this round.
We've seen too many of these already. The struggles of FPX to get through what is mostly pistol rounds, but I don't think they expected a further push to come in on towards this A site. Scream looking if there's a chance for him to try and deny things, and more by the looks of it, Zipan was almost denied instead. Nade through. Gonna do a little bit of damage and actually force Xiao into a bit of an awkward position. The thing is though, Zipan has a little bit of an angle around the edge of this wall. Any peek out is gonna make things easier for him to find. He's just got to make sure he's not caught without a gun in hand. It seems switching between the two definitely has its risks about it, and they've now comboed a C's of their own, making sure the remaining players are stuck in the mud, and well, trying to get through the gap in this wall is going to be tough.
Yeah, there is not a whole lot of wiggle room there. There's the Han. Yeah, well, it doesn't even get to bloom. The players are already dead. Quickly dealt with. That was incredibly scary for FPX to end up in that position. Because if they lose one more player, it's already a horrendous round. It's not a round loss, but you've lost the round. But now they come in to round 3. A little bit, you know, they still get a little bit of a bonus, having the Guardian, having the Vandals. Team Liquid going to put all their economy on the line. So it's all right.
They've almost got res as well. And that's also the other thing that's hugely valuable when you have a player like Sagetsu is he is going to frag. Like 9 times out of 10, he's going to put up numbers. So you're going to have that res a lot more often than you might necessarily expect. The other thing is this sort of Angel versus Yumpy battle, I think, is probably one of my favorites ever. Just because, to an extent, they are both clinically insane.
In the best possible way. Artist has gone for... Yeah. Artist went for the Sheriff here, alongside the Headhunter. A strange backup, but as we said before, you know, you tap up on the body, swing that out, and go for the same, I guess. Oh, revealed up Dreamas. There's the peek and the follow-up from Angel. Tom, FPX come in here with a few disadvantages. Spectre, Sheriff. But now, if they take the right map control, they can even recover that. They can pick up some weapons. They still have to deal with this man here, but they're avoiding him. Unknowingly, avoiding what would be almost certain death.
Yeah, instead, though, they're facing into Scream, which has its own dangers. Playing a off angle, to say the least. A nasty surprise for the first player in, and he's managed to escape back out of there. Again, always seems to get away with far more than he ever should, but Xiao will be there to wrap back around. Yumpy, it's almost like he's expected within the smoke at this point, and now Soulcast, last man to the party, and, well, he's not fashionably late, he's just late.
Yeah, he's coming at that time where you turn up and all the other guests are looking to shoot you. None of your friends are there. It's very Valorant specific. I wasn't drawing on personal experience there, but it's what I'm seeing. And Solkis, he's got the same vibe. He's out of here. He's made the right call. Not going to overstay his welcome with a bunch of lunatics on the other side. His mirror copy hunting him down, in fact. Fade sprinting through the spawn.
He wants to hold on to the fishes and not be swimming with them.
Exactly. But they know exactly where he is. At least they did. They hadn't seen that he came to the site, so he might get the jump on them, and there's a kill. He's actually gotten the reward. Waited for his counterpart to come around the corner and ambushed. A little bit of damage to the economy, but I think it was only if it was the other way around that it becomes very scary.
Well, that's the thing. It was a bonus. So ultimately for FPX, winning that round wasn't really, well, necessary, I guess is the way I'll put it. It's always nice to get a huge boost to your economy, but other than that, it's just now put them in a hugely beneficial financial point. They're also very close to a lot of ultimates, and on the other side of things, you're going to be left with, well, a Marshal for Yumpy, a few pistols, Headhunter, and of course that one rifle for Soulcast, which is going to go walkabouts very early on.
Popping up to say hello. Looks like Artist wasn't too friendly on the other side, though. He's bailed. He's run away. And FPX are happy to give up. That's... What? I mean, I don't even think he had an iota that the player was there necessarily. That's just some remarkable crosshair placement on the swing out.
The thing is, it's the same with Yumpy. It's like, I feel like you could easily make like a massive document of all the reasons why Navira should play this age in every game. And a lot of them will revolve around the fact that him having an escape mechanism is genuinely unfair for anybody else playing the game. And it's exactly the same for Yumpy, and I'll argue Artist as well. Nonetheless, a great start to the round, and even just the distraction of that haunt has given a freebie over to Zipan.
Oh,
30 seconds left.
Still being dragged in up onto the wall. He was being strung high.
It's so awesome.
What's that? Oh, that's unreal. I can't help but think, would that even make it over if there was like a sage wall there or something, potentially at the right angle, still clippy on the other side? That's interesting. I like it. I don't know if that's planned or if it's just landed there. It must be planned.
I don't think, like, to accidentally land a
there's no way.
there, it just seems way more unlikely than they intentionally did it.
Yeah. You just see poor Solkis just getting dragged up into the air. Like, no! Oh, wow.
That's the thing I've loved about watching different players like find ways to use the Cs. It's like the sort of accidental one that was happening on Split where people could pull people up into the ceiling. It's just like, it's such a cool piece of kit that people have found like really dirty ways to utilize. And I feel like FPX are definitely one of the leaders in my mind of when it comes to Fade. Like I'll quote it every time, but their Ascent A-site execution is just nasty. Like, and it took like genuine like Fade counters from other teams just to be able to beat it. And in fact, like we even saw G2 when they pulled it out, just rinse and repeat the same strategy again because a lot of teams couldn't.
Dude, he's actually, hold on, he was so like I was joking saying he's being pulled up because I thought it was. I thought it would still only apply like a horizontal vector, you know what I mean? I didn't think it would physically be able to drag you up, but yeah, he was like floating in the air, like unable to, because your accuracy is gone then as well. And the people, even though they killed someone backside, if you look, you can see a big beam pointing right to where he is. So you're like, there's another one backside? I'm wall banging? Like, that's insane. Nuts. Sulcus, though, getting his revenge this time. They're not managing to make him levitate in quite the same way. And his feet planted on the ground, able to find a kill. It is traded back. This B site's become a battleground very early on in the round, like FPX. They're not committing yet. They've got a trap C long. They're watching A long. This is still slow play. And I think they'll be pretty happy with that skirmish 1-to-1 trading.
Well, especially with Rez. Like if they settle back into a push onto B, okay, that's the player back. But more importantly, they can still take risks going into this 4v4 and have a player coming back from the fray, which if anything will be more beneficial. Interestingly, though, it seems like there's a solid read on the scenario. Like, of course, there's still the quick teleport back to reposition for a B hold, but they've just split the sites, almost abandoned B completely, I guess because of the trap position not being activated. And while FPX, whichever way they go, they're going to push into a pretty nasty setup.
The breach flash. Definitely not the most idyllic of those. One Zipman's gone flying through. He's actually gotten him, and now the plan's coming in. I don't believe they've gotten this level of success right away. The showstopper, the takedown scream, but he couldn't hear the nade. Oh, Sulcus, he comes close. Got the wide swing out, but the players on the other side a little bit too strong. And a 5th round now looking likely. A good attempt by Liquid here, Tom, but they're a little bit blocked out of this one.
Yeah, almost hoping just to try and get someone on the exit. Not in the right place, unfortunately, but yeah, very well handled. And again, I feel like that's just the value of Zipan when he's playing a more aggressive agent, is you could just see these sort of plays that ultimately when you're around, being able to isolate the player, killing off another at the back of site with a showstopper, and by that point, the rest of his team had got into an afterplant, and I guess for the desk, that's another one they can add to the tally of paint shells for Scream, but ultimately, we need to see a little more from him. And the whole squad, in fact. 5-0 currently for FPX.
10 seconds left. Spike planted.
So, I'm not sure. On his way through, did Zipan get past the flash? Or was he blind when he came around that corner and then like he would have had to path in the air blind, land and instantly shoot him? I feel like he must have made it past the flash, right? Which is insane, because that then puts it like if you flashed that 0.2 seconds later, you would have Zipan just flying through the air blind, landing in the middle of the open like, I'm gonna shoot it like this direction at random. Like he would be dead.
Shall, left or right? Left or right?
Whoever's dead, just call it right. Fire. Yeah, that was something. A couple of unfortunate timings on that. A few close affairs. Sulcus on the wide swing out, just can't quite get that kill on long. So many things that could have stalled that round out completely for FPX, but even still, that momentum keeps on driving, and the attack build up round after round. Where's the solace for Team Liquid? I mean, even look at the economy now. It's so shaky. Got an AWP, a Guardian, and Sheriffs. Actually, that's a glass cannon Guardian.
Yeah, I guess Sulcus just relying on the fact that he'll find instant headshots. If there's a kill here, though, he can actually drop this operator over to someone else and play tour de force. Now, in my mind, that's an ideal scenario. Get that into Yumpy's hands and see what you can do. But for now, at least, it seems like that's not the plan. And with the res again, of course, Saigetsu just been farming up orbs, as he always does, it's not really that much of a detriment in what could have been a very dangerous round.
Oh, here we go. Up and over. Got the height to play on, and it got shot by Nivera. Managed to just evade them hiding down behind the boxes, and Solkis uses his haunt to grab a kill, spins around and does the same on B. No flank for FPX this time, and not even a plant yet. A 2 versus 4, a showstopper on the other side for Team Liquid, Rolling Thunder as well. One of those likely to be committed just to guarantee this round. They do not want to let go of this one. In fact, both of them. That's how desperate they are for a win.
Oh, it's already done. Zipan tagged desperately low. They've even got the nade combo alongside the aftershock stun. He's stunned all the way back, and well, Solkis is going to be there to close out. Big round from him individually. Like I mentioned it, he came into this round with no shields whatsoever. Ends up taking 40 damage, getting 3 kills. But I think it is just that initiation out from Nivera. He's so difficult to play against with this operator in hand. And the fact is, his goal for this round was do some damage. If I die, I've got Tour de Force. Well, he gets away with both.
I do think on the side of Liquid, it's a big commitment to put in both of those ultis, but just the cyclical nature of those ults guarantee the round 100%. Now you've got a Tour de Force to back up on. You're going to have a Nightmare soon, and with the way Scream's been playing, that showstopper on by next round. These have been looking good for Team Liquid in some of these duels. Some closer rounds here and there. That is one of the worst starts they've had, though. The C site taken, and all it took was a haunt.
Yeah, just a solid piece of utility. Xiao once again causing issues. Okay. He's going to get pushed off the plant.
That was his own blast back, by the way.
Yeah. Still one hell of a rotation to try and come through, and just caught both players sectioned off. Where did he turn around? He turned around and killed Yumpy. Okay. I saw a kill onto Yumpy, and I was like, there's no way he's just killed him doing that. But even still, just waiting. Nice work from DreamHack. Angel instantly going to respond, though. And while Scream, his position is known, even still, though, he might be able to get something here.
Yeah, while he's still hit by that, he's just swinging out wide, pre-firing the angle. He's like, I don't need to see, I don't need to hear, I don't need to do anything. I'm just going to kill this guy. 6-1, though. FPX steaming right back into the lead, Tom. Things are a little bit spooky because, yeah, you've got the Tour de Force online for Team Liquid, but Artis has got that to respond with, plus the operator. And right now on that attack, there's been very little in terms of issues that they're running up against. Yumpy, I'm only noticing now, he's gone 007. It's a rough start for what was your seaside anchor. What a shot, Navarro.
He's been I say difference maker, but the only round that they've won was basically down to his openers. And once again, Tour de Force in his hands. It just looks ever deadly. So lightning fast on these jaws. He's going to go back for another
spike down mid.
Spike drop to the deck, and well, they're going to have to just try and smoke him off. But in fact, Nivera is still playing forward. I'd assume as well that he now once again has the ability to teleport out, Mitch.
Fairly soon, he will. At the very least. Oh, okay. On the way through here, Artis is in a lot of trouble. Yeah, I was going to say, if he stepped past that TP line, he might have been dead. But luckily, he's able to make it back. Regroup with his teammates, even still a tough round ahead. And, well, that's a big risk by Angel. He's made it through. He's made it through, and he's hearing the steps. Okay, they're actually checking for it, and they've dealt with him so goddamn perfectly. He thought he was making a play. I think we all thought he was making a play, but Team Liquid, they knew it was under control.
Yeah, they heard the TP back, and well, clearly DreamHack communicated well. Second round on the board. Again, I felt like a lot of this thus far is coming down to the likes of Nivera just being able to get so aggressive on this chamber. Of course, Solkis played a big part in the round before, but I am starting to worry a little bit that some of the other pieces currently online for Liquid are just not quite there. They're not performing to the standard that we need to see from them if they're going to win this map. Bear in mind, last time FPX played this, they got 9 rounds defense.
I mean, it's now or never. That's it for Team Liquid. They've had these openings.
Nice.
They've looked great, but it's been Nivera alone again and again, able to find kill after kill. This time he's got backup. Both of them make it out. 5v3. I mean, tossing this one away would be tough. We've got Nivera on the operator just zoned in. And soon enough, he's going to have his teleport back online to come out of heaven in towards spawn. In fact, he's already got it up.
Yeah, I feel like at the moment, there needs to be more coming out of the likes of Xiao just with the Prowlers. Because he's playing these same aggressive angles so regularly, but ultimately there's been nothing to force him off. Now, unfortunately, you've only got the single flash available from Angel, so I don't think you can be committing that just on an angle and hoping that Nivera is there. But right now, you're just giving this man 1v1 duels over and over again, and eventually the rest of the team of Liquid are just starting to take liberties.
30 seconds
FPX
left.
haven't been able to deny this man, and, well, the rest of the team are also thriving because of it.
Enemy down.
Oh, the last man standing will try to do something. Even just get those old orbs farmed on up. The wall off. He's wise. Oh, I thought he was going to just tank it, but
yeah,
a nade pulled him off. Okay.
That's a man who believes he can win, Mitch.
It absolutely is, yeah. Oh, fair play.
Yeah,
the only downside is now no res.
Yeah, logically you'd want to try and get the res, but I guess maybe didn't believe the other players were anywhere near as close as they were. Still, though, you've got Tour de Force, you've got Nightfall, you've got a res and a showstopper very, very close. This may not be a round that's good for FPX financially, but I can definitely understand a little bit more investment into a round like this because it's one they could definitely win.
Yeah, it's worth that little bit to just boost your chances up. Like 800% odds. You gotta take it. We know that these guys, Immortal or higher, they've got the aim. They've got the skills. As they're looking towards the A site, they've got a lot of players to take down because Team Liquid have heard them coming. They've rotated everybody in. 4 on the site, ready to stop this. Paranoia is on point. That slows down the long push, allows more of them to filter through. In fact, the entirety of Team Liquid has now joined the A site. This is not Haven. It's not a big map. Hasn't got 3 options to go to. It's just one little battleground, and well, we have come to a little bit of a stalemate. The spike's down in the open, and FPX have practically no chance of taking this across the line. 4th found for Liquid, and they're doing exactly what we needed them to do. Building up these rounds. 6 is still going to be tough, but it's better than it was looking like it could have been.
Well, yeah, no, this is similarly to what we saw on the last map. A very strong start for FPX, get things rolling. It takes a bit of time for Liquid to, well, not only get the operator in Nivera's hands in this case, but also just get some of the other players online, some of the rotations correct, and even just the reads. And now they're looking like a formidable force. Now, this could still very much end as an 8-4. Don't get me wrong. That wasn't a purchase. There's now some decent ultimates available for them to try and buy into this next round. And also, you have to almost consider the likelihood is Saigetsu and Artis are going to do much, much better on the defense. Like, it's just not agents that really work out too much for this. You're basically relying on hard entries without much utility to play around. Whereas on the defensive side, Artis will have that exit strategy similarly to what Nivera has. And also Saigetsu, well, he was nasty. Again, there's still the caveat that was versus London United, and I don't think they have firstly the same firepower, but also the same adaptation that Liquid have shown. But nonetheless, I think Liquid are definitely going to want to try and grind out these last couple of rounds if they're going to at least stand a chance in this series, because the last few rounds have looked great, but it's not a sprint. They need to basically go the distance.
Yeah, that's the thing. You can have a good max speed, but at the end of the day, if you can't keep it up, doesn't matter. And Team Liquid, sure, they've looked good last couple of rounds. Got to keep it going all the way. Aggressive push down on long. Hello, Nivera able to catch that. Doesn't even have the TP to back up on. Just the sheer level of confidence in play on this man sometimes is unbelievable. And they've got the showstopper. They had planned for that res to go through, canceling it out effectively.
It's also, yeah, it's a position that you're never really going to regress. So I think FPX felt relatively safe from that ground. Now look at the rotation again. The read is sublime from Liquid. They have 3 players within the site that's being attempted already. Zipan is going to drop one, but he's only going to be able to just about reclaim the spike, and his teammate seems very far away. It's almost as if at this point Liquid are just denying any chance for FPX to set up. They've had all these ults ready, Mitch, but they don't get the chance to use them.
That almost leads into, you know, panic use in the final round. Where you're like, well, it's now or never, boys. Might as well just chuck out this rocket, see what it does. Even in a round like this, if they can get a kill, it's justified. You can blitz it towards one side or the other, but they need that kill first. They need a reason to believe that this round is theirs, and well, that reason's just being stripped out of their hands. A Scream comes in for his triple kill. That showstopper won't be coming online this half, so the ult orb's not quite mattering, but it's a 5th secured for Liquid, and that is all they wanted. Rolling Thunder for the final round, close to having that nightmare on as well.
Yeah, I think all in all, just some solid reads and solid denial. But again, it all just springs off how successful Navira's been. Like, he's just been causing absolute nightmares for the side of FPX. And yeah, the buy's not the best. Still, they've got the ultimates that could close the distance, but ultimately, well, at this point, they've not really shown they can do that.
Oh, we got a nade for backside. That's good. That's exactly where they were trying to get the Rolling Thunder down. It's now going to come through, but that's when Angel strikes. They've canceled out that ultimate. Now Showstopper, though, coming in, finding a kill as Navira goes down. The space seized, and everything slows. It looks like Angel has an escape route of his own in mind, but he can't get out. Yuppie's caught him. A disaster. As Xiao tries to hold on here, doing what damage he can. Spike hasn't been touched just yet. The paranoia will land, but they can still ping it up and spray it through. It's not the end of the world, but Team Liquid are using this as a bait. They want to catch the perfect moment to strike. It's in fact diffused halfway already. They need to get on it, and they will. Artis has shut down all three, saving the round for FPX and giving them a 7th round. That is insult to injury for Team Liquid, closing out the half with a deficit.
Yeah, he's just doubled his kills in one round. They said it. It's been a quiet half for Artis thus far, but that's going to put the wind back in his sails. Utterly ridiculous that he was able to close this out. Like, sure, Xiao definitely worked as a wonderful distraction, but that was mere seconds away from being a 6-6 half, and now we look towards the pistol. An opportunity for FPX to almost put themselves out of distance, and it is really intriguing, like, almost looking at some of the kill stats here. It's so ridiculously close, and if anything, if you looked at frags alone, you might think Liquid were actually winning.
Yeah, you're not wrong, actually. You probably would. Certainly not 2 rounds behind. And coming into this pistol, a whole lot of weight on their shoulders. They need to be able to step it up here. I mean, they wanted to be in the lead coming into the half. They can't let FPX run away with it. That nade's going to get the wall out of them, but they'll wait a moment, let the nade pop first, make sure it doesn't get some free damage. So valuable in the pistol. Look at that. They haven't broken it, and it takes so long to break. So many bullets from range that unless you're going to go up there and start knifing away and hacking at it, time to go elsewhere. They've already used... I don't believe this. They've got a trap down on A long that hasn't been spotted. This whole time, Team Liquid, they haven't cleared it out. And so if this was going to be an A play, if they were going to actually rotate, that trap would be triggered. Otherwise, it's 5 short, which, I mean, you know, fair play if you're going to do that. No one does. So they're actually kind of ready for this. At least a little bit more ready than I think Team Liquid will expect.
Oh, Boombot through. It's actually going to be bypassed. The nade is going to do some damage on the exit. What has Yuppie just done? He TP'd directly behind them. It's a bold play, but probably sent panic down the spines of their opposition. Scream is going in for the secondary lurk. Timing here is going to be everything, but even just burning a little bit off the clock could be absolutely everything for the squad. Navira waiting around the edge, but they're wary someone's defusing. Already Scream, he's got it perfect. 1 kill for free. 2nd kill is actually going to be Navira through the smoke. And Zipan! He just found absolutely everything!
Don't mess with this Bayana.
I don't know how he won that.
Yeah, just replay it. Yep. Let's... was so well played off the back of Yumpy.
Easy kill. Navira, I think, got 2 through the smoke.
Oh my
and somehow
god.
Zipan killed Scream and then turned around and yeah. Cool. Cool.
That has slightly come out of left field a little bit.
Slightly. I feel like I've just been hit by a car.
That was absolutely wild.
Wow.
How do you reset as a team after that? No pause? No pause? I need to pause. You're okay, Team Liquid? I love what Yumpy did, you know, jumping through the smoke, and at that exact time, Scream starts to move into garage because everyone's distracted. Ah, guys, come through the smoke! They're like dealing with him. Scream's like, okay, I'm just gonna sneak on up behind them. Gets the perfect window.
Oh my god, Zipan's just on. He's had enough. He wants to make his way through in towards that second upper bracket game, a game that would send one of these teams to Copenhagen, but Scream's eventually going to put down his counterpart. Now, bear in mind, this time, they don't actually have somebody to pick up that weaponry without losing another gun. It's a slightly heavier investment. I don't really blame FPX after what happened last time they went light on the buy. They're going to want to make sure they get the rifle back at least.
30 seconds left.
This clock's going to run almost all the way down, but it's not going to help Team Liquid out. There's just too many angles to clear, and you saw Sugetsu patiently sitting in the back of the site. Now has support as well, covering his cross. All right, he'd only just gotten there as well. He's going to be so mad. But that plant won't come through. A sprint out of Sugetsu to make sure of it. But good damage done. I think Team Liquid in normal stances, if this is first half and so on, they can be happy with where they're at. But right now, there's no room to sit back and pat yourself on the back. If Team Liquid lose this round, this game it's flown out of their control. They'll have to make another impressive comeback now. After split, maybe we can't doubt them, but
now, Zipan may have gone down in that round, and they may have lost a lot of weaponry, but the trade-out is that he comes into this with a showstopper. Now, FPX is still going to play this as a bonus. Like, a lot of the time we've seen them reinvest into extra rifles when players have only been playing pistols, but that time it was a lot more costly of a round. Artists still looking to try and get a little bit cheeky with that headhunter. But the main man we need to keep an eye on is going to be that push coming out from Zipan. He's taken a lot of space early on in this round already.
Bring them down. Where are you?
FPX, so patient. They always are. And Team Liquid are trying here. They're spamming walls. They're thinking if there's no noise out of them and they've walled garage, they've got to be doing something. But no, this team is sat back. They're defaulting. They're waiting for contact. They know that Liquid are going to try something fishy, whether it's threading the needle with the player coming up behind, whether it's going to be faking it out. But now, as FPX finally rotate over to this A site, they start that stack up. Oh, there's only one player there. And now the others come back to fight. But one-to-one trades, considering what FPX are bringing to the table, I think they're happy enough with that. Still a showstopper back pocket. If they can just keep making this round kind of close, Tom, that might get thrown in, and that could be the difference.
Yeah, they still have a couple of rifles to play with. Unfortunately, no one within this B site. Paranoia through. Showstopper actually utilized, but it's not going to kill off Dreamath. He survives in the corner. Yumpy with the late lurk as well is just going to manage to find another. Turn it into a very solid position now. I'm surprised they actually didn't throw the paint shells in here. They had the right idea onto Soulcast, where he was going to be. And actually, Zipan's now caught another instead. Soulcast having to step up to the plate, and he will. Zipan just killed him with a blast pack, but thankfully, well, Yumpy is there on the other side. Neither team able to keep these rounds clean, but ultimately, I think Liquid will be happy with the round.
Yeah, I'm sure they will have gotten a little bit of a heart attack out of that one, but close as it may have become, and got there in the end. Yeah, great nade out of Zipan on the way by. He has just been so on point. A nade and a blast pack kill. All that was left to do was shoot someone with his weapon. But he couldn't get that one done this time around. 3 between them. Team Liquid, they're not that far behind. But they're not out of the danger zone just yet. Plenty of players on FPX invested up here. In fact, every single one. And there's players hurt up close. They know that there's still players outside of A. They're here in Sulcus jumping around. That's going to mean they don't push any further.
Zipan already in a little bit of trouble. I don't know if they expect Angel to be here, but he's actually caught shooting utility. Good isolation. It's another nade kill. I hope someone's keeping count. Nightfall already going to go through. This leaves Xiao needing to hit instant shots, and although Navera was low, he gets nothing.
Artis and Sagetsu to clutch it. 2v4, Navera low HP, but this one ain't looking all too likely. Well, Dreamus is dead. So now it's looking a little bit more likely. Navera's got to be careful. So low, so easily dropped in this situation. There's a head peek for Heaven. He's being patient. He's not peeking out too wide, and his timing is absolutely perfect when he does. In fact, taking both of the remaining kills on his 11 health. Very nice.
Yeah.
7 rounds for Liquid.
That's the thing. Navera there takes 3 duels with 11 HP and somehow manages to win all of them. I'm not sure that will be something that happens to regularly, but the man is performing to an incredibly high standard. In fact, it seems like a family day out right now for Liquid as both him and Scream top the board. And now, well, financially things start to look a little bit more troublesome. Again, though, FPX not too far away from a couple of ultimates being online, so even a kill or 2 in this round, or even just falling and picking up some orbs could be enough. Nonetheless, see if they can get anything done here, especially against the tour de force of Navera.
Oh, they've cleared outside A short and seen nothing. Don't know about long. But this contact from Angel might cause an immediate rotation. Actually, that fight's about to go down on long. I think they've just seen each other. The rotation will come down with the ultimate. Okay, this is perfect. We saw this attempted before. Oh, and he's gotten all the way through, and he's now on the site. Very nice. C-side is theirs.
TP'd into an aftershock, but hey, I think it must have been his teammates one, obviously.
I'd be impressed if it was FPX's aftershock.
Yeah, true.
I might call the admins.
Nonetheless, can they do any damage here? Already sat back in these afterplants. Liquid have looked stellar from this position so far. A lot of utility used onto Dreamas, but he will survive that a little bit longer. And obviously for Navera, there's not a whole lot to lose here. In fact, nothing to be lost at all. 9-8, Liquid again. It's these same slow starts we saw earlier in the day and these grind backs into the map. And once more, FPX, it's starting to slip away from them.
There it is. I was waiting for this pause to come through. It makes so much sense. This late, 9-8. Team Liquid have completely caught back up. Not only that, it's not off the back of a round here or there. A 1v1, it went their way. In fact, I feel like more often than not, the 1v1s have gone FPX's way or damn close to. This is... The reason for the timeout now is just how convincing Team Liquid are winning these rounds. And now they're on the cusp of taking the lead out of FPX's hands because they'll put them down to an eco after this. And if you take a look at where the ultis are at, Liquid don't have a lot. You know, at most, you're running into a Showstopper and a Rolling Thunder, which is pretty terrifying in and of itself. But on the FPX side, you could have every single one online in this round. It depends how they distribute plants, orbs, and kills. So that's what they'll be discussing as well. This is such an important one. Even just in how they approach early round map control. It's so hard to get those orbs on defense, but at a minimum, just deny Team Liquid from getting the Rolling Thunder has to be an objective.
Let's start this party.
Already looking like both teams are going to have some early aggression in towards this A site. This could work wonderfully for Artis. He's got that operator online. Navira's already set up though, and actually Zipan's going to be the one to take the bullet for him. He's reclaimed that control, but that control isn't even being fought for anymore. In fact, Yumpy has instead found deep control over onto C. Now the res again is going to come through, but FPX have not done great of bringing these rounds back after the res, and especially with an afterplant looking quite likely here, it might be quite tough for the other side to break back in.
That was the right call, popping that showstopper, just keeping everybody back. You know they're probably not going to go sprinting in on the back of the Nightmare, but now as the smokes dissipate, the kills come in, and they are constantly in favor of FPX. Again, the flank is going to be an issue they have to be wary of, but they are. Angel's locking it down. Not this time, he says. But the kill through the smoke, it stopped the defuse now halfway. A little more is needed. Angel's coming out to try and deal with these mid players. In fact, there's only one left, and it's Scream. They've tapped the defuse. He's got to swing out wide and check it. And Angel takes him down before he can. There's the round. Double digits secured. OnePlus Phoenix are finally back on the board. It's been a while.
Yeah, especially with the investment as well of Nightfall and also a showstopper. I feel like they needed to basically get something through in this round, and managing to get it over the line. The thing is, though, there's still going to be plenty of finances for Liquid, and
double up.
Yeah, it's double up and a tour de force.
Mm-hmm.
I guess that must have been
They
picked
saved
up.
them. Yeah, nobody invested.
That makes no sense. So it's something that Angel's definitely done before. So I don't think it's really that much of a weakness. But especially with the pace of some of these rounds from Liquid, it could definitely cause them a trouble. We've seen a fair few afterplants, or retakes, I should say, attempted by FPX. And with this weaponry, you ain't winning those.
Yeah, but it might be a little easier to retake if they can thin out the numbers, thin the herd on the way through. I think that's the objective here. Much more passive approach. This is to try to get them when they're actually peaking the angle. Doesn't happen. At least not in their... The kill doesn't go in their favor afterwards. Sagetsu's caught in the corner, being revealed, being spammed on. In trouble. There's the shot from Artis. It's only one, though, and now he has to try to land that extra little wider angle. He's smoked off as well, and so is Sagetsu. Stuck inside it. Zipman comes to help, and he's swinging in for all the kills. Sagetsu hasn't moved a muscle, though. He's still inside this smoke. They're looking for him. They're trying to root him out. The smoke will disappear eventually, and that's when he gets dropped. Oh, no, it's come back into Team Liquid's hands. They've won it. After Zipman coming in with that double tom, I thought they had it, but
I think we need to see what Angel just did there, because I am almost certain he TP'd, pulled out a paranoia while looking at someone, threw the paranoia at them, and then they just ran away. Like, that was so weird. I'm pretty sure Angel had a free kill. I look where he TPs to in a sec, if it's going to be in the replay. I'm pretty sure he was behind, like, at least one of the players. I'm pretty sure it was Navira. It was super... I don't know. Like, especially the way that ended, I think it was just a misplay. Oh, dear. Oh, dear.
Nade through. It's caught him. Right on his tail. Great opening for Scream. Now Team... Not the greatest teleports. Now Team Liquid are through onto the site. And a little bit further. I don't know if he knows he has the spike. I don't know if he gives it down. Is the other side of it.
He almost just got trapped in the open by Scream. He couldn't get past him.
That was one. I guarantee you. If they listen, Liquid, please release. The VOD. What the hell was that from Sagetsu? I guarantee if they release the VOD, that's just going to be Scream, like screaming, like, you have the bomb, you have the bomb, you have the bomb. It's just like, come back. As soon as he goes in the corner. Oh my God, Shao. Here we go, the Sheriff kills.
Careful. Okay, thankfully Navira's there. 10-10. Scoreline equalized. Team Liquid's comeback is making its way through. Navira spearheading it, but the full squad has been performing to an incredibly high standard. And I'm just loving some of these fast-paced setups. Like the fact that they almost completely isolated Zipman in the last round. He's been by far the most impactful player for FPX so far. In fact, if you look at this scoreboard and think that it's 10-10, that sounds madness, but it's mostly because of that man.
A ludicrous series it has been. Couple rounds left to play for, and well, it's still all on the line. That matchup against Fnatic to be played for, and I do not know how Yumpy has walked up so long and killed Saigetsu. That
Slippery
has
died as well. Like, it's just such a weird angle for him to get a kill.
from the right corner as well. If he was on the left, I'd excuse it.
Yeah,
The right,
yeah.
he walked into the open. Like he just walked out on the seaside and went, oh, hey, how you doing?
You can't even really blame your teammate either. Again, Navira. I feel like you almost have to get to the point where you go, okay, we can't really face A long anymore. This guy's just going to kill us every single time. Angel, half HP, still gets one. There shouldn't be any more from this, and Scream very quick to react. Keep this advantage firmly in Liquid's favor, and they've started to steamroll. They've started to race into these sites. Is there anything the remaining players can do to stop them? They already know where Xiao is, but they don't know where Ardis is.
Yeah, that flank has come through now all the way. They've got to try to spin and deal with him, and now Solkas has to do both. Already found the first, and he will not find any further success. Xiao ready and waiting to take the kill, defuse it up, and put 11 on the board for FPX. One step closer to closing this map out and this series out. They've had the chances. Team Liquid have never let them run away with it. There's always been that bit of fight left in them, and Tom, now the credits are really starting to run dry. We're seeing weaker weapons, but a tour de force in Navera's hands. Scream close to that showstopper. It's going to be an interesting round.
There.
Yeah, it's basically a full buy. Like, Scream's the only person with anything missing. I would say I'd much rather him having like a Spectre or something, just with how fast pace he's been able to play and just almost catch players off this aggressive A long hold. They're going to go for a similar thing once again. Deep smoke, Prowler already giving them the information that there's nobody there, but they've tried this many a time, and in fact, after basically being shut down in a multitude of rounds, it looks like they've switched up the setup on that A site.
Well, the surprise element not quite going to be there. Ardis has been spotted up top, and he won't connect the shot. Down and out to the spawn as Team Liquid overrun and grab control. The site. Scream. I'm going to look for the spike here. Oh, no. Solkas is. Okay.
Already. Nightfall thrown in. Navira, though, has managed to isolate a duel, taking out Angel, getting rid of any smokes that they had. And Solkas can't hear anything. He's used to playing with his music on, but it won't matter. Trades back and forth. Yumpy's not going to check the corner. Gives Zipan a free kill. Even has a showstopper, but it is beautiful on the jump up. There's still an angle for Scream, though. They know exactly where he is. Showstopper, he won't be able to dodge that one. And Zipan, another triple to add to the collection. FPX, they hit 12, and they are one away.
Almost there. Are we getting the res here for economy? Run! The op. They've just about gotten the op through, bringing Ardis back to life at the last second. I really like that play, Tom, just because if you... I didn't fully check their economy. I'm assuming they can't afford it. Obviously, the res coming into the next round, you don't know if you're going to get to use that. You can try to orientate a plan, but...
This is nasty. It's like he corrected his aim in the air, ready for the angle. And it's like... It's just so filthy, because to do that on the fly and have it perfectly positioned for where you're about to land, it looks very clean and almost something that anyone can do, and it's just not true.
Yeah. Well, that operator's made its way into Angel's hands, interestingly. He has made his way to Garage, where he's trying to catch an angle on them making their way through, but they've already passed. Now they're looking at the B side again. They've had a lot of success here. That was not the play.
No, Zipan.
Wasn't even a smoke down either side.
Ready. Putting them in a pretty good position here. Looking for that retake. Navira wanting to try and take things into his own hands almost. But look at Ardis. He made this deep play. It could be 2 kills for free. No, it wasn't free. Somehow, Solkas has turned back. They're going to place the wall down. Nightfall once again utilized, but this time it is going in the favor of Liquid. A 2 versus 2. Another for Solkas. And now Angel is all that stands in their way.
Oh, there we go. Little tag. Angel gets the push through. He's caught Solkas going for halfway at least, but Navera's going to try to interrupt it, and he gets there in time. The round is won by Liquid. It's not going to fall out of their hands just yet, and they'll get to fight one more time. This one will get them to overtime. Tom, it's been tough. It's been tough so far. This one might be the easiest though. Rolling Thunder and a showstopper. And they ain't got anything all that powerful on the FPX side, except for the Tour de Force.
Yeah, I was about to say, they ain't got anything that powerful, except maybe the most powerful ult in the game right now. Yeah, and in Ardis' hands. Not in his crazy form, but luckily for them, Zipan has been. He's going to be left to lock down the A site, but this time, they're pushing the smoke. If they make a play through this, it might even just be for free. Already waiting, but he's isolated and Scream fires straight down to clear him out.
Huge opening from the showstopper. Rolling Thunder still to play with Xiao pressured out of that angle. They can't even hold. These players look to push up close to the judge. Not able to make it all the way though. And the crossback watched for Solkas. He takes the fight right to them. Sacrifices his life for the trade. The Rolling Thunder buys them extra time, but they have to peek into the Tour de Force, and that's always a problem. Halfway diffused already. Rolling Thunder now coming through. It's going to just about stop it. Good swing out of Dreamass, and there's the result. A quick kill. They don't really have anything to block this off now. Sagetsu left all alone. It's already half, but nobody can get it the rest of the way. Team Liquid have pushed us up to an overtime on map 3.
Switching sides.
God, it's only day one, lads. We're getting into the overtimes on the final map. It's utterly ridiculous. Of course, one team makes it through into that upper bracket, faces off against Fnatic, and that is for a chance to go straight to Copenhagen, to skip all the lower bracket, to skip everything else, all the matches. Okay, it's nice. There's seeding. There's maybe a skip through the bracket as well. But that qualification is what everybody's gunning for. Everything else you can fix along the way when you make it there to Copenhagen. But just to be given that chance early, and also, if it hasn't been said enough, the 6 teams that are here, heading into the lower bracket, it's not an easy game versus anyone.
Oh, for sure. We've had our days in the past in the EMEA where there have been easy games. There have been, I'm not even going to say bad teams. There have been terrible teams before. But now we're in a great spot. Now,
Alliance.
All right, Tom, watch your goddamn mouth. Now we're in a spot where absolutely anybody in these leagues seems to be able to, on a given day, turn up and beat the best. And that's what I want to see. Oh, look at Yumpy. He's here with the judge. If he goes any further, he's going to be caught. They literally have given Xiao the sole job of staring at that door for Yumpy to come through.
They want to go on a late lurk, though. They've left one player within the site in the form of Sagetsu. This is almost just a surprise, because I think most of the time you're going to just fall back completely. Zipan still wins the duel, so does Sagetsu. Up above is Scream, but he's managed to almost win the round on his own. He was left as the sacrificial lamb to try and just get a kill and disrupt them a little bit. Instead, Sagetsu still survives at the end, with Solcast finally putting him down, but it's too little too late. No time remaining, still utility to play with, and Solcast, while try as he might, there is nothing he can do. FPX right back in with another map and series point.
They made that one look easy. Popping the smoke down, TPing through for the space, but those follow-up kills, Sagetsu just running through the site. He's been so impressive in some of the duels that he's winning. He just has these moments where it feels like his mechanics just get, like, his mechanic skill is doubled for the next 2 minutes. I don't know how he does it, but Zipan close to dropping the 30. I mean, no man has stepped it up as much and as frequently as this guy right here. And as he nears the 30 bomb, closing out this overtime, just one round needed for FPX. Put this one to bed and lock in their matchup up against Fnatic, a team that, well, they have faced many a time in the past. They are familiar with this team. Oh, here we go. Paranoia through already. It's going to be a big push. I don't know how this guy does it.
Yeah, maybe the most aggressive Sage we've ever seen, but he's managed to already cause huge issues. That Paranoia combo dropping the spike, and now, well, there's time for Liquid. That's something on their side. But that spike is completely surrounded. You can see very small gaps that could potentially give them some space. Maybe if they can isolate the duel versus Angel, which they do, but it's a trade almost instantaneous. And the remaining 2 players in mid, well, they're almost hoping for a mistake.
This is a perfect stun coming through from Dreamus. If he hits it, it'll catch both players on the way through, but I think he's going for backside instead. Oh, no, sorry. He's looking at the window for now. They were waiting. I see him with utility. It's an aftershock to start with. the fault line went down, it would have been perfect.
Oh, he got it!
Okay.
30 seconds.
That's about as good as it gets. That's what they were waiting for.
Yeah, they set up the TP, and that just allows Navira to escape. But, well, I think they've only escaped for so long. A 2 versus 4. Plant handed over to give them something, and Saigetsu comes in from behind. This man, again, showing up exactly when FPX needed, and they are going to be going through to face off against Fnatic. The grudge match of what many would consider to be the top 2 teams will fight for a place in Copenhagen.
Man, it's, I mean, it hasn't been that long since we got to see that matchup, because that was a week 1 game, but we're going to get to see it again, which is one hell of a treat, honestly. And I think after that matchup as well, we wanted to almost see it run back again, because in that series, from what I remember, throwing my mind back, right, it was that immediate like 13-3, 13-5, super dominant game to then bring us to an icebox that was close. Next time around, all 3 close, okay? Let's get some OTs like this one. But Tom, you want to take the people at home through? I believe there's going to be a vote coming up for the player of the match. Who are our options?
Oh, I think we've got Saigetsu, Artis, and Zipan. So, I feel like, yeah, they're on your screen. There you go. You can decide whoever you want in this case. I feel like, in my eyes, I'm leaning towards Zipan. I think especially that last map had an absolute worldie of a matchup, closing it out for the team as well. Thoroughly impressed, and he's someone to fear.
Yeah, I got to side with you. Realistically, Zipan was just unbelievable. I mean, my man comes close to dropping the 30 in regulation, so you got to give him some props for that one for sure. We'll see what the people at home think, though. At @ValEsports_EMEA, get your vote in before it's too late. Analyst Desk will let you know who the winner is after this break.
Get ready for playoffs.
I want it now and I ain't never gonna back down. I want it now and I ain't never gonna back down. I want it now and I ain't never gonna back down. I want it now and I ain't never gonna back down. I am no regular citizen. Nope. Do you understand what you're witnessing? You cannot tell what the difference is. I want it all and I'm winning it. I do not care about opinions. Time to make a few decisions so I can take a position. I'ma go get it, I'm punching and kicking. I keep on moving, they off of me. Just do it and stop without talking to. I'm not expressing no modesty. I can't see nobody stopping me. If there's a problem, I gotta solve it. Straight to the top, I can't see myself falling. I gotta grab it, there's no time for stalling. Number 1 stunning, don't have other options. Now I'm fired up. I'm sorry, brother, your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. I came from the ashes, I rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I want it now, and I ain't never gonna back down. I want it now, and I ain't never gonna back down. I gotta go for the goal. I need to switch up the mode. I'm gonna win on my own. I'm in a whole nother zone. I reached the pinnacle. I don't have time, this is critical. It's time to finish you. I don't care who I just did it to. I gotta go for the goal. I need to switch up the mode. I'm gonna win on my own. I'm in a whole nother zone. I reached the pinnacle. I don't have time, this is critical. It's time to finish you. I don't care who I just did it to. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta. I want it now and I ain't never gonna back down. I want it now and I ain't never gonna back down. I want it now and I ain't never gonna back down. I want it now and I ain't never gonna back down. Said I'm fired up. I'm sorry your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. Came from the ashes, I rise up. Rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up.
Get ready for playoffs.
Welcome back, everybody. And it is finally done. I know. You can breathe. We definitely have gotten back into it after all of that. Apart from hydration, we also need to think about our oxygen levels. And this has been your science tip of the day with Milosh and the EMEA desk. But here it is. FPS victorious, the #1 team from stage 1. Well, they keep it up. They move forward, one best of 3 away from making it to Copenhagen.
Can we just go back to the point where your advice that you gave as a doctor was literally just breathe? Yes, just breathe, forehead. I mean, after this series, it's hard enough to do. I feel like, with all things said and done, with both series, I'm being impressed with all 4 teams that we've seen today. Like, this was a great way to end it. Like, Split and Icebox, very slow, kind of hard to really, like, follow the mind games that happen. Here, it was just all-out war. Really good utility, amazing Angels. Like, these are 2 of the best technical teams in the region. And we saw that full show today. And, my God, like, Navira, we saw Zipan popping off in crazy moments. You couldn't have asked for a better Haven map, I think.
I think overall, the only thing that disappointed me was that Team Liquid only knew the B side. Did you know this is the only map in Valorant that has 3 sides to pick from? And they only knew B. They could only hit B.
3B, they kind of rhyme. So
I mean, no.
I'll give it to them.
No, I hope the boys work out a different side, because that may have been the difference between a particular thing.
And you know what? That's exactly what they're going to get to do, because even if you are a Team Liquid fan, it's all right. Don't worry about it. You know, Copium back onto Max. They still have another shot to make it through because this is a double elimination bracket, so they'll be going up. We'll see them.
How many
later.
second chances does Team Liquid need this year?
I mean, versus Ascend, maybe possibility. That's something for Carly.
I think it's like, first of all.
I owe him an entire bundle of skins. You've won the bet.
How much is that?
Look, it's probably 80 or more euros.
So that's like $1 million Australian dollars.
I mean, look, our currency is not good.
The Australian economy.
I am sending $1 million dues.
Exactly.
Congratulations.
Amazing.
It's like getting a Prince email, except it's JessGOAT.
Prince, as in like royalty, or the artist formerly known as Prince. Because if I got an email from him, that would be very like.
No, it's like the Prince who owes you money and he emails you. I'll email you about it. Don't worry.
We're off on a mad tangent. It's been a long day.
It has.
And you know what? We had some exciting games. So I understand. This is why I said in the beginning, this is the time to breathe. It's your medical advice for the day. I'm an optometrist, but I'll give it to you anyways. But here it is. Now we get to see FPX victorious. And there's still a shot, like I said, to Liquid. But what are some kind of cleanup highlights for this game for you guys?
Yeah, I think FPX still left a lot to be desired. I think all things considered, like, at this point in playoffs, it's like getting those wins is so important, but I was more impressed with Liquid in this series overall. I think, like, realistically, Liquid winning a lot of the, like, thrifty rounds, FPX couldn't really hold on to them. The majority of rounds in this series started with Liquid being in a 5v4. Realistically, Liquid should have been out and done with this series, but I think that's what makes FPX so unique and so special. I even prefer Liquid's comp on Haven from how they were using utility and effectively just bullying people. Like, oh, you've planted on A and you're hiding in, like, sewers. Here's, like, a breach stun, all of this fade utility, a pain shell.
It was unreal.
Yes.
Are you speaking about breathing? Team Liquid did suffocate the other team with utility, and I enjoyed that part of it because they're not just aimers. I think we talk about Team Liquid being like, what did we say in stage 1? I think we said individually, they're some of the most mechanically skilled. Imagine if they could play together as a team with strong utility usage.
It's 2 weeks of work with DreamHack too.
And that's what I'm saying. So they're actually getting a lot closer to what we kind of sort of theorized that they could be in the future, and we're actually getting closer to that future. So that's exciting.
But having roster changes literally every couple of weeks.
It does. It slows things down exponentially, I will say that. But I think as a whole, Team Liquid looks better. They look like they're less trying to reinvent the wheel and be innovative every week and more trying to be that team with that supportive player behind them. I think DreamHack is slowly getting into that kind of flow of things.
Yeah.
All right, speaking of flow, we're going to move to our next bit, our final bit. Unfortunately, all good things must come to an end. It's time for our post-show. We got all the lights. It's a very quick transition, and we are in to kind of break down what has happened. Yeah, it's the cooling down kind of moment for all of us here and for you guys at home. What has happened today action-wise is definitely incredible, but it does have a major impact on our bracket. Now, nobody that lost today will be eliminated because it is a double elimination bracket. But here's what said bracket looks like. Liquid and Ascend have moved down to the lower bracket. They'll be awaiting their opponents tomorrow. They'll be playing later on, of course, in the weekend. Guild goes up against Mech, so M3 champions, and Fnatic versus FPX. Now, Fnatic are a beast of their own, and we'll leave that for the end. But Guild versus M3 champions. A lot of people look at that game and say, actually, Mech have a chance to make it forward. Remember, only one best of 3 win, only this game, and you're through to Copenhagen.
It feels like when you get Mech in the playoffs, it's a different beast. For Guild, it's just they bottomed out last playoffs in stage 1. So, you know, I'm worried that that's going to happen again, but like this Guild has looked the most tight when it comes to their roster. Like Leo and Safe still have amazing ability. Trex has been superb on the duelist too. So that game is going to be solid because just watching Mech right now is a spectacle, whichever way you look at it. We also make sure that we get at least one team from each of the groups. A lot of people are saying like it's going to be the 3 teams of like Fnatic, FPX, Ascend. That's no longer possible now that we have like Guild as Mech as one of the qualifying games. So seeing at least one of them just sort of bounce back in a way, yeah, one of them's going to Copenhagen, and I would love to see either of them, really.
I want to see fresh faces internationally because I think everyone wants to. I mean, you have your favorite team and everything, you put that aside and you think, have we seen Guild versus other regions? I mean, I've got to see it. With my eyes, I have to see the likes of Trex, for example, go up against some of the big gunners of North America. I'm not saying, you know, necessarily he's going to outdo Ye and whatnot, but, you know, that's what I want.
What about Fnatic on the other side? Because they're flawless in stage 1, flawless in stage 2. Yeah, Masters, they went there and had the changes and everything.
Yeah.
You know, we had all these talks. You come in with subs, it's going to be difficult, but then you're pretty much rocking up with a completely different lineup. Fair. They come into stage 2, they smash 2 new players that are absolutely excellent. I mean, what can actually stop Fnatic from making it to Copenhagen?
I think it's all on Fnatic, really. Like FPX today left a lot to be desired. I think they're going to struggle tomorrow no matter what. Yes. But like Fnatic, we haven't seen what they're like when they're on the ropes a little bit because they've been so successful, so dominant. Alpha and Dirk has been 2 of the best players globally, I think, when it comes to form. What if they go into the series tomorrow and that magic just isn't there? Or FBX have a plan to shut them down? Because the last time that they played in week 1, it was fairly close, all things considered anyway, right? So I'm a little bit worried for Fnatic. I want to see them get it over the line. Then it doesn't matter what they do for the rest of the season, I don't think.
I kind of like the fact that Fnatic is one of like the slowest attacking teams, and FBS is like, we kind of like pedal to the metal sometimes. We kind of like, oh, we can throw some speed in there and jazz it a little bit and spice. And then Fnatic, that's actually been a lot of their loss conditions, is that they've had teams come at them with fire. And instead of being able to put all their puzzle pieces and their chess pieces out and put them into place, that they've disrupted that sort of step by step, that, you know, recipe that you would follow. They get to step 2 and it's already gone. So I think that is something FPX has there as a nice little counter for them.
So watch out for that. Guild versus Mech and Fnatic versus FPX, your games for tomorrow. This was EMEA, of course, the best region in the world, as we're very proud of it. But if you want to watch some Tier 3 Valorant, don't worry about it. We got you covered because, you will say Tier 2, okay, because they're playing playoffs. NA is up next. 3, at least what production is telling me, so thank you for the correction.
2.5.
Ghost Gaming, 2.5. There you go.
We'll be fair to them.
They're somewhere in between.
Goodness.
Ghost Gaming versus NRG is coming up real soon, so make sure you go get a bit of rest, maybe a snack, and then come back for NA playoffs. That's been all from us today. We hope you had fun. We will see you tomorrow back in the afternoon for more EMEA matchups. Till then, take care. We love you so much. Good night.
I can't stop me now.
If you could be a
me now. You can't stop me now. You can't stop me now. You can't stop me now.
GBL, Rec, Ascend, TLG, Get ready for playoffs.
I'm finna get it, put that on a Bible. This is survival. Gotta treat every move made like the final. One by a mile. Nobody believe it, they all in denial. Hey, look at me, look at me. Still in the show, that's the crook in me. They want me gone with the hook in me. Asking why is he here like I shouldn't be. I've been on grind since Otto. 10,000 hours the motto. They see the bag is coming out, they flocking to me like I won the lotto. Dancing with the devil, there's no recital. I'm killing competition, ain't no revival. I shoot it to kill it, I'm aiming for vitals. I'm showing no mercy when facing my rivals. Snakes in the grass, they getting exposed. I know they be lurking, I'm watching them close. Acting like friends, but really they foes. Saw they be scheming and said adios. Get it, don't mindset. Ay, back with a vengeance, back on the grinds, back to the business. Ay, God is my witness, they watching my moves like shows, they binging. Ay, best keep distance, all of my haters send best of wishes. I get to the bag with the quickness, no I don't need no assistance, no. Yeah, no playing it safe. I said let's get it, you say not today. What can I say? You ain't gon' go for it, get out the way. Got no time to waste. Can't be with me if you're not at my pace. You're not at my level, you're not in my race. One foot on the gas, I'm pushing the brakes. Dancing with the devil, there's no recital. I'm killing competition, ain't no revival. I shoot it to kill it, I'm aiming for vitals. I'm showing no mercy when facing my rivals. Snakes in the grass, they getting exposed. I know they be lurking, I'm watching them close. Acting like friends, but really they foes. Saw they be scheming and said adios. Yeah. Get it, don't mindset. I gotta get it, don't mindset. I gotta get it, don't mind.